we'd go up to Cass. We remember we go up to Burlingame a little bit, and we would present up there, and we'd also present down here in San Diego, and we would do bilingual school psychology at 3 people. And it was the 3 bilingual people who happened to be, you know, close by the site that year. And I kind of realized after that, we are trying to reach the people that we need to reach, but I think we also need to reach the people that don't even pay attention to what we're doing. They think it's not an issue for them. And the reality is the vast majority of English learners are evaluated by people that are not bilingual. And there are a lot of English learners that aren't even evaluated as if they are English learners. Even here in California, you know that a child who passes the LPAC is then deemed to be a fluent English speaker. And according to IDEA, because they are no longer limited English proficient, they don't fall under any of the provisions that apply to children with limited English proficiency, which means at that point, you are welcome to and allowed to legally evaluate that child as if they were always a monolingual English speaker. And really, when does that go away? When will I, despite how old I may be, when will I be a monolingual English speaker? Never. The influence of growing up with another language, especially not even English being my first language, but with another language, and the effect of the cultural or bicultural kinds of home life that I had are indelible in my brain. They will never go away. I will never be fairly compared to a monolingual English speaker. So it's important to understand that we need to reach all of these children. When you're talking about disproportionality, even that's deceptive, because disproportionality generally is looking at things like, well, race or ethnicity. But race or ethnicity isn't directly tied necessarily to other types of differences and educational outcomes, particularly those related to language. And then when you look at language, how do you define it? If you say English learner, are you talking about anybody who is now considered an English learner, who was formerly an English learner, or are you talking about a child who passes the LPAC and is no longer limited English proficient? There are a lot of different ways that's defined. And very often states, and California's probably no different because it's to the state's benefit as it is for every other state. Once a child passes the LPAC, if they are in special ed, then the EL designation goes away. You know what that means? Your disproportionality tends to go down the older the kids get. Is that because the districts are doing such a wonderful job? No, it's because they're being redesignated and no longer fall into that category. If you follow it as a former L, then you'll see the disproportionality doesn't go away at all. It stays much the same. So there's a lot of things going on. I like to bring it down to what you do on a daily basis. And I want to help you overcome as practitioners. And I'm assuming most of you here are practitioners, not administrators. Didn't come down from Sacramento just to listen to what I have to say today, right? Practitioners, shake your heads. Good. Yeah, you are. You want to know what to do, don't you? You want to know exactly what to do because that's what I asked, myself back in 1993. What the heck am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to do it? And I want to give you a framework for being able to do that. And the biggest issue you have is represented by this picture that I'm showing you right here on the very first slide. And it encapsulates the entire problem that you run across. And it's similar to if you were in the mood to make a banana cream pie and you went to the grocery store, walk down the aisles, you go to the produce section, and you see this display. So now you see an authoritative sign, bananas, 69 cents a pound, just what you were looking for, right? That's what you need. So you pick up one of these fruits and then it starts to dawn on you a little bit through your observations, right? Through the measurements you're making, that this is a strange shape for a banana because it's round. There aren't many round bananas, are there? Yeah, it pretty runs counter to our experience. Okay, but you might let it go. And then you say, but wait a minute, it's also orange. Okay, could a banana be orange? Yeah, I think there's a possibility bananas could probably be orange. After all, they do get yellow, and that's close enough to orange, right? But typically they're green, yellow, brown, black, like plátanos, right? So that's kind of weird. And then you take a whiff of it, and it has a distinct citrusy smell, right? Instead of a distinct banana-y smell. I don't know what bananas are described as smelling like other than bananas, so I'll just use that phrase. And you begin to think, maybe this is not what that sign says. So what do? You have a choice, don't you? You can say, who am I to question the authority of that sign? Whoever put that sign there surely knew what they were doing, surely understood what was going on here. Why would they make a mistake? Why would there be a problem? So you say, I'm buying those funny looking bananas. I'm going to take them home, make my banana cream pie. And you do. And then you wonder why it doesn't taste just right. Or you say, I don't care who wrote that sign. I don't care where it came from. I pretty much have evidence that these are not bananas. And so you say, I don't believe that sign. I'm not going to pay attention to it. And you either move off to go find what you believe is a sign that represents what you are looking for, or you just ignore that 100% and you don't worry about it. That is the entire concept of validity. Test score validity. When you give a test, a measure of any kind, doesn't even have to be a test, a measure of any kind, because this includes RTI. The question is whether or not what you measured is what you think you measured, or whether it was subject to another influence, which means you measured something that it was actually not. And that is what's hard to do. That's what you face every day as a practitioner. You can generate scores. You know how to give tests. You don't have any problem doing the mechanical parts of it. It's the interpretive part. Does this really represent what it's supposed to represent? And how do you make that decision? All right. It would be nice, wouldn't it, if you had some kind of real, I don't know, definitive way of making that decision. Like in this case, with the bananas, if you look down at the bottom right there of the carton, upside down, clearly written, it says California oranges. Okay. So in this case, you would have, I mean, monumental evidence that says, yeah, these are not bananas. Somebody made a big old boo-boo here. I'm just not going to deal with that. You move on. But you don't have that. If you had that, you wouldn't need me. If you had that, you wouldn't have so many questions. But you don't have that. With two minor exceptions that I will talk about later on, you don't have that. So how then do you deal with it? Everything that I will tell you from now until the end of the day is in service of getting you to be able to make that decision and making it well. Now, I show this up here because I want to remind everybody that although you may be bilingual, it doesn't mean that that's going to help you in every single case. Once you get past Spanish in every state, these are the next most frequent languages spoken in each of them. So in California, Tagalog. I don't know if that's surprising to anybody or not, but maybe it resonates with your experience, but may not. As you can see, like Texas has Vietnamese, New York has Chinese, Portuguese in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut. So it varies. And what that means is that even if you are bilingual, what happens when you get a child who speaks another language that you don't speak? Do you see how that places you in the same position as a monolingual English-speaking psychologist who has to work with somebody who speaks another language? You can't communicate. You don't know what to do, or it limits the communication. So it's something that everybody needs to know, not just people that are monolingual and not just people that are bilingual, because sometimes we're working with children who are even more diverse than we know about. Now, the problem that you run into is partly related to this. The educational system makes a dramatic mistake the moment children like me, who are English learners, start school. Okay, this mistake was made in my case. It's still being made now because I don't know if it's like the political administration or the people who govern or something, but let's just say the policies in place for the education of children who are language minority students is not very good, despite the intent. It's not very good. Why? Because in most cases, not all, but in most cases, it asks children to learn the language of the instruction, or that is the language in which the instruction will be delivered, and to learn the content that will be delivered in that language. It's like you know, going off to another country and somebody says, oh, thank you, welcome to your education, all right, in let's say something new like engineering or medicine, and you're about to start in that, and they're going to teach you everything in a language you don't even comprehend. What are you going to learn? Nothing, not until you understand the language, but by the time you understand the language, you've lost all that learning. And it's not a little, it's a lot. Okay. And I was trying to tell you that I want to give you different stories than I gave yesterday. I gave the story about my red light, green light as my first words that I learned in English because I didn't comprehend what was going on. But I will also tell you a story that I don't have any recollection of verbal interactions very clearly of me actually doing anything until I'm about in first grade in English. Yet I can remember interactions with my parents as early as about age 3 to 4, about 4, when we lived in Key West is when I can really begin pinpointing some of those discussions. And it shows that my language was developing normally like everybody else's. But when I hit kindergarten, I had to rely on context because when people spoke English, it didn't have any meaning to me. It might as well have been, speaking a foreign language, which in fact it was for me, okay? Spanish was my normal language and English was a foreign language. So I didn't understand it. And that meant that my learning was going to be behind. And it always was, okay? And yet, as I progressed in my language, there was a mistake made in second grade. And again, I don't fault my teacher for this. It's just the way that things go. Think about it. I don't know any English. I'm a kindergarten student. I'm no different than anybody else. So I have kindergarten, first grade. So by the time I'm in second grade, that's more than 2 years worth of learning English now. Guess who's pretty proficient in English? Me, right? Give me the LPAC if they had it back then, because they didn't. I had been close to passing it. I've learned English. I'm there. I love to learn English. It was no problem. How long does it take you to learn BICS? Right. Well, I'll get to that later on. But it's 1 to 3 years. Piece of cake. So I was right there. My second grade teacher, though, late September, she comes up to me. She asks me, she said, "Sammy, do you know or can you speak Spanish?" And I thought, uh-oh, this is a trick question, right? That's what you guys feel when I ask a question. You think it's a trick question. And I'm thinking, if I say, yes, I do, then she's going to send me to the principal's office. And I mean this with all due honesty and sincerity. I will get corporally punished because that's what happened to children on campus in my school, elementary school, and I'll just say early 60s for you, right? And that's a practice that persisted through the 70s. Don't forget that Chicano students in East Los Angeles high schools who were demonstrating in the late 70s because of not just being corporally punished for speaking Spanish in their classrooms in high school, but also because of being tracked and not being given an opportunity to enter into college prep kinds of programs. So I thought, well, I could say no, but as you know, most Puerto Ricans tend to be Catholic. My parents were Roman Catholic, so they raised me, and I had gone to catechism enough to learn that if you lie to somebody, particularly somebody in authority like a teacher, that's probably a mortal sin, and then you go straight to hell. So there I was at the age of 7, stuck between a rock and a hard place already because I had to make a decision. Do I lie and go straight to hell, burn in hell for all eternity, or do I try to tell the truth and then get corporally punished, which I hate, and I don't really want to have it either. So I was a good boy, and I said, yes, I do. And she said, oh, good, come with me. And I thought, oh, crap, I should have lied, right? She takes me, she opens the door to the classroom, puts my chair there to prop it open, sits me down, gives me my primer that we were learning at the time, see Dick run, see Jane run Jane run, right? Remember that one? Run, run, run. So sits me down. Then she goes back in the classroom and she comes back out, puts 4 more chairs in a circle with me, and she sits 4 students down who were new to her classroom that year. Second grade students, brand new to the school, who did not speak any English. And she said, I think these students probably speak Spanish. What I'd like you to do is to read like 1 sentence in your book and then have each of them take turns trying to read that sentence too. And I'm like, you mean like a teacher? And she says, yeah, like a teacher. And if they make a mistake, you can correct them. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm like teaching this stuff. I must have already mastered it. I'm going to go home and tell my parents, look, I'm so good. I'm teaching second grade. All right. So that's how I spent my second grade year. I was not inside the classroom benefiting from whatever instruction I would have gotten, all right, even if it had not been entirely appropriate, but I didn't get that at all. I sat outside, all right, outside the classroom in second grade at the age of 7, pretty much pioneering bilingual education. That's what I was doing. I get no credit for that, but I deserve some credit because I was doing it long before anybody was doing it. Anyway, that meant that my reading got disrupted. And so this element that I'm showing you right here came back to haunt me even more because it meant that I didn't have the chance to rehearse and practice the reading myself or get additional instruction myself. I was giving the instruction to children that were less proficient than I was, even in reading. And so what happened is my father got transferred. He was in the Marine Corps, got transferred to the Philippines, and I left Oceanside behind, and I entered third grade at a Department of Defense school that was actually more advanced than the school that I was. No more learning to read and basic reading instruction. They had already moved on. It was more like a fourth grade level type of classroom. And that meant that whatever reading I had was the only reading that I had, and there was nothing more that was going to come in terms of instruction. And that was it. And so my reading is not like yours. When I read in English, because of the neuromaturational processes that were occurring, I never developed the kind of automaticity and fluency, recognition of print, that transparency that comes from your brain being able to put this phonological loop all together very, very quickly. I don't have that. I literally, when I read, I have to, how do I put this? I have to read out loud, but silently. So I have, it's really weird. Okay, I have to hear the words. That's just the basic. I have to hear the words. Now, do I have to hear them out loud? No, I can hear them in my head, but I have to hear them. If I look at text and I try to understand and comprehend text without actually having those words heard, then I can't process it. And what I'm doing, in essence, okay, and some of you, this might be you too. You're not a fluent reader either. But what I'm doing is I'm converting the text into an auditory signal. In other words, into oral language, and then processing it as if somebody's speaking to me. That's how I read. And no matter how much I've read and studied from age 5, that has never changed, and it will never change. I am not a monolingual, fluent reader in English, and I watch people that can do it, and I'm amazed at how easily they can just read and flow through the material. And boy, do I wish I had that ability, because it really put me behind, not just in school, but even in graduate school was even worse. So anyway, enough of that story. I want to move on and tell you then, you've got to understand why this is occurring, and it's developmentally based. You know Jim Cummins' work, and I probably don't even have to show you much of this. Here's the iceberg metaphor that he uses. He talks about BICs as these surface features of language. That's conversational. That's, hi, how are you? How are you doing? How's everything going? How do you feel today? Are you hungry? That kind of language. 1 to 3 years, even from infancy, develops very, very quickly, no problem, all right? CALP is that deep structure. It's what's below the tip of the iceberg. We don't see it. We don't even know that it's there, all right? But it gives us the ability to do certain things. For example, all right, if I say something like, the Wales is blue, feel like a little itch in your ear, somewhere saying, oh, wait, that wasn't correct, was it, right? I said the Wales is blue, and you notice something's wrong with that, right? It's easy to feel that. And then if I say, what is the correct way to say what I just said? It's easy for you to say, well, you should say either the whales are blue, or you could say the whale is blue, right? And even if you don't know the rule, and the rule there is that a noun in its singular or plural form must then match the verb in its plural form, okay? So you might not even know that rule, but you know enough when you hear it wrong to be able to fix it. Now that's simple, but understand that's the language I heard in my home, because that's the level of my parents. They're not educated at all in English. They were educated in Spanish. And my mom had a high school education from a public school in Puerto Rico, which, if you know anything about Puerto Rico, is not necessarily a great education. My dad did not have any. So, I mean, he had an education, but he didn't complete high school until he was in the military with the GED. So if I give you something that's a little more complex, a little more complicated, you might not have the same reaction. So for example, if I say something like, some people believe that the media is responsible for the exaggeration of society's problems. If I say that to you, did that sentence make your ear itch just like the first one? The answer is probably no. And you're thinking, well, could you repeat it, Dr. Ortiz? Sure, I can. Some people believe that the media is responsible for the exaggeration of society's problems. That's a perfectly good sentence in your opinion, isn't it? Nothing wrong with that one. And yet, the error, the grammatical error in that sentence is the exact same error as in the Wales is blue sentence. There is noun, subject, and verb disagreement, because media is a plural noun. Media are would be the proper way to say it, but it didn't bother you. Why not? See, and I give you this because you probably experienced, well, if you're a monolingual English speaker, you experienced language at a level that I did not. And this is a good example of it. This is your calc. If you recognize, if media is bothers you, if data is bothers you, and it bothers me greatly, okay, because I was drilled when I was in graduate school that data, and it is a plural noun. It is not singular. Datum is singular, okay? But I never had parents who used the word data or media or foci, continua, spectra. I mean, come on. My parents don't even know what those words are right now, okay? So they made these mistakes all the time, and I habituated to them and thought they're entirely normal. That meant my calc was a lot different than yours because I didn't have all that you had. And that meant that I couldn't recognize these issues. And that's what calc actually is. So Cummins says your ability to learn another language is dependent upon how well you know the first language. The better developed your first language is, then the easier it is to learn the second one. That's why when you get children coming from other countries who speak other languages, but who have had solid educations, they don't have any trouble. They just need to learn English, and then they'll tell you what they can do. They'll translate, they'll use that linguistic transfer process, and depending upon the amount of common underlying proficiency, it can happen rapidly or it might take a little time, but it doesn't take more than 1 to 3 years. In most cases, probably less than that. Just enough time to learn English and to be able to show you what they can do. So they have those skills in place, but you don't get many children like that, do you? Or at least you don't get many children referred to you for evaluation who have that kind of background. Because if you did, you'd be like, oh, this is great. You'd find out the child can do anything you want in the other language. You just can't do it in English. So it's like, give them time and they'll be fine. So that's our problem. When a child like myself starts school and I don't have calc, because calc takes 5 to 7 years to develop and requires formal education built upon BICS, since I didn't have that, I was being asked, like most English learners, to start over, to start from scratch developmentally. And that is not easy to do. So it put me way behind. And you can see here about how far behind I might have been. I started in kindergarten at the age of 5. If I knew no English, developmentally speaking, my English was like at the birth level. I have no exposure to English. Now you might be thinking, how could you have no exposure to English if you were born in the US? Well, my parents were Puerto Rican. They were raised in Puerto Rico. This is their heritage language. This is the language in which they speak and use to convey love and affection. It is the language in which they are most well-versed, proficient, and able to express their thoughts and communications. Why didn't they speak English to me? Because they couldn't really speak English to me. It's as simple as that. And I didn't go out in the community at the age of 3 all by myself and pick on strangers and say, hey, please teach me some English while you're here, okay? I might have heard English, but there was nobody in my life before the age of 5 trying to teach me English, which means I didn't know anything in English. And that is not surprising. That's just the way that it works. So I started learning English there, and after 5 years, all right, I had now been learning English. However, I didn't get English 24/7, did I? When I went back home after school, I got Spanish. When I wasn't in school, I got Spanish. Now, I did get English as well because I'm playing with my friends outside. I might be reading, doing homework assignments. So it's not like I didn't get some additional English outside of school, but I didn't get it all in English either. And that means without 24/7, I really didn't have 5 years worth of English development by the age of 10, did I? I would have had less than that. But even if we say 5, that means in 5th grade, I was being compared linguistically in subjects like reading, writing, or even speaking to children who had had twice the amount of development in English than I had. You know what that's like? That's like testing a 5-year-old and using 10-year-old norms. Would you ever do that? Unless you're evaluating for giftedness or something, right? You want to see, well, how well can this kid do? That's flatly wrong. And you understand that. So why is it that when it just comes to age, that we are sensitive to it, but when it comes to differences that are rooted in development still, but based on language, not just chronological age, we just ignore it and say, hey, you're 10 years old, got to use 10-year-old norms. Sorry, that's the way that it works, right? That's a big problem, which I will address a little bit later on. When I was 15, okay, again, at best, I was still 5 years behind everybody. But you know, because I didn't get 24/7 English, I'm probably more like 7 years behind everybody. That gap doesn't go away. When do I make it up? When does everybody else stop and wait for me? When did all the English speakers just suddenly say, you know what, pobrecito Samito here, he's so far behind, let's wait for him. We'll just stop. Everybody just stop, just freeze, wait. Right? It almost happened during the pandemic, but I guess we all lost during the pandemic. You know, the only way I said it could ever actually happen, there was a movie about it, sort of, called Children of Men. It's actually, it's a dystopian, futuristic kind of thing with Clive Owen and Julianne Moore. It's actually a very good movie if you get a chance to watch it. But the idea was that the human race stopped being fertile. And so the last person that was born, right, was the youngest person. It was like a celebrated celebrity for a little while. It's not about that person though. And that meant that up for like 20 years, no new children were born. And then suddenly a woman from like, because again, it's this dystopian classicist kind of movie, a woman who's a refugee, a lowlife, she actually becomes pregnant. And it's kind of like the future of humanity is in the hands of this woman that needs to be protected because, you know, she's this immigrant refugee something. And so she's pregnant. And, you know, I realized, well, now that all these other kids have died, then this kid can catch up to everybody. And that's the way it would work. If all children my age when I was 5 died, right, then I would have surpassed their English proficiency at some point. But that's not what we want to happen, okay? So watch the movie, it's just sci-fi. What it also means is that up to the age of, you know, 10 or 15, there are different levels of variability of English exposure among English learners, isn't there? Think about that. In fact, if you go all the way to like, you know, 17, you could have a large range in ability. If you are 15 years old, you might have been learning English for only 5 years, maybe 10 years, 4 years, 6 years, it doesn't matter. Again, at 17, you could have been learning English starting yesterday, or you could have been learning English for 16 and a half years. How then are we to compare children on the basis of age, particularly when our tests are age normed, when in fact, I could be 17 years old and I could have a vastly different amount of development in the language you're testing me in as compared to other 17-year-olds who are in my same class because they're the same age. And that's what we have to worry about. It can be anywhere in between. And if we don't account for that, we're going to have a lot of trouble. You already know all of this because you've given tests to English learners already. I'm sure you have. And you know they don't score very well. So you see Chesito here and Panchito here given a test in English, and they score at the 1st and 9th percentile. And now you're asked the question, so in your professional opinion, does this represent a disability or is this just simply language difference? And you're like, well, not entirely sure. And even if you say, well, Chesito, I think might be language difference, but Panchito, I think really is a disability. Even if you say that, people are like, yeah, but hey, that Panchito kid, look, he's at the 9th percentile. That's pretty darn low. That's only 8 percentile ranks away from him, from Panchito. So why aren't they both disabled? And they put pressure on you. They probably wouldn't argue here, but here they're gonna like, you know, that's kind of low. Yes, Elizabeth. Okay. All right. So Olivia has a question, and she's going to play it. The person's going to ask directly. She can see me. Okay. Did you say Constance Vidadho? You're talking about Connie. This is a setup, you guys. Connie's an old friend of mine too. She and Olivia and I went through the program together. Have her type it in the chat and you can repeat it for me. Yeah, Connie wants to ask, you know, how my flight was, if I'm okay, and did I like the wine that she sent me? Yes, I did very much. It was actually excellent wine. So, all right. So when it comes up, you let me know. So this is not a problem. Now, how do you address this? Most of you think, and you've probably been taught this way, just test in the native language, right? That's your other option. That's one thing you could do, all right? But the problem is, even if you do that, are you controlling for those language difference exposures in that language as well? Remember, when I started learning English, I was no longer learning exclusively. I was on my way and I began immediately to become a bilingual person the moment I entered school. If you try to evaluate me 1 year, 2 years, 3 years later, I don't have the same development in Spanish as monolingual children do of the same age. So that could be a problem. We have to compare children with similar experiences. That's what a norm sample is designed to do. But we have ignored for way too long, for over 100 years, we have ignored the fact that language development differs because it's not tied strictly to age. If I want to know how long you've been learning a language, and I know you've been learning only one language in your life, then it's appropriate for me to say your age tells me how long you've been learning that language, right? Easy. If you're 8 years, 6 months, and 3 days old, you've been learning one language, you've been learning that language for 8 years, 6 months, and 3 days. Again, unless you've been raised in a cave or something, or you're a feral child, but we're not talking about abnormal circumstances. We're talking about normal circumstances, okay? All right. Now, if you are an English learner like me, and I'm 8 years, 6 months, and 3 days old, how long have I been learning English? That's a different issue because I haven't been learning it my entire life. At most, I've been learning it since age 5. So you could say 3 years, 6 months, and 3 days. But even then, that's an overestimate because I don't get 24/7 English. So that's a developmental difference. If I have only 3 years, why compare me to 8-year-old norms then? That's going to be a problem. And that's why even when we do native language evaluation, we have a problem. Most of the tests you have are normed on individuals who are monolingual speakers of that language. And the tests that do sample what we would call English learners necessarily, or include more bilingual individuals, do not do so in terms of controlling for the differences between them, which would be absolutely necessary. So poor Chesito and Panchito get evaluated in their native language, and they're both still at the 9th and 1st percentile. Maybe they improved by about that much, but not much. It doesn't really change. And now you have dangerous evidence, don't you? Because with evidence of a problem in English, evidence of a problem in the native language, people will pressure you. See, it's a problem, must be a disability. Because it is true that to have a disability, that disability must exist in both languages. Its manifestation may be different, but it needs to exist in both languages, okay? So you have evidence that it does. And that's like, oh, there you go, that's a disability. But the reality is, it can exist, or you can measure these deficiencies in both languages for reasons that have nothing to do with the disability. In fact, they have everything to do with differences in language development that I've just been talking about. It happens academically as well. And if you look at why some kids end up doing much better in school than other kids who are English learners, you can actually see that the reason is largely related to what? Related to whether they built on the development or not. When people look at what we call the achievement gap, you notice that it starts off pretty large, then it gets smaller, and then it grows again. That's kind of weird. Well, it's not really weird. It's explainable very easily. But people think that as long as it's shrinking, you're doing a good job. And then if it increases again, you did a bad job. And so secondary schools get a bad rap because they're told, you guys are failing. Look, we sent you the kids, they were at this level, and look what you did to them. You let them go. Shame on you. And those of you who work in high schools, you know this. They like to blame you a lot for the outcomes. It had nothing to do with you guys or the quality of your instruction. Your instruction was probably fine. It had more to do with the type of program that the child was in. This is what largely determines their educational success and outcome. And the two on the top, two-way bilingual, late exit bilingual with content-based ESL, are basically programs that build on the native language. They provide the development of what's known as simultaneous, sometimes called additive bilingualism. And so those kids do very well. In fact, kids in a dual language program outperform monolinguals to the tune of 20 percentile ranks. They're at the 61st NCE, which is the 70th percentile rank. That's actually an enhancement program. You probably ought to put all kids in dual language programs, really, right? But that's not easy to do. Even if you don't get that, but you do get your native language built upon, all right? If we don't ignore or throw out the development that you bring, and we allow that to be the foundation of your instruction, you get a grade level. That's at least equity and equal opportunity. So, we're talking about equity in the first word in the project here. Equity would be based on that program at a minimum, or it could be that one as well. But the moment you go into early exit bilingual, which seems like a good idea, we'll give you some native language instruction. Yeah, that's a great idea because you're building on the development. But we're going to take it away before you get to CALP. So around 2nd to 3rd grade, we're going to tell you, sorry, that's enough. We're not going to give you any more. But wait, I haven't gotten to CALP yet. I still need that. And so what happens? I kind of plateau and I really just get to the 32nd percentile. So is it effective? To some extent, but is it true equity? Not at all. And most kids in the United States aren't getting any of those types of programs. They're getting one of these, content-based ESL or ESL pull-out traditional. Some kids are getting, sink or swim immersion, believe it or not, even though it's technically illegal, according to the Supreme Court decision in Lau versus Nichols, but they're not getting anything. Why don't they work very well? Because there's never any building upon the development in the native language. And that then dooms these kids to outcomes that are very, very poor. All right, so we got the question now? Repeat it, okay. Okay, so should multilingual families concentrate on using only one language at home in terms of helping their child solidify their basic CALP? Okay. Consider them. Okay, so let me give you the short and then the long answers to that. Should they focus on one language? No, they should not. Should they consider the language delay? Consider that it will be measurable, but not that it will have long-term effects, okay? Here's the deal. Your child's going to go to school. If you and your partner, your spouse speak different languages and you want to concentrate on, they call it sometimes like one person, one language kind of thing. Fine, okay? But you must recognize that if you're splitting time in a language, it does reduce the amount of time in the language. If you're learning Spanish and English, and one parent absolutely speaks Spanish, the other one absolutely speaks English to you, and you're 5 years old, okay, whatever your vocabulary development is will be split between the two languages because you didn't spend half of your time, 2.5 years, in that other language. You see what I'm saying? It's a mathematical issue. There's nothing you can do about that. Now, is that going to cause a delay in the long term? No, assuming that one of those languages is the language of instruction in school and that the person who speaks that language is fully capable of supporting that language. Now, my parents were bilingual. Again, they could speak some English. They could say yes, they could say no, and that's about it. But they really didn't have the facility to support English language development. They had the facility to support Spanish language development. And since I didn't get any of that in terms of instruction, I suffered. But if they can support it, those early, let's say, and measurable vocabulary delays will get washed out. But it must be only because, right, the presence of a parent with sufficient education to support the learning in whichever language it's going to be. So that way you can continue to talk in both, not even just 2 languages, 3 languages if you want. It doesn't matter. What matters is to what extent can you get the child to CALP in one of those languages. If you can't do that, then that's going to be problematic. Now, am I still going to say you should not speak both languages to your child simply because it's going to hurt them academically? Not necessarily. The school's going to do more damage than a parent ever probably could. All right. But again, that's why if we're talking about equity, this is really where, because this is a choice. School boards determine what type of program English learners are going to get. You understand? You vote for your school board members. You elect them. They then make the decision. They tell the superintendent what kind of program you're going to implement. They're going to get the money. They're going to say, this is how much we're willing to spend on it. It's a choice. The outcomes of English learners is not preset. It's not set in stone. It's a choice. And you change that choice, you will change the outcomes. But the reason it works, again, is development. If you throw away what a child has brought in, you're forcing them to begin from scratch. What a disadvantage that is. Think about that. And that's really where we're going. The only way you can evaluate someone or a child who has varying levels of proficiency in 2 different languages or more is to compare them to other individuals of the same age who also have the same level of proficiency or development, exposure in that language as the kid that you're working with. It's the only way to do it. Yes, another question. Yeah, no, it's not a concern. That's exactly how dual language programs go. They get half the instruction in English, half the instruction in the other language, right? In their native language. It's the same thing for English speakers in a dual language program. They get half in English and they get half in the other language. Now, what is a concern is how that half is delivered. If it's, let's say, like a week of English and then a week of the native language, that's not good, because it must be contiguous. In other words, you have to hear the vocabulary, the concepts, and the content in both languages. All right. So if you have a thematic unit that goes a week and you had that all in English, then there's no transfer into the other language. That's a problem. So it's either half day, or 1 day, but you start stretching it out and it's going to be a problem. So that's really the key. The other thing that I think is important, there are a lot of dual language programs in name only. People call them that, but the implementation really doesn't have a lot of fidelity, and the structure doesn't really lend itself well to bilingualism and biliteracy. The goal of a 2-way dual language program is biliteracy, not just bilingualism. That means you really have to honor the teaching. And what I see is that they take away from the language that is not English more often away from English. So if you have test prep time, if there's going to be a half day or there's some assembly call, it's always during the other language instruction. It's never during the English, because everybody's worried about accountability on the English language arts exams that the states have to administer, and they want them to do well on those, because even if you have a dual language program, you don't have some kind of native language arts sort of state mandate. And without that, then nobody really cares much about it. Yes, next question. Now she has a mic. Go.
Yeah, hopefully this will help. You may have to repeat it.
Okay.
So the second part of the question is, for an English student who has been identified as having dyslexia, should they not do a dual language program?
Very good question. Actually, this was asked yesterday. I wish I could draw, but because you can't see on screen what I'm going to do, but I'll point. All right, you see that blue line right there? That's the outcome for the average non-disabled child of average ability, all right, 100 IQ, just put it that way, in a dual language program. So that means if you have higher ability, you're actually going to be above the curve even more. If you have less ability, now let's say that less ability doesn't come from the fact you have less ability, but comes from learning that is impeded primarily because of the presence of a disability, okay? Disability, by definition, is a slower rate of learning, and the disability is affecting that, okay? So if you take that line and you were to start it even down here, like at the 5th NCE, all right, that would be sufficient to be able to say, this is where that person is because of the developmental delays that have occurred due to the impact of the disability. And then you match it to the blue and you follow it. By the time you get to 12th grade, it's almost at grade level. So what does that mean? I kind of mentioned this yesterday, and I'll use an English idiom to support it. A rising tide floats all boats, okay? And the easiest way to think about it is this. If a child with the most severe type of language impairment you've ever seen, they only know 100 words by the time they start kindergarten. That's really low. 2,200 words is more common and more typical for English speakers at the age of 5. If you only know 100 words, that's a severe language impairment. So what happens if you don't put them in that dual language program, you don't give them any native language instruction, you say, nope, it's got to be English only. So that means they're starting from scratch. After 5 years, how many words do they know in English? 100 words, because that's how long it took them to learn the first 100 words, okay? So that means they know 100 words in English, 100 words or so in their native language. But if you had been teaching them in their native language from that point on, they would know 200 words in their native language. And 200 words is a lot more functional than words. And so you see, you gain from that experience. In fact, when I do, and I don't have the slides where I do an analysis of these data to show you the implications of it. But when I do, I can show you that in dual language programs, the amount of children who are at risk for academic and who are likely to be referred drops from 14% of your EL population down to 6%. Because the kids that are those, let's say at the marginal levels, are actually boosted by the instruction and therefore don't get referred. So the idea is, no, if a child has a disability, it generally does not mean they should be excluded. Now, it does depend on the nature of the disability. Some people will argue that severe language impairments should not be something in which the child should be subjected to learning because of the limitations of their learning. Now, if that's true, and I do understand that, and I'm okay with it, then what it means is that if you then put that child into an instructional program that is one language only, it should not be English. It absolutely should be the child's native language, shouldn't it? And unless you're willing to do that, then you're going to do harm by saying, well, since we only have special ed in English, that's all you get. Then that would actually be much more harmful. If you're going to say, put them in one language, it better be the native language. Yes?
Dr. Ortiz, another question, it's a little bit long. A webinar panelist said, I had a student that was in the 3rd grade and kindergarten was their first English experience. The parents each spoke 2 different languages. Neither parent spoke the other parent's language, but could comprehend the language and would answer in their native language, either Arabic or Chaldean. What can you speculate about the development of this child's language? Question mark. Assessment of this child was extremely confusing due to the impact of the language development.
So I don't know that I have all day to be able to answer that particular question, because that's a long, lengthy answer. The reality is this. In that situation, unless the child is being instructed in one of those languages, and unless one of the parents, or the parent that spoke that language had sufficient education to support instruction in that language, that child is going to be in a lot of trouble. There's just no way around it. And the parents themselves, I just kind of thought it was funny that the parents couldn't communicate other than barely with each other, which just goes to show you that the only truly universal language is love, obviously. But, you know, that is rather problematic. That's sort of a practical reality that you're going to have to contend with. The child's development, even in what you would consider their native language, which could be both Chaldean and Arabic, is going to be limited. So you're dealing with issues. And here's the only way you really need to deal with it. I haven't even gotten there yet, but I will. And that is to note the influences that exist. There is no specific answer to this is what you must do. The answer to this type of question and others is simply this: how different is that child's developmental experience compared to the typical child? And I would say that's really markedly different. That is an unusual situation. So what does that mean? The more unusual those development experiences are, the more impact it will have on their academic achievement and their cognitive development as measured by the test that you will use. Not that it's hurting their cognitive development, it's simply delaying it for artificial kinds of reasons, circumstantial reasons, not for lack of ability. And that's what you have to understand. But it will be reflected in the test you give. And the tests you give, since they're meant to diagnose, and you're trying to say low score means low ability, should indicate disability, it confuses you. But in those cases, if that kid was doing poorly in school, would you be surprised? Not at all. I would be saying, duh, given what this kid has gone through, it's exactly what you would expect. I had the same kind of situation in Encinitas. I had a father who was in the Air Force, stationed in Panama. Didn't speak Spanish, but met a woman who spoke Spanish only. Again, they fell in love, got married, which shows you the only true universal, language out there is love. And then had a child, and then they were immediately stationed in Japan, where the mom worked outside the home, dad obviously worked outside the home. and they had a Japanese nanny. So the child, for the first 3 years of his life, was raised by a Japanese nanny who spoke Japanese to the child. Okay. The mom, when she was home, spoke Spanish. The dad, when he was home, spoke English. Then after the age of 3, he got transferred back to the US. All right. Mom stayed home to watch the child. Dad was working. So that meant now from age 3 to 5, his primary language was Spanish. Then he goes to kindergarten, the public school up there in Encinitas, where I was, and school and the instruction is in English. So how do you think he did after the first, second, and third grade? Not very well at all. He's being instructed in his third language, and his development was first in Japanese for 3 years, and then in Spanish after that. So that's really, I think, the question was asking that kind of thing, and it resonated with me. But the reality is, what can you expect reasonably? It doesn't mean the child has a disability. It's simply the fact that his language experience is not normal. Most of us have one language in the home, and that's what we learn pretty much until we get to school. Maybe that changes, but sometimes and that's perfectly okay. Having 2 languages is unique and different. Having 3 or having different languages from different parents is also unique, and that's what you want to know. Just consider the degree of difference. In fact, that's what I was sort of showing in this here. This distribution is not a distribution made up of children who have the same background as Chesito and Panchito. Chesito and Panchito are Spanish speakers, started kindergarten, they're age 7, they've been learning English for 2 years. If you compare them to other children who've been learning English for 2 years, okay, who are also 7 years old, then this is what you get in terms of their performance relative to the distribution. And now you see how easy it is to be able to differentiate difference from disorder. Now you say, oh yeah, Chesito, 46 percentile rank, absolutely dead on average. If he's having trouble in school, it's related to a language difference. There's just nothing we can do. Well, we can do something about it, but that's the reality there. No disability. On the other hand, Panchito's score didn't change. And you notice, by the way, I didn't move their performances. They stayed exactly the same far apart, in exactly the same area. The only thing that changed was the distribution that we were using. You can see, look, if I go back real quick, I just have it too far. All right. Okay, watch the red line becomes the green line. See, it just moves a little bit and then becomes the blue line. They didn't change. They didn't move at all. This is what needs to move. Now, as I said, wouldn't it be nice if you had that blue line? That's the California oranges sign telling you, hey, this is what you got to use. With 2 exceptions, you don't have it. So where are you going to get it? You got to create it. And where are we going to create it? We're going to have to use research. All right. The only way we're going to get it is by accounting for these language development differences. We have to begin looking at children as they differ, primarily on the basis of language. And remember, this is also correlated with race and ethnicity. Children who are Hispanic tend to have Spanish as a heritage or primary language. So they're related, not exactly the same thing, but very much related. So when you test, you're going to find this influence of language development and differences coming out in 2 different ways. One is on the left, the traditional forms bias that people said, oh, tests are problematic, they're biased, so we're going to look for it. And when you look for it, you don't actually find it. But that's because it's defined only in terms of reliability, not in terms of validity. Bias comes in terms of validity. And remember the relationship between reliability and validity? Probably, I don't know if you ever taught it this way, but it's the simplest way to do it. Think of it as concentric circles like a target. The first circle represents all tests that are out there. Good, bad, reliable, valid, doesn't matter, all tests, right? And then the next circle that's concentric inside of it is reliable tests. So it's always in this order, all tests, then reliable tests. So you can see that a test that is inside that circle, but inside the larger circle, is an unreliable test. We don't care about unreliable tests because they generally don't get published. Nobody will use them. They don't mean what they mean. They're like random, so we throw them out. Where does validity come in? Another concentric circle inside the center circle. That's validity. So now think of what that means. A test, all right, that is valid must also be reliable and must also be a test, right? But a test that is reliable and is a test does not need to be valid. See the difference? So validity is contingent upon reliability, but the establishment of reliability isn't sufficient to render validity. It's a necessary condition, but not sufficient. That's why we have to work over here. So let me give you some examples. You're familiar with block design, and if you give any kind of block construction or triangles task, you know what's going on. Now, if you gave that test to an English learner and you used language like this, assemble these blocks together in the correct manner so they appear identical to this illustration. Child would probably look at you like, what did you say? I don't know. Play with the blocks, and you'd be like, oh, time's up for that one. Let's try another one, okay? And you'd move on, and what would you get? Not much. You'd get a standard score of about 40, and you'd say, wow, this kid has major visual processing problems, right? Is that a valid conclusion from your measurement? No, you would recognize that, well, I'm pretty sure that although I was trying to measure visual processing, because block construction tasks like this do measure visual processing, but I failed because language got in the way. It was confounded by the presence of GC, which is language, and therefore I know that it's not valid. That's construct validity in a nutshell. So we tried to measure something, we ended up measuring something else, okay? But there's another form. Somebody might argue with you and say, no, 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 the kid just has poor abilities across the board. I bet if you measure their listening comprehension, it would be poor too. So you say, okay, let's give it a shot. You whip out a test and you say to the child, after putting a blue block on top of a purple one, put the green block on the blue one. The child looks at you again, you know, cross-eyed, like, I don't know what you said. So they start playing with the blocks and you're like, oh, time's up for that one. Let's try another one. You get a low score. Is that a score then that you can say definitively means this child has, in fact, or poor comprehension ability, listening comprehension ability? The answer is still no. But it is valid to be able to say that the child has poor listening comprehension in English. In English, because that's a valid conclusion, right? That makes sense. What you can't do is then interpret that, generalize it as evidence of a disability, because you don't know how they perform on listening comprehension in their native language. And this is an important distinction, because I want to make this clear. I'm going to make this again later, but you cannot identify a child as having a disability testing or using data from only one language. You cannot. You all know that. I'm sure you've been taught that before, okay? In order to identify a child with a disability, you must have evidence of that disability in both languages. So you need data from both languages. That should be pretty clear. This is very, very clear. A disability cannot exist in one language alone. I once asked Paradis, he's a neurolinguist in Canada who does research on bilingual aphasic patients, people who are bilingual that suffer traumatic brain injury, and studies the recall of language, which one comes back first and in what way. And I asked him one time at a neuropsych conference that we were at, I was presenting right after he did, and I said, can a person have a disability in one language but not the other? And he thought for a second, he said, well, maybe if they were schizophrenic, they could, all right? So if you have somebody with multiple personality disorders, fine, you want to say that. But for the most part, the answer is no, absolutely not. The manifestations of the disability could be different. Okay, that's true. If I have an auditory processing problem, but I'm in China learning kanji in the pictographic system in Chinese, which is not phonetically based, will I automatically have reading problems? Not nearly. But I come to the US where it's more going to be taught phonetically, and I have to rely heavily on my coding abilities and my phonemic awareness, and I'm going to learn in English, I'm going to have more trouble. So the manifestation would be greater. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't there. It just didn't manifest itself. It must be there. Now, that said, it is possible, isn't it, to identify that a child does not have a disability with data from only one language, isn't it? I get people confused sometimes, but think about it. If you gave an English learner a test, okay, whether it was in English or the native language, and all of the results come out average, are you going to sit there and insist that you must test in the other language to determine that they don't have a disability? No, you already know they don't, because if they can't have a disability unless it's present in both, and they don't have it in one, then it does not matter what they have in the other, does it? Even if you found there were deficits, it's still not going to be a disability. It's just not going to happen. So that's an important distinction. Remember that. I'm going to come back to it later. but remember that. And in this case, all we can do is say, yeah, they're not doing well in English, but we cannot say why they're not doing well. And because this is listening comprehension, you know that's one of the 8 areas under I for identifying LD, along with oral expression. Then there's basic reading skills, reading comprehension, reading fluency, math computation, math problem solving, written expression, then oral expression and learning comprehension. California Code of Regulations adds a few in their regulations that say disorder in expression, association, and conceptualization as well. So I'm not going to cover that today, but we've covered that previously as far as CHC theory is concerned, just thinking of association as learning efficiency or memory, thinking of conceptualization as GF or fluid reasoning, and thinking of association, what was the other one? I think it was short-term memory. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but that is what I'm talking about. When it comes to achievement kinds or academic skills types of tests, okay, do not go beyond saying that the child is performing poorly in that area and then assume that that is an indication of a disability. Academic skills are manifestations of a potential cognitive deficit. The cognitive provides the diagnostic indicator. The achievement provides evidence of the presence of the diagnostic indicator. That's all. This will make sense a little bit later on. So in evaluations, I often, have to refer to this statement, which I wrote a long time ago. This is 2000, so 21 years, and I think it's held up well. But I reinforced back then that just because you speak another language doesn't mean that you know how to do non-discriminatory assessment. And I say this from my own experience, because prior to my respecialization in bilingual school psychology, prior to meeting, Olivia and Connie, that's online up in Connie, where's it? Bakersfield, right? What is it? Santa Barbara. I'm sorry, I said Bakersfield. She's in Santa Barbara. That's right. She's closer than Bakersfield. Anyway, before I even knew them, I was in the Air Force and I was doing clinical psych work at Patrick Air Force Base Hospital in Florida, just south of Cocoa Beach. And I had parents who would bring their kids in that they needed to have evaluated in Spanish because the local schools didn't want to do it. And they wanted to know if they had a learning disability. And I just happened to have in our test library there, the WISC-R, RM and the WISC-R PR, all right? I actually probably even had the WISC-R translated, which is the EWIN-R. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. Scala Inteligencia Wechsler para Niños, right? And then the EWIN-R, Revisado. It was literally a direct translation of the English version of the WISC-R into Spanish without any norms, all right? PsyCorp published it as an experimental test, not as a published norm test. And then some people took it and said, okay, let's norm it on children who are middle to upper class going to private schools in Mexico City. Those are the RM norms. And then other people in New York said, hey, we've got a bunch of Puerto Ricans here in Spanish Harlem. Let's do it on them. And those are the PR norms. And I had access to those tests. And the kid would come in, and I don't even know which test I used. I probably used the EWIN-R itself. Gave it to the kids, interpreted it, and said, yep, looks like he has a learning disability. Oh my God, I hope those kids have not, because they're grown up now, had bad educational careers and something's wrong in their life because they're probably looking for the guy that diagnosed them. And that was me. And I hope they don't find me, and I hope they're not listening to this. And if they are, I apologize. I'm sorry. I did not know what the heck I was. All I had was mere possession of the capacity to communicate with the kid, and I did the evaluation. It's not enough. What you need is knowledge. You need research. You need information with which to construct these things that I've been talking about, which includes the research on how English learners perform on tests that are given to them. Now, this position statement is the only, I think, close example of regulatory requirements. And it's not even very specific. You might be familiar with it, the provision of school psychological services to bilingual students. Notice that the adjective bilingual is modifying students. It's not modifying school psychological services. So it's not called the provision of bilingual school psychological services. Why not? Because if NASP were to issue that, then it would mean that only people that are bilingual could comply with that particular position statement, because it is official policy. And that meant that any of you that were not bilingual could not then work with anybody who was bilingual, and it would prevent you from doing so. And they don't want you to do that because they know you're already doing that. And so if they issue policy against you doing that, you're in violation of their ethical code of conduct. You can get sued for malpractice, and they don't want you to be in that situation. So they said, nope, it's got to be provision of school psychological services to bilingual students. And I fully understood. I didn't have any problem with that. I was one of the co-authors of this particular document. And I'm going to show you the part that I think is most important. But I bring it here because I want to reinforce that this is as close as you get to guidelines for practice. And even there, they're general. They're going to tell you exactly what I'm telling you, but it's not the kind of document that tells you how to do it. It'll tell you what you should do, but not how to. Today, I'm going to tell you how to. And I have another question.
Dr. Ortiz, a webinar panelist is asking, would you recommend using a nonverbal test instead, such as the unit?
All right. So good question. I like questions like that because it shows that they're paying attention. And I know that their brains are moving forward here. Because, oh, I'm sorry. The question was, would I recommend nonverbal tests such as the unit and so on? Well, I'm not actually going to answer the question because I'm going to answer the question as we move forward. As we move forward, if you need that knowledge, then you need to have that knowledge. And you also have to unlearn, in some cases, some of the things that you've already been doing. All right. You have been taught, all of you that are in here, I've never taught you directly, other than Russell sitting over there, right? And I never, well, I shouldn't say never, but let's put it this way. There are certain things that you will have learned in your educations, okay, that everybody does. So what are those things? Well, they're these, aren't they? You've learned to modify or alter. You've learned to use a translator or interpreter. You've been taught these kinds of things. You've been taught, given the question, going back to it, nonverbal methods. Oh, use nonverbal methods. There you go. Let's just avoid the language altogether. Sure, let's do that. Number 3, dominant language evaluation. Oh, find out which language they happen to be more proficient in and then test them in that language, right? Tell me you have not been taught these things. Yes, you have. They're clinical traditions. They are part of the heritage of school psychology, bilingual school psychology, I should say. It's what you're taught to do. Now, am I going to show you that you should not be doing these things? No, not necessarily. Yes, you probably should do them, but there is a problem regarding when you do them. This is what makes bilingual school psychology so chaotic, disorganized, and has lack of regulations, is that everybody does pretty much whatever the heck they want to do. They follow these things in whatever order. They choose which ones they think they want to administer in what ways, and nobody does it the same. Tell me that you all perform evaluations in exactly the same way. You do not. If I had each of you evaluate a student, I would get a different evaluation from each one of you. And that's problematic. Why? Because if that kid were a monolingual English speaker and I asked for the same evaluation from other monolingual English speaking psychologists, I'd get the same evaluation 50 times. Because they have procedures and they have tools that are completely applicable, and it gives them that advantage. You don't have that. So you do have to rely on this, but when you rely on it is what's going to be most important. And that's why I'm going to wait to answer the nonverbal question, because I'm going to get right to it. But I'm going to start with the modified methods of evaluation. All right. Catherine Collier, whose work I love very much, talks about an approach called CAST, cross-cultural assessment system, or cross-cultural administration standardized tests. And what I really like about it is her examination of test content itself. And you can see in part 1, she says, you know, how appropriate is this test for use with a student? Not appropriate, will need some modification, must modify, etc. And then she says, okay, so what modifications did you actually use? And then number 3, in your scoring interpretation, what was the standard score? And then what's going to be the modified score? So unfortunately, part is really problematic. The moment you start modifying a score that you've obtained, people will ask you on what basis could you conclude that you modified it this much, and how was that necessarily appropriate? It's very difficult to defend. You guys remember Jane Mercer's Wampa? I love Jane. I was on a podcast with her recently that should be coming up available in the Learning Disabilities Association Science to Practice conference in the fall. And it was Alan Kaufman and Jane Mercer and myself talking about basically non-discriminatory assessment. And Jane created the system of multicultural pluralistic assessment. Anybody heard of that before, other than the San Diego State people? None of you, right? See, yeah. Well, unfortunately, they quit deaf. And one of the reasons was that Jane's idea was to give an acculturative screen to students to determine this kind of idea. How much experience have they had with the majority culture? How much language have they been learning? And then factor that into the WISC score that was generated from the WISC administration. And so it modified the score. And she got just hammered from the psychometricians and the quantoids who said, that's just not appropriate. And, you know, one special journal issue on all the problems with the SAMPA, and bye-bye SAMPA. It just really did not take off. So it's unfortunate because Jane was absolutely correct in what she was doing. It's the implementation that I think got her in trouble. And that's why I have stayed away from it as well. I do not modify the score because it's going to cause the same kind of problem. The psychometricians are going to get bent out of shape. However, what I do really like about it is up here. I mentioned markedly different before about the kid who has the family structure with the languages that it's really totally weird. Well, if I know that, then I know that any test that I'm giving them is not going to be appropriate for that student. It's going to need extensive modification because of this child's language experiences and all the influences, right? On the other hand, a kid that scores about in here, I'm going to say they're more moderately different than those tests and the norms because, yeah, they don't really know that. This would be me, by the way. Did you need to extensively modify anything? No. My problem was language primarily. Yes, there was a culturative kind of issue as well, but was it unusual in some respects in terms of my development? Not really. I was a typical English learner. On the other hand, right, some kids who are English learners might be here where again, the test might not be that inappropriate for them. Now, what might be an example of that? Think of my children, not me, but my children. So my children grew up in a home with parents who spoke both English and Spanish, both English well, both with college degrees. So both able to support English as the instructional language, but Spanish remained an important and significant part of the home. And so the kids, my kids, are bilingual. They learned Spanish. Some of them went on to become very, very bilingual and biliterate on their own through no help of the public education system, okay? But it's because they wanted to and they had solid education. But are my kids monolingual English speakers? Absolutely not. So in a sense, when you measure there will be a difference. Will it be a significant difference? Not a huge one, but it will be a measurable impact. I saw it all the way through my kids' lives. And it dismayed me, you know, to no end that I couldn't really do much about it. It was going to be there because part of their lives in Spanish, and I wasn't about to rip that away from them because it's their heritage. You know, you should listen to how my kids talk to their grandparents. Oh my God, you know, they just like the four-letter words, so to speak, in being able to communicate with them. They think that's the most hilarious thing that they can curse in Spanish with their grandparents. So they do. But they are bilingual. So this I like because if you're looking for maybe a formal way of determining degree of difference, which is a concept that is built into the cultural language interpretive matrix, this is the way to go. And I would strongly recommend it because I think it will serve that purpose. Now, other than that, when we talk about modifying and altering the assessment, what we're really trying to do is work around the language. So the first thing we do is we get a translator interpreter in there and we say, all right, there we go, I'm all set. But how many tests do you have that have been standardized via the use of a translator interpreter who will use the same script you use in your presentation and your administration of the test and in the same language for children of that same age so that you can compare the results of the kid that you worked with to make sure that the score you got is represented by that type of norm sample? How many? How many tests do you have like that? None. Are there tests like that? No. So you have a problem. And the problem is that technically this is a violation of the standardization of the test. How much does it affect it? Well, that we don't know because there isn't a lot of research. We just don't know how much that actually changes the score. Invariably, it does tend to lower the score, but not in all cases. In some cases, it may actually elevate the score. So if you don't know and you give a test, you start off your evaluation by administering it via translator interpreter, you're already in trouble because how do you know your results are going to be valid? You don't know the distribution. You don't know the mean of that distribution. You don't know the standard deviation of that distribution. You don't know what the reliability of the test is anymore. You don't know if the standard error of measure is bigger or smaller. You don't know what a confidence interval is going to be, and you can't calculate it. You don't know what the score means that you got because the score that you got could be above the mean or below the mean, and you have no way to tell. So trying to interpret invalid results is fraught with peril. You don't want to do that. So am I telling you don't use a translated interpreter? No, I'm not telling you that at all. You will, in some cases, have to do it. But again, it's when you do it. What I'm talking about is if you just begin your evaluation this way, if you say this is the way we're going to start, then you're going to be in trouble. I'm going to give you alternative ways of beginning the evaluation so that you don't run into that problem because you can't start there. Neither can you start by modifying the testing to begin with. Even when publishers tell you it's okay to modify it this way or that way, it can be problematic. We had to contend with this when the pandemic hit, didn't we? Everybody had to say, we got to do remote testing. How are we going to do that? Or did you just not do any testing at all? What did San Diego do? Did you test? Did you test remotely? No? Nope. Many of you did not? Yeah, New York, we did. Absolutely, remote testing. A lot of states, that's all they did. You know, in some cases, we tried to do testing wearing a lot of PPE, right? The personal protective equipment and so on. So anyway, does that change the testing? Probably so. However, the reason it was allowed during the pandemic is that there was no other choice. What was your option? To not test? That wasn't going to fly because did IDEA regulations get suspended during the pandemic? Did you guys not have to do any evaluations? Right? It just was telling you, hey, you guys, you got a year and a half just to hang around and do nothing. You know, don't worry about it. Go to the beach. We don't need you anymore. No, you still had to do something, didn't you? IDA didn't go away. Those 50 days for completion didn't go away. You still had to comply. So that was permissible under those conditions. But if you do it arbitrarily because you say, well, I'm bilingual and I need to test the limits and I'm going to give extended time, or I'm going to eliminate the time constraints, or I'm going to accept responses in either language, or I'm going to repeat the instructions when necessary. I'm going to do all these wonderful things, code switch with the child when I need to. That's great, except violation of standardization again. You don't have tests that are standardized that way. That means it's problematic. So am I telling you don't do that? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is if you begin your evaluation doing this right off the bat, then how are you going to defend the validity of your results? You can't. There will be no way to do it. And so it's not that I don't want you to do it. It's that I don't want you to start that way because you're going to run into problems. The reality is if you're going to use a test, okay, you're going to use it probably for more than just scores. You're going to get qualitative information as well. In fact, one of the advantages of doing this is that you get qualitative data that are precious and wonderful. But if you're going to rely on your scores to any degree, this is not the way that it's going to happen. If you are going to use a standardized test, you better give it in a standardized manner first before you go and modify anything, because that gives you the opportunity and the chance to perhaps establish the validity of your results under standardized conditions, which then are valid and defensible. Now, the question came up about nonverbal tests. I think the unit in particular. Does it matter which nonverbal test you use? No, it doesn't matter. Is there anything wrong with nonverbal tests? No, not really, except that they're not the ultimate solution. All right. What is a language reduced test anyway? And I call it language reduced because I want to emphasize that language doesn't actually go away, does it? How many tests do you have where all you have to do is take, whatever the objects are, like let's say this is my handy dandy test, and I just put it in front of the student when she's sitting right there, and I just lay down, I don't say anything, and then I step back with my protocol and my clipboard, and I start scoring, right? Okay, time's up for that one. So I just move up there, give her the next one without saying a darn thing. How many tests do you have like that? Just a reminder, all of my questions, not all, but most of them are rhetorical. And the answers are yes, no, 0, or none. Okay, so you just say one of those, you're likely to be right. So you don't have any. There are no tests that can be given that way. Why? Because she doesn't know what to do. I have to be able to communicate with her and tell her when to start, when to stop, when to work quickly, what's the right answer, what's the wrong answer. How am I going to do that without any language? I can't. You cannot do so. All right, even nonverbal tests have a lot of instructions and things before you even begin the task, okay? But that's not the only problem. The problem is that people think, well, we will give the test in a nonverbal manner and that eliminates language. But wait a minute. A gestural or pantomime system is language, isn't it? It doesn't change. It's a non-oral language, right? Non-sound-based language, but it's still a language. And so if I give the unit and I want to be able to get her to be able to take the test, I have to teach her the meaning of those 8 gestures, don't I? How do you teach the meaning of those gestures to somebody in a nonverbal manner, by the way? Are there nonverbal gestures to teach the nonverbal gestures? No, there are not. So language is still a part of it. And then when she's learned the meaning of those 8 nonverbal gestures, what does it mean? It means that she and I now share a complex 8 gestures, and that's what we will use. Okay? So you see, language is reduced, but it does not get eliminated. And again, those aren't the only limitations. What about the cultural embeddedness? All of those gestures we think are universal, like thumbs up. That's not universal, right? Thumbs up is good, affirmation in the US, approval, right? In Australia, you do that, especially if there's a little bit of an upward motion to it. Sorry to say, actually means like flipping somebody the bird. It's middle finger in Australia. Don't do that. We had a president one time. It wasn't Trump, although it could still happen. But we had a president one time get off a plane, first visit ever to Australia. And the first thing he does coming out of the plane there was to go like this to the country. So he basically flipped off an entire continent the moment he got there. You don't want to make that mistake. How about like universal gesture for me? Did you watch the movie Arrival with Amy Adams and what's his name? The guy from James Bond, Daniel Craig, yeah. And she's trying to communicate with the aliens. What's the first thing she wants to teach them? Names, right? And she has to use the concept of me. So how does she do it? Well, she holds up a sign, but right next to her, watch the movie, right next to Daniel Craig is standing there. He's going like this. He's pointing to himself, trying to reinforce it. And that's how we do it in Western culture, okay? That's not how all cultures, even in the United States, not even in the entire world on Earth do it. Some cultures do me like this. Yeah, this means me. And you're confused because you're thinking, no, that means I'm thinking about it. Right? Or in Japan, me is index finger, nose. If I did that to you and I'm trying to signal me, you'd be thinking, wait a minute, are we playing charades here? You got to tell me how many syllables are, right? Because I know I got it right, but I'm not getting it. It's not all culturally universal, and we have to be careful with that. Plus, the cultural embeddedness in the test remains. A lot of tests, the lighter, for example, half the tests have cultural content. And if you're not familiar with them, how are you supposed to remember things for which you have no label to begin with? And then if you're evaluating children frequently, how often would the nonverbal test be helpful? Well, let me say this. It's probably 75, 80% of your evaluations are for LD. Is that safe bet? Estimate? Okay. Of those evaluations, I'd say 90% or more are for reading or writing or both, as compared to those that are just for math. Is that also a safe estimate? Okay, so the vast majority of evaluations you do involve overall general ability as well as LD in the areas of reading and writing. And the 2 best predictors, the 2 best cognitive correlates of academic achievement related to reading and writing are GC, which is language, and GA, which is auditory processing. And are either of those measured on a nonverbal test? By definition, absolutely not. So a nonverbal test isn't even going to inform the reason for your evaluation because it's limited. And when you try to use a nonverbal score as an estimate overall ability, not only are you excluding GC, which is the most G-saturated test, you're also excluding GA and probably other abilities that require some kind of retrieval fluency, like GLR. So you're limiting what that ability is. And Richard Figueroa a long time ago showed not a good correlation between actual ability and nonverbal scores. Shouldn't be doing that, all right? So problem with nonverbal tests isn't that there's a problem with the test. There's no different than verbal tests. The limitations are the same. The norms aren't based on people that have different levels of exposure to English. Now, does it matter as much? No. But does it matter? Yes. Why? Because think about this. Isn't language itself at the center of evaluation of an English language learner? Did you see what I did there? I gave you a visual nonverbal to go along with what I was saying. That was pretty sly, right? Get it, right. Language. Isn't language at the center of evaluation of an English language learner? See, it's in the middle. Okay, never mind. All right, so it's time for a break here. So I'm going to wrap this up with this one, and then we'll take a quick break. Language proficiency. This is where we say, oh, okay, let's find out which language you speak best, and that's going to give me valid results, right? You do know that a child can be dominant in a language and not really actually proficient in that language. Think about that, all right? And the reason is this: dominance simply says which language is better developed. But that doesn't mean that that development is at age-appropriate levels, all right? Children frequently aren't necessarily at that, especially given the circumstances that they might get in. So when you say, oh, you're dominant in Spanish, I'll test you in Spanish, all right? That means then that you think that my development in Spanish is age appropriate. If you're testing me day one of kindergarten, that's probably a reasonable assumption. So I don't dispute that. But after about a month, I'm not a monolingual Spanish speaker anymore. I've been learning a good deal of English and that means I'm a bilingual, not a monolingual. And that's the problem with this. The assumption was, well, since they're better developed in one language than the other, they perform better. Yes, they probably will perform better, but not necessarily within the average range. That's the mistake that we tend to make. And the same thing goes with the other language. It doesn't matter. And it switches, doesn't it? In kindergarten, I was Spanish dominant. By second grade, I was pretty much even in my proficiency. So you would have measured me in either one, maybe both. And then by third grade, I'm English dominant, clearly. So does that mean then that fair evaluations for me would have had to follow that shifting pattern? No, nothing to do with the development of dominance. It had to do with my development in each language and whether or not you were evaluating me in that language. That's what needed to happen there. So if these are the things that you've been taught, you can see that they're fraught with peril. And I'm not telling you not to do them. I'm just telling you, you got to know when it's best to do them. In fact, I don't like dominant evaluation as much as I like language development or language proficiency assessment. So if you want to know how much development a child has in the language, that is absolutely essential information. All right. But whether it's dominant and guiding your evaluation, that has nothing to do with it. Just get the basic information. So that information needs to be used to solve this problem here. You don't have that norm sample. You don't have that blue line. How are we going to get it? There's only one way. We're going to have to use research. And when you look for the research right here down the line, you only find it there. Surprise, surprise. Virtually no research exists on how English learners perform on tests given to them in their native language. That's bizarre and weird, but it's the truth. I know of one study, and I'll present that study a little bit later. But that's it. Maybe two studies, but that's it. All right, not enough to really guide us in terms of what we need to do. All the research is here, testing English learners in English, because researchers have been doing this forever and ever, more than 100 years. And we're going to take a short break and we'll come back to that, but I have a question right here before we take the break. Go ahead. Okay, so the question is the difference between dominant language and primary language. So the answer to that question is really it's a semantic issue. People use the terms almost interchangeably sometimes, but with what they mean. If you say dominant language, you're simply saying that's the language that is better developed, right? When you say primary language, you're saying that's probably the language that is most used, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's the most developed. Somebody could use as a primary language a language that they don't speak very well, even though they speak another language very well. So they're really probably not very good descriptors. And rather than writing that, as I just mentioned, I think you should put in what is their level of development in those languages, or how much development or exposure have they had in each of those languages, because that's the basis that you can use to say, now what can I expect from their performance on tests that I give them? Determine how much language development they have. You can put it as a percentage. Think of, if you've had one language, it's 100% of your age. If you've had two languages and you're equally split between them, it's 50% in each language. So language development has been 50% in English, 50% in the other one. If you had one parent that speaks a little bit of this, the other one can't support English, maybe it's 25% one language, 75% the other. All right, clearly the one that's been used more is likely to be the primary or the dominant, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that it's not 100%, which you have 100% development. So think in those terms, and I think you're going to be better off. All right, Olivia, we ready for a break? We got another question.
Real quick, somebody in the has asked in the webinar, what about saying instead of primary in quotes, we refer to the person's initial language?
Well, again, initial tells you the one they started learning. But remember, sometimes there can be changes in the language that happen immediately. You work with a lot of children that come from areas in Mexico here whose parents speak an indigenous language. That may have been the language that was the initial language for the child, but then maybe they quickly switch to Spanish, or especially when they do come to the US, then it's going to be Spanish, no doubt, since the indigenous language is probably not used nearly as much. So initial, again, is sort of like primary, it's the beginning. I mean, there are all kinds of descriptions. I like heritage language. Some people use native language. You know, however you want to describe the language experiences is fine. But the important determination you want to make is what I was saying to you. You want to determine how much development is there in that language. And if you have 3 languages, you got to divide it up by 100 and figure it out. That's what you want to know, because that's going to be the key in terms of being able to interpret your results. Remember, if I only have 50% development in the language you're testing me in, then you already know my performance is going to be profoundly affected. If I have 75%, not as affected as much. If I have 25%, it's really going to be a profound effect. Okay? So time out. We're going to take a break here. How many minutes you want? 10 minutes? 10 minutos? Perfect. All right. And that's, by the way, that's professional standard time. That is not Latino standard time. So don't come back in a half an hour and say you're on time. Okay? Mm-hmm.
So messy, everybody wants to like parse it. You want to parse it.
Olivia, can you turn your speaker on to see if you can hear me? Yeah, so you can hear, see if it tests. Test.
And come up with something to make a decision on something.
Test.
And it takes time consuming. I think everybody just wants to sidestep it because it's so messy.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Test.
Yes.
Test.
Yes, we can hear you, Russell.
What? I'm testing both of them. I need him to let me know. In this test two.
Marcus, we need to know which one sounds better.
Test two.
We're all right. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I'm actually going to go about an hour or so, and then we'll break for lunch. So don't have too much time. I probably have way too many slides to cover everything today. So I'll do my best to get through it all to make sure that everybody gets all the information that they want. Now you have the packet as well, but I want to give you some of the explanations. Now, I stopped here by saying, this is where the research is. And I want to cover that research and kind of give you an idea of what that research looks like. because it's what you need to know. And let's see if I can advance my slides this way. No, sorry, wrong one. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right. So what do you know about how English learners perform on tests given to them in English? You probably know more than you think. For example, if you read this line that says English speakers and English learners perform differently on standardized tests, I bet you'd be able to tell me how differently they perform, or at least in what direction that difference occurs. What would you say? Would you say that English learners perform better than English speakers on standardized tests in English, or they perform lower than native English speakers on standardized tests in English? It's lower. You know that, right? So why does that happen? 100 years ago, the people that noticed this said it was genetics. It was lack of good genes, their DNA. Well, they didn't use DNA, but they used genes and said, nope, sorry, you guys are just inherently less capable. All right, anybody buy that one? Because if you do, I do have some data I'm going to show you later, and I'd be happy to educate you about the error of your ways during lunch. Otherwise, we know that it's what? It's likely related to language. Okay, so can we investigate that? Yes, we can. Here's the broad ability level, full scale IQ, using 4 pretty much contemporary norm, well, not norm samples, but research samples, 1 norm sample and 3 research samples. The norm sample is here. This is WISC-4. And you have a bunch of monolingual native English speakers, and they scored 100. So are you surprised by that? No, because that's the average, isn't it, for full scale IQ? So obviously, that's what it should be. Now, the group here are monolingual native English speakers, but they were referred for evaluation, however, found not to be eligible. So therefore, based in special ed, they don't have a disability. But their score, as you can see, was a little bit lower than that of the normative group. Makes sense, but it wasn't that much lower, right? It was a 96. That means that on average, English speakers scored about 98 on the WISC-4. Now, these groups, the ones on the right, are English learners, one from 2013, one from 2014. And as you can see, their average performance is down there about an 85. So English learners did perform much more poorly than English speakers of the full scale IQ. Now, this difference is about 1 standard deviation. And believe it or not, that is the, I'd say, same degree of difference that we find year after year after year after year. It's been 100 years, and it still is the same difference. The 85 puts you down within normal limits. And you know where within normal limits comes from? It comes from older classifications where you were either normal within normal limits or you were subnormal, in which case you were identified by one of the gentlemen who first began noticing these issues as either a moron or lower. Yeah, that was the term. If you weren't within normal limits, you were just below, you were a moron. If you were a lot below, you were an imbecile. If you were really, really low, you were an idiot. And I'm not using those colloquially. Those were the actual technical psychological terms for classification of functioning. Okay, so that's where they are. And even in this day and age, while we kind of call it low average, right? It's middle to low average. We give it all kinds of names. It still means the same thing. Now, is this a function of genes or is it possibly language? Language? We're going with language, right? But we can't quite tell from this, but we suspect. So what if instead of looking at the full scale IQ, we break it into its constituent indexes and then we look at it? So let's do that. And that's what we have here. On the left, okay, is the perceptual reasoning index, then the processing speed index, then the working memory index, then the verbal comprehension index. So we're going from low language kinds of indexes, okay, to high language indexes. And we put them in order and we see if it makes a difference in performance. And we look at the English speakers in the normative sample and we find that it doesn't make any difference at all in their performance. Are we surprised by that? Do we expect there to be a difference? No. Why not? Because age in that sample controls precisely language development, doesn't it? Yeah, we're not comparing 8-year-olds to 12-year-olds, 5-year-olds to 10-year-olds. We're comparing 8-year-olds to 8-year-olds who have been learning one language, which means they've all been learning language the same amount of time. And if they're all average and all have normal ability, then they should score 100 on everything that we give them. And that's in fact what we see. Now, did that happen for the next group? the English speakers who were referred for evaluation? Not quite. Interesting here, okay? Because in this case, as you can see, there is a little bit, not much of a difference, but a little bit. If you do the actual math, it's about 3 to 4 points between the less verbalish and the more verbalish, or the more non-verbalish versus the verbalish. So there is a little bit of a language effect here, which is interesting, isn't it? Because why might it be there? In a example, when you stop and think about what the most common reason for referral is, we actually talked about this before, didn't we? LD. And most common type of LD evaluation for reading and writing. And reading and writing are symbolic aspects of language development. So who's likely to have those reading and writing problems? If you're a native English speaker with language development problems. And these are those kids. Now, was it bad enough to put them in special ed? No. Do they have a speech language impairment? Obviously not. Lowest scores are really like a 93. So clearly they didn't need that, but it was measurable and noticeable. So language has an impact on everybody. Okay. And the only way we would even know that it's language was because of the way that I parsed it out here. But there's an entire field and profession built on identification of language difficulties in monolingual speakers and in bilingual speakers. It's the same field. It's called speech language pathology, by the way, in case anybody knows. And she's a speech language path up here. So she's really resonating with what I'm saying and so on. And she knows this is to be true. They can actually identify language impairments in monolingual English speakers. That's their job. So these kids didn't have that, but it was language related. Now, look at the performance of the English learners. Look at the difference in their abilities, all right? It's huge. Language has a profound impact on them, not a slight impact on them, but a profound impact on them. Overall, they're a little bit lower here, but notice that this is closer to the average range. The other thing that we can consider is that these two groups, by the way, did have disabilities. I'm going to bring this up later on, but I want to give you a heads up with it now. The disabilities they had, however, were learning disabilities, 86% of those samples, and the rest of them had mild language impairment. So that means that their overall scores were probably brought down a little bit, which is why the full scale IQ was a little bit down. But even in spite of that, okay, you see the difference between the nonverbal type of scores and the verbal scores. There is language operating there. So we believed that language was causing the difference, and we have evidence. This is where research stopped for 50 years, other than in speech language pathology. In psychology, everybody said, verbal, nonverbal, there you go. You wonder where those nonverbal tests came from? They came from this. I mean, it took on its own life because now we have tests of nonverbal intelligence. There is no such thing as nonverbal intelligence. There's intelligence measured nonverbally. But intelligence in terms of nonverbal intelligence just simply means they have intelligence that doesn't necessarily require language. But most all of them require some degree of language, although not pure language. So visual processing is nonverbal intelligence, but that doesn't mean that it's its own thing. Okay, I hope that makes sense. I'll cover that later as well. Rather than stopping there, I said, after reading the Valdez and Figueroa book, by the way, there seems to be an effect of language. Why wouldn't that effect also be evident at the subtest level? It should be. Are all subtests created equal? Are all subtests measuring the exact same things to the same degree with the same elements, the same features? No, they're not. So that means we need to look at that variability, and I did. And in this case, with these samples, this is what we found. For the WISC-4 sample, the subtests are ordered from picture concepts, matrix reasoning, simple search, as you can see, the low language kinds of tests, all the way down to vocabulary, digit span, similarities, information, the more high language kinds of tests, okay? I kept the order consistent with all of the samples, and what do we find? We find no pattern of decline in those scores relative to language or as a function of language for the monolingual English speakers. Should we have seen a decline? Absolutely not. That's exactly what's expected because it doesn't matter what is wrong with them in terms of language. If they have no disability or no language impairment, they're going to score average on everything, and they did because it's controlled by age. For the referred English speakers, there is a bit of a decline. There it is. it's actually very clear that those children were likely referred because they were displaying very mild language issues, which are measurable compared to monolingual English speakers. And so somebody was concerned enough, but the evaluation concluded just not that low to consider that an impairment. Not the greatest in language, but certainly not a problem. Now, we're more concerned about the performance of the English learners because look how drastic the difference is in the drop from the less verbal, like the more nonverbal kind of scores, down to the more verbal scores. There is a precipitous decline in both cases, which is also quite typical that I've come to learn. So to me, it shows that language doesn't affect testing in a dichotomous fashion. It's not binary. It's not either verbal, nonverbal, and that's just it. Even tests that are considered nonverbal have variability in the performance. Even tests that are verbal have variability in their performance. It is an effect that is linear and proportional upon what the test measures, okay, the construct that you're trying to measure, the elements of the task and how much language is used for administration, as well as whether the content of the test includes language-related kinds of content. That's what causes a test to be affected by language in one way or another. And that is something that I tried to emphasize in my work early on. And this is something that is very difficult for people to understand. Even researchers don't get this very well. Academics, the people that I do battle with, they don't get it. You got 5 subtests here, A, B, C, right? If I say that subtest A has low language, like it's a nonverbal type test, like visual processing, whereas subtest E is a measure of vocabulary. That's direct language, all right? And subtest C is somewhere in the middle. It might use some form of language for administration or maybe content, but it's not measuring language, it's measuring something different. If I have that and I give the test to a monolingual English speaker, I get a straight line performance because age is controlling for it. Age, I'm only comparing 4-year-olds who've been learning English for 4 years to other 4-year-olds who've been learning English for 4 years, period. But with an English learner, I get a different pattern. The more the test taps into language, the lower the performance, because the more that child becomes different compared to the normative sample. All right? If we don't use language, then how different is the child from the normative sample? Not much. Maybe cultural learning could be affecting it a little bit, which it can, but not much language. On the other hand, if I give vocabulary, I'm actually expecting a low score because the child has a great difference in their exposure to English and development as compared to the normative sample. So this presents this kind of pattern of decline. And what it means is we have to recognize and understand then that our way of understanding our testing has to come down to that subtest level, and it has to be based on our ability to know how much should the performance have been affected based on the test that we gave. And so when I reviewed the research, I looked back on it, I went and took the subtests that the researchers would put out there and the mean values that they were presenting, and I graphed them. And lo and behold, I got the same graph over and over and over again. Every case, going back to Jane Mercer's work in 1972 with the pre-SAMPA standardization sample, 690 kids who were bilingual. Look how they perform. Just like I showed you, right? All right, Diana Vukovic and Richard Figueroa. Diane is still practicing semi-retirement up in the Bay Area, a good friend of mine. She gave me these data. She and Richard Figueroa followed up in their work 328 of those 690 kids 10 years after the fact. She literally tracked them down, tested them again, and look how they perform. Now, you notice that the mean is slightly higher because after 10 years, their English did increase, but all of it increased. It wasn't just some people increased, everybody did. But the pattern of performance relative to monolingual English speakers at those ages still. Then you have Jim Cummins' work, Mr. Bixen Kalp himself, 222 kids in his research sample of French English immersion students. So it's not just Spanish speakers, by the way, any language. French English immersion speakers up in Canada. And their mean is a little bit lower, which makes sense because they're not even learning US culture and being tested on a test based on US culture, okay? So the pattern of decline, though, is exactly the same. And then my student, 2006 on Long Island, group of Hispanic bilingual students, finds very similar kind of pattern. It's really kind of amazing, all right? But this is what we see. There is a linear proportional effect of language on the test that you give. Not every test you give is affected to the same extent or to the same degree. And knowing how much is affected is important. So if I show you a graph like this and I plot English speaker performance that is deaf on average, which looks like this, that's the confidence interval. The little I-beam is the confidence interval. All right. And I ask you to interpret these results and tell me whether you believe this person's abilities are average or not average. What would you say? Okay, that shouldn't be too hard a question for people that have been trained in psychometrics here. Come on. Average or not average? Average, right? There's no doubt that it's average. In fact, this is as average can be. In fact, this is so average that it's so rare you never test a kid that looks that average, right? It's really a misconception to think that all of our scores should be evenly well developed. One of the realistic problems with the old aptitude ability discrepancy is that we're always thinking that our abilities should be evenly well developed. That's not the case. Very few people are just evenly well developed. They're the exception, not the rule. The rule is we all have variability, okay? But that's not enough variability to worry you, is it? Now, does the order of the test at the bottom matter? If I change up the order, do you care? Does it change your interpretation of average? No, because it doesn't really matter. Order doesn't matter for individuals who are English speakers because language is controlled. So the order based on language doesn't really matter. Now, I can show you some variability like that, which looks more normal now, doesn't it? That looks more like a pattern you'd actually get. Is that enough variability to change your mind that this kid is average? Anybody want to jump out on a limb and say, oh yeah, got intellectual disability here because I'm used to 140 IQs, right? No, there's nothing wrong there, not enough variability. But if I give you that much variability, now you think the kid is still average? Now you have doubts, right? Because you have evidence. You have scores here, here, here that maybe suggest there could be a problem, right? So what caused you to alter your interpretation? It was one, that scores stopped forming this linear kind of pattern. Number two, you stopped getting all the scores within the shaded range that you know was dead on average, right? And there was some variability in the score, significant, where there's really high scores and really low scores. So all those things tipped you off to saying maybe not average, okay? Now, we can do the same thing with English learners. I took that research that I was telling you that I looked at. Here are the scores they reported in each of their studies. So I take the actual means, I convert them to deviation IQ, divide by 4 to get that particular number. And that number comes out to be 85 for information. And by the time we get to coding, it's almost 100. It's a 99. And all the other scores are in between. These are the typical scores for individuals who are English learners of average ability and who are not disabled on these particular tests. So if I graph them, and this is the way I really should have started a long time ago in the cultural language interpretive matrix, all right? I can't graph them like this because that's average for an English speaker. And those numbers are the numbers for an English speaker who scores 100 on everything or 10 on everything. That's not what we have. The other thing is I want to put them in a certain order. So I'm going to put the low language test on the left side and then go over to the high language test on the right side, the other language test in the middle. And then I'm going to go to the top and I'm going to put the scores. Coding was a 99, all right? Picture completion 97, block design 98. As I move to the middle, I've got picture arrangement 96, arithmetic 92, digispan 90. By the time I get to the far right, I've got 89 for comprehension, 89 for similarities, then I've got 87 vocabulary, and I've got 85 for information. Those are the scores that are average for an English learner. So in your mind, and what my intent here is to reframe your perspective on what is average. And one way I'll help you do that is I will take that red line and that shaded range, and I will draw it the way that it should look for an English learner. That, what you see here, is the average range of performance for an English learner on these particular tests. If you gave these tests to an English learner and you got this pattern of scores, your only appropriate, fair, equitable, non-discriminatory conclusion must be that the child's ability is, okay, I was priming you, average, average. I had you say it 3 times, all right? average. It's hard for you, isn't it? You're thinking, oh man, there's a score of 85. How am I going to tell anybody that's average? And get this, it doesn't even have to be right at 85. What if instead of, all right, being there, like we did with the English speaker before, there's a little bit of variability. What if I give you, let's say, that much variability? Is that still average or no longer? Because now you're looking at scores that, well, that's about an 81, 82. Ooh, that's scary. Still average? I'd say probably. It's just not variable enough, not below the shaded range enough to really be of concern. It's not until I give you a pattern that looks like that you might start to say, oh, okay, wait a minute. Now I'm really concerned, right? Why? Because a score like this, which is down around what, 70, there's no way we can say that was due primarily or only to cultural and linguistic difference. We can say that if it falls in this range, but if it's below that range, something else has to be adding to that score attenuation. Something else is lowering it. And what is that something else? Could it be a disability? Absolutely. It could be some kind of cognitive, academic, neuropsych deficit. It could be anything. We don't know, right? But we know it's not just culture and language. That's what we're getting at here. And that is what the cultural language interpretive matrix is really all about. It's a way of giving you all of this information, not just for the subtest that I've been showing you, but for any subtest you probably have been using from any test and any battery, any scale that you have, so that you know what that range should be, and you can then compare your performance to that performance. You see how we're building that true peer aim line, that distribution that doesn't exist? The California oranges, this is it. That's what it's supposed to be. Here's some evidence. Again, I told you I'll back everything up with data, and I love this study. I did not do this. This was Damien Cormier and Ken McGrew and Jim Eiseldike. You probably recognize the names. And they looked at the WJ3 data, where they took two subtests from the oral language battery, two subtests from the academic battery that were language related. So what they did was they created a language-based score, much like the Woodcock-Munoz language survey score, the broad ability score on that. But it's actually 4, not just 3. So 4 of them, okay? Then, because the tests are co-normed, they're able to see how much did that language ability score predict performance, okay, on the cognitive subtests. And they can match that 1-to-1, right? This is not independent samples here. This is literally co-normed. So same kid got their oral score, and then they found out how well they did on verbal comprehension. And based on that, they reported, as you can see here, the amount of variance explained. The variance explained, by the way, is equal to the correlation. So to get variance explained of 79%, think of that as rounded to 80%, means the correlation between the oral language ability as measured and the performance on verbal comprehension was 0.9. It's huge intercorrelations, huge, okay? Even higher for the 11 to 14-year-olds because 86% of the variance was explained, 81% for 15 to 18-year-olds. Now, that probably doesn't surprise you. You're saying, duh, thank you, Dr. Ortiz. Oral language predicted verbal comprehension is a language test. Of course it would. So what? Okay, let's look at the next one down. General information. That's not language, technically. All right. But it's important and a great finding here because I have come to learn through my own study that acculturative knowledge is the sort of flip side of the coin of language. They go together. They're not the same thing. It's like reading and writing. Nobody would say reading and writing are exactly the same thing. But when you do factor analysis, they end up being exactly the same thing. You can't differentiate them in factor analysis. Well, acculturative knowledge and language cannot be differentiated in factor analysis either. They are the same thing, more or less, okay? Not exactly, but you get the idea. So language predicted that 71%, 85%, 86% 15 to 18-year-olds. All right, so that surprises you, but not me. What's the third one down? Concept formation. Now you think you got me, right? Because you're like, aha, there you go. Okay, you got 2 in a row, Dr. Ortiz, but this one, you blew it. Because concept formation is a measure of fluid reasoning. That doesn't have anything to do with language. And you're right, it doesn't have anything to do with language, except for the fact that the way that it's administered has everything to do with language. And the responding from the child has everything to do with language. Are you familiar with concept formation? Yeah, you know, the one that says the instructions go something like, I'm going to show you some pictures and I want you to tell me the rule as to why a picture is inside the box instead of outside the box. And then you're explaining to the child that there's sometimes a red or yellow color, or a square or round figure, or there's a big or small item, or there are two versus one. And the child has to deduce these semantic categories and then apply them in the response, which, when they get more difficult, has to include the word and, because the right answer is it's big and yellow, right? And then it switches from and to or, which is even more complicated, because now you got to say, well, it could be red, or it could be square, or it could be two. Language is such a huge variable in that test that this is a great example of the construct invalidity that I talked about before. When you give concept information, the reality is you're measuring language probably even more than you're measuring fluid reasoning, which is what the test is attempting to measure. Now, go on. Speed or speeded task. Spatial relations, that's visualization, more visual processing. How much is variance accounting for in performance for those tests? Comparatively speaking, not nearly as much, right? Yeah. And so what does that mean? That means that not all subtests are created equal, that language affects subtests differentially. And this is important because it helps us understand what we need to do. Incidentally, in this study, they did this with both English learners, although English learners were identified from questions that were given to them before they were included in the normative sample. So while they were English learners in the normative sample, technically they were probably highly proficient English learners, but they also did it on English speakers. And I laugh because in their analysis and conclusions, they come to, get this, you're going to laugh at this one because you are going to laugh. They come to the conclusion that, oh my God, the effect of language can be found in the measurement of abilities even in English speakers. Yeah, never mind that there's been a profession that has been set up for 50 years in which the whole intent has been to evaluate the language performance of English speakers. Speech language pathology. So I was cracking up. It's like it's a psychologist, a set of psychologists not recognizing what's right in front of them. So they were saying they weren't surprised that it happened for English learners, but they were amazed you could do that with English speakers. Well, of course you can. If they do have a language problem, of course it's going to be evident. It's just that their scores remain average even in language, whereas for English learners, it does not, because they don't have the same level of language development. So this allows you to not only say some tests have more language, some tests have lower language, it allows you to be able to say, we can draw arbitrary cutoffs. Watch this. If I tell you that I gave picture recall to an English learner, you know nothing else about them, but I tell you that. And I ask you, do you think their score was closer to the mean of 100 or closer down to that mean of 85? What would you say? Closer to 100. Yeah, because you're thinking, it probably didn't have much of an effect of language, so it's probably pretty normal. All right. If I gave, let's say, visual auditory learning, would you say that that kid's score was closer to the mean of 100 or closer to the bottom of 85? This is closer to the 85, right? And you'd be right. And if I gave memory for words, would you say that's closer to the mean of 100, closer to the mean, let's say 85, or somewhere right in the middle? It's going to be in the middle. Yeah. You see how with this type of framework, you already have what you need to be able to begin making decisions, as long as you know what test you gave and how much of an impact there should be. And that's what I've done for you. I've done it in service of this, though, not, I think other people understand, but primarily to assist with the ability to exclude cultural and linguistic factors in the determination of a disability. You can download this. It's in the references at the very end. There's a link for it. It was co-authored by myself and Megan Whitaker, who's a lawyer for the National Center for Learning Disabilities. It really outlines the use of the terms primary and contributory. And I want you to remember these because they are important in the reports that you write. IDEA makes it absolutely clear that the primary determination of whether it needs special education services, okay, cannot be based on factors that are not rooted in a disability. If the primary reason you want to put a kid in special ed is because they are limited English proficient, that is against the law. If you want to put them in because they're poor, that's against the law. If you want to put them in because they are culturally different or ethnically diverse, that's against the law. Those are exclusionary factors. You may not qualify children for special ed on those bases alone. Now, as long as those factors exist, and even if they contribute, they are contributory factors, they contribute to the problem, but you can point to a disability as the primary determinant for the special education eligibility, then that is perfectly okay. And that's the key. This explains that quite a bit, but that wording I think is essential for your reports, because you're going to be making that exact statement in some way, that the reason the child is having difficulty is primarily due to the presence of a disability, not primarily due to the fact that they're an English learner. But you cannot say that being an English learner just went away, that it's not there. It can be a contributing factor. And that shows that at least you were considering it, and to what extent it might have affected your results. But in your opinion, you're saying it wasn't really the primary determinant, something else was. And that's why use of the cultural language interpretive matrix can help you out, because it does exactly that. It gives you the ability to say your results are either likely to be valid, in which case you may interpret them, or likely to be invalid. If your results are primarily due to the impact of culture and language, your results are invalid, period. Okay, we can do something with them, I'll show you, but you're not going to interpret. If your results are likely to be valid, according to what the CLIM will tell you, then that means you can interpret, you can move forward. There are some issues we have to contend with there as well, but that's the basic way that it works. The CLIM is not a test, it's not a scale, it's not like a measuring device of some kind. People all treat it like it was its own battery of some kind. No, no, no. It's simply taking the research out there, all right, and giving it to you to make the determination. It is a norm sample, if you will. That's all it really is. But it's a norm sample based on the tests that you gave. And how does that actually work? Well, the CLIM contains, at this point in time, approximately 130 different scales, tests, and batteries. It has approximately 850 or so subtests classified within it, which means I would say I'm pretty sure that I have most every test that you give. And if I don't, if you have one that you like to give and it's been, let's say, no more than 10 years old and it provides a standard score, okay, send me the name, and if it's not in there, I'll do what I can to include it. There are a lot of speech language tests, so no worries. I did not forget my speech language friends at all. So the self, the castle, the towel, you're going to find them all in there, all right? As will school psychology, you guys will find the Wechsler scales, the WJ4, KBC, all the big broad batteries, as well as all the special purpose tests people like the CTOP, the RAML. Even the nonverbal tests are included in there. Everything will likely be there. And what it does is it gives you an ability to pick the test that you gave, enter the scores, and then see to what extent did culture and language affect the results. That's all that it does. Now, I say that's all, but that's a lot. I will mention some things. Native language tests are included for the bateria and for the WISC-5 Spanish. However, there isn't enough research for me to say that you should just use the CLIM and that it's evidence-based with native language tests, because as you saw, there isn't enough research. I'll cover that, but I just want you to be aware of that. They are included, all right? And just as a caveat, if you are evaluating results from native language testing in the CLIM, don't mix it with tests that are in English. Keep them completely separate, all right? You'd have to do that. The only type of test that doesn't exist in the CLIM are academic achievement skills tests. That doesn't mean a test from an achievement battery is not in there. There actually are classifications for the Wyatt, KTA3, like associational fluency. They're in there. If it's a test on an achievement battery that measures a cognitive ability, okay, even if it has some content that may be academic in nature, it will be classified. The FAM, the FAR, and the FAW, you guys familiar with the Pfeiffer assessment of reading, Pfeiffer assessment of math? Well, Stephen Pfeiffer's tests are actually blends of cognitive and academic tests. The old semantic distinctions of an ability test or cognitive ability test versus an achievement test, it's falling by the wayside. It doesn't matter. Achievement tests are cognitive abilities every bit as much as cognitive abilities are cognitive abilities. Doesn't matter whether they're language, neuropsych, and whatever. The important thing is if it measures an academic skill primarily, something that must be taught, then I can't put that in a ceiling, because what dictates what you know academically? If I want to know whether you can do double-digit multiplication, okay, and I have a test of that, that's not a test of your development or abilities. It's your ability to know how to do double-digit multiplication, and you get that in a certain grade. Do I expect you to be able to do that in kindergarten, first grade, second grade? No, you get that later on. So how long you've been in school, right? What grade you happen to be in currently, and what type of educational program you're in, and the skill that I'm asking you to demonstrate all factor into your performance on an achievement test. And I bring this up because those types of tests are not going to be in the CLIM, but I am working on something called the ELIM. The ELIM stands for Education Language Interpretive Matrix, and it's not even a matrix. I only chose that name because it rhymes with CLIM. But I need a couple more months to finalize it, and it's based on data very similar to what I showed you from the Thomas and Collier graph that had the different types of bilingual programs. If we know what program you're in, how long you've been in, how long and what grade you happen to be in, and what skill you're talking about, we can actually use those type of data to give you an estimate of, well, what would be an expected academic achievement performance on a particular area. So I'm close to finishing that, but it's not quite done yet. When that comes out, I will present that, and it'll be an adjunct, and you won't have to worry about, oh, the CLIM doesn't have the academic achievement. It'll have its own type of analysis because it needs a separate body of research. It's the only reason it hadn't been included before. So in time, we'll get that. There are two versions of the CLIM. One is a free version. You can go to that link right now. You can actually download it right away if you'd like. You do need to have Excel to run it. You cannot run it in Excel, the web app. You need to use Excel, the desktop app, okay? Because it has Visual Basic application built in. There's code that I put in there that needs to run, and that code does not run on the web-based app. So if you're using Excel in your browser, you're using the web-based app, that's not going to work. Just click on the button. In the web-based part, there's a part that says Open in Desktop App. Click that, it'll download the desktop version. That will allow you to run it as long as you enable macros, and then it'll actually happen. Yes, Olivia.
I just want to say, you have to link to the Google folder, and in there's a document that's called webinar links, and you'll find a link to the CLIM and other resources you mentioned in there.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So there's the free link. There's a commercial version as well that's inside of XPass. And that CLIM there is really the same as the free one, except that it has more labor-saving features. So it's more enhanced and it's easier to use, and it does the variability analysis all by itself automatically. Not by itself, but automatically. Whereas the free version, it just requires more labor. But the results are exactly the same. The analysis is the same. They're not any different. In fact, I think this is more like an introduction to the CLIM, and the commercial version is more like an advanced version, in case you're interested. So it's set up like this. And the reason it's called a matrix is we used to worry about whether tests were low in language, low in culture. And that's how we began some of the classifications. But I began also realizing that some tests didn't seem to follow like concept formation. You know, we're thinking concept formation is a measure of fluid reasoning. So it's going to be more middle to low in terms of the impact. But because of the language, it goes more middle to high. And so we needed the actual means. Starting around 2005, somewhere in there, I began using actual means from research to do the classifications more so than the actual test characteristics. So we still have them. You know, the influence of language goes in one direction, the influence of culture goes in the other. But by and large, it's the influence of both of them, since they're so interrelated, that is important. Yes, at times, language itself can be an issue. That's what speech language pathologists do. But the reality is, if they were evaluating knowledge, they'd find that the knowledge probably was affected as well, depending upon the type of language impairment. So things like vocabulary delays are going to result in knowledge delays because you don't have the words. So they're associated that way. But by and large, it's integrated. Yes, another question.
we have a webinar participant, and question says, if linguistic factors are present, would we tend to assume that a speech language pathology evaluation is necessary?
I would not presume that it's necessary. I would say that it might be necessary after your evaluation of the impact of culture and language first. So this is a question, I guess, for school psychs. Let's say you're doing your evaluation, and let's say you have some tests in here, which you do. For example, vocabulary, similarities, comprehension, information, they're down here. So if you get a low score, not on information and probably comprehension, maybe, and similarity somewhat, but vocabulary in particular, which is highly G saturated again, and you get a low score, you might want to think about a speech language evaluation just to be sure. You'd have to have other data and probably other referral concerns, because your evaluations are never just blind, are they? Well, maybe they are, right? Anybody just drop a file on your desk, go evaluate this kid. Nobody tells you anything about him? I know that probably happens, but it's not supposed to happen, right? So if you really don't know anything about the kid, then yeah, you might want to investigate that. But you're going to see that the performance has to be lower than what can be accounted for by culture and language. So before speech language path in, you got to make sure that's what's happening. And I'll show you how that works as we move forward. Here are the numbers again, and here are their classifications within the CLIM in terms of levels. Now, the level process is not important to understand. It's just here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Notice that the values are the same for level 3, 91, 91, 91, right? And that means that even if a test has high language but low culture versus another test that has low language but high culture, the expected value is the same. So I tried to simplify it that way. I don't want you to get hung up on what the test has in terms of its culture and language. I just want you to know what's the expected value. And that's how the classifications are made. So technically, when you look at this, there are 5 levels. It's almost hierarchical. And if I was doing this again, hindsight being 2020, I probably wouldn't even use a matrix. I just go and do it hierarchically and say, look, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or I would just give you the graph and plot it on the graph and not worry about it. So I started off on the wrong foot. Forgive me, I'm sorry. You know, I was a little ignorant back then. I'm a little bit more knowledgeable now, but I've learned. So that's why the ELIM is not a matrix, by the way. So that's what I mean by that. But don't worry about it. If the subtest is classified as moderate, it still means it's a 91. That's only informational for you now. Did the child do poorly in that test? Okay, maybe it was because it required more knowledge than it did content, or it required, more language than knowledge, or maybe more knowledge than language. Not always that big of a deal. Now, you remember the subtests I showed you before? Here they are again, going along with the values that were used for them. So coding, object assembly, block design, digit span, arithmetic, et cetera, et cetera. And here we are, 85 to 99. That's basically the matrix. So if I gave a test of arithmetic, okay, what would the score, what would be the score that I would expect for a typical English learner? It'd be a 91. All right. So if it's a little lower than that, would you be worried, like an 87? No, because you know there's reliability issues in standard error measures. So you'd say, yeah, I'm not so worried about it, an 87. And even if it got down to 85, still within normal limits, right? Starts getting to 84, 83, then I'm getting a little bit more worried. Okay. What about the 85 for information, similarities, vocabulary? I give vocabulary, I get an 80. Am I worried? It's a pretty darn low score. I get a 79. Am I panicking? It's a 79. No, I'm not panicking. 78, maybe. That's half the standard deviation. I'm starting to get a little worried, right? I get down to 72. Now I'm very worried because that really is much lower. And that's what I mean, by the way. If I get a score that is a, let's say, an 80 or a 79, 78, 77 here, and it should have been 85, I'm not worried about that. I'm not going to go call the speech language path in. Like, no, it's within the range. It's probably okay. Unless somebody else had any issues with language, I'm not going to worry about it. So this is what you have, but it's put into this form, graphical form for you to make life easier. This is just the matrix for data entry. You can ignore all the classifications. It doesn't really matter. All you really have to do is know where the subtests are, and you can do that by just clicking the button at the top. In the free version, I could only get 20 buttons up there. I couldn't get 130 buttons up there. So in the commercial version, there's a drop-down menu that lists all 130, and you select your test from that 130. Automatically, the subtests are put into the fields for you. So in this free version, if you click WISC-5, all the WISC-5 subtests will show up. If you click the SELF-5 or the CASTLE-2 or the TAPS-3, they'll all show up. If you click the NEPSI or DCAPS, they'll all show up, and then you put your scores in. You can put in scale scores. You can put in deviation IQ scores from like the WJ. You can put in T scores from the DOS, the RIOS-2, and the Wechsler nonverbal. And that pretty much covers any type of score that you would put in. And then after you've done that, all right, you basically will scroll down. But you can see that in each cell, there is one drop-down menu, okay? And there are 10 spaces with the same drop-down menus that have all of the tests that have been classified within that cell. So every test that should be around a 98, 99 is going to be right in here, okay? Any test that should be 85 or so is going to be down in here. And look at the names: listening comprehension, passages, listening comprehension, words and sentences, oral expression, oral production, complete sentences, content memory delayed, content memory immediate. A lot of language involved in those particular tests, okay? Now, there's the WISC-5. You can see all of the subtests that are listed there for you. And you just click the button and they basically show up, right? You scroll to the graph, and the graph is where you do your interpretation. Now, thus far, I have to make sort of a caveat. This line represents typical or average performance, okay? And it goes from 99 to about 85. But that's not necessarily the kid that you're working with, because there is no such thing as a typical English learner. I started there, and then I realized very early on, I've got a problem, because not all English learners are actually the same. And so far, the research has given us the degree of difference we can expect when we're comparing a typical English learner to a typical English speaker. But what about an English learner to other English learners? What about an English learner who's 10 years old, like I, who've been learning English for 5 years, versus a 10-year-old English learner who's just started learning English, versus a 10-year-old English learner who've been learning English since age, let's say 1. They've had 9 years. We're not all the same. You'd have to change the standard in some way. And I went forward and did some research, and I'll show you just a second. But this is what it would look like if I use this as the standard. That would be average performance. On all of the subtests in every cell, this is the 99, that's the 85. This is what that pattern looks like. If I take those scores and just graph them, that's what it looks like. Now, remember how I had you tilt your heads to understand what average performance was? Because I'm trying to get you to reframe it. So when you see this, what would be your conclusion about this child's performance? Regardless of the magnitude of the scores, what would you interpret performance to be? Average, right? Exactly. So unless and until we have scores below the expected range, or unless or until we have no actual pattern of decline, it goes up and down randomly, or we have significant variability where a score in one of these is pulling up the other score so that we're kind of overlooking a low score, right? As long as there's none of that kind of variability, then we know that it's average. And that's how our interpretation goes. But we still need to account not just for English learners versus English speakers, but for English learners versus other English learners. And to do that, this is the research that I mentioned that was necessary. Nobody had ever actually done this. Strange, isn't it? You know, I guess maybe if you didn't understand that language development was differentially affecting test performance, why then would you ever group your subjects in terms of language development and then measure them? It was so confusing that when we sent this off for publication, they kept sending it back saying, we don't understand what you're doing. So why don't you just call your group bilingual Hispanics and then resubmit it? We're like, because it has nothing to do with whether they're bilingual Hispanics. It has everything to do with their language development. It took us 3 years to actually get them to understand, to be able to get this published. That's the kind of thing I have to deal with. They don't get it. And it was so simple. Dr. Satella Denega, she's my colleague now. She was my former student. I mentored her dissertation, and this was part of it. And she's now on staff at St. John's. And she showed that the WJ3 GIA for English learners who were at the proficient level of the NICESLOT, which is the Newark version of the LPAC. That's all that it really is. LPAC also has 4 categories. I was told that yesterday. Somebody held up 4 fingers yesterday. I didn't know if it had gone to 5. NICESLOT, ours in New York, went to 5 because they changed them. You see how they were beginner, intermediate, advanced, proficient? They didn't like that so much. So now get this. It's beginning, emerging, transitioning, expanding, commanding. Isn't that beautiful? You love it. Some psychometrician somewhere is so happy with their vocabulary. But anyway, it's the same thing. Here's the proficient level, and they were at 101. So that makes good sense. But if you were at the advanced level, which sounds pretty advanced, you're actually 2/3 of a standard deviation below the mean in your full scale score. At the intermediate level, you were more than a standard deviation below the mean. And at the beginning level, you are 2 standard deviations from the mean. So that implied that if we take an average, which is funny enough, and not really funny enough, but I say that ironically, 15 performance gets affected differentially and linearly rather than collectively. And this is what we found. Kids at the proficient stage, they did pretty darn well, but look at where they dropped a little bit. It was high language. Remember verbal comprehension from the study I showed you before? That was the highest one. What was next? Concept formation. It follows that same order. And look at the decline. Not much of a decline, just a little bit at the end. Then kids at the advanced level, greater decline. Kids who are at the intermediate level, even more. Kids who are at the beginning level are dropping significantly. But notice that way back over here at the very beginning, there's not much of a drop. Whoops, I should have gone this way. You see that on the nonverbal types of tasks, they're really kind of similar. There's only a few point difference between them because language doesn't make much difference, right? But way down here, look at this. Not only is there a drop relative to the norms, there's a drop relative to other English learners who may have more language development. And so therefore, we need to know how much that is, and we need to classify children that way. I used this study. This one actually happened to have been done by my wife, Dr. Agnieszka Dinda, and she looked at the Wilcox-Munoz language survey and the performance on the Wechsler abbreviated scales of intelligence. And what she showed was exactly the same thing. Kids classified as high proficiency on the Wilcox-Munoz, they dropped only a little bit. But again, they drop mostly where language is concerned, picture vocabulary, vocabulary, similarities. Kids who were more intermediate in their proficiency and development, they dropped further. Kids who were very low in their proficiency, beginning English speakers, they dropped even more. So once more, not much of a change early on, but the change gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So on this basis, I was able to at least create 3 groups. And that's where, when I mentioned before, slightly different, moderately different, markedly different, this is where they came from. Most research, nearly all research really, has not been done on moderately or markedly different children because most researchers are not bilingual. And they also tend to stay away from language confounds because they know, and they're smart enough to realize, that language could mess up their results. So what they do is you get in their study English learner, but only if your language proficiency is high enough for them to feel that you're going to score reasonably well on the test. So in other words, all research has been conducted on slightly different children. Kids like my kids. That's who it would be. Not kids like me, but kids like my kids. Most of the kids I think you get referred or get referred to you and will evaluate are moderately different. They're going to be more like me. They're going to have a lot of native language development. All right, it's going to be a big part of their lives. It's not just something that's, a small part. They're not going to have highly educated parents, are they? Most of the kids you work with probably don't fall into that category. And that's what moderately different is going to be. And remember the Catherine Collier's system for determining how different the kids were. That was a way of quantifying exactly this particular concept. And markedly different are those kids, like in the question that was asked, where you've got a weird situation with language. And that means the influences on development have been so profound that you have to account for more potential score attenuation, more likely that their scores are going to be affected and be lower. And so these are the values. They were taken directly from the research studies that I've shown you. There's been one other since then that was similar, not exactly, but able to use as well, to determine how much that drop should be. And by taking that, I now have included in the CLIM the ability for you to change the degree of expected difference, right, or the expected range of performance from the slightly different, all right, to moderately or markedly different. So the default is actually the moderately different, the green line that you see there. But if you're working with kids who are slightly different, you click the radio button, it moves the shaded range up to the blue line. If you're working with kids that are markedly different, it shifts it down to the red line. And this begins to give you better precision in the comparisons that you make. This is the best that we could do. 3 categories. There just isn't a whole lot more research on which to say there could be more categories. Because really, if you think about it, the effective language is probably a continuous type of variable, not a discrete or categorical variable. It's going to be like language is affecting it not at all, or language is affecting it completely, and everything in between. But the research doesn't permit us to be able to do that. So the best we can do are the 3 categories. And I would recommend that you make a determination regarding that degree of difference. And in the free CLIM, by the way, as well as the commercial version, there's a tab that has a lot of detail involving how you can make that decision, okay? But once you make it, use it, and then test it as a hypothesis. Do not sit in your office and think to yourself, well, if I use slightly different, maybe there's a disability because the scores are low. But if I go markedly different, well, then there's no disability, all right? Because you're going to sit there and you're going to go to yourself, let me see, disability, no disability, disability, no disability, disability, no disability. And the CLIM is not a toy. Don't play with it that way. Make the determination and test it until and unless new data come to light that suggest you may have gotten the wrong determination. Then you can change it. Question?
Dr. Ortiz, this is a question I need you to repeat it so they can hear it.
Okay.
Given that the WISC is known to be more biased for our ELL students, do you think that using the WISC along with the CLIM to rule out language/culture is appropriate? Or would you still recommend a different cognitive test such as the KBC instead?
Yeah. Okay, so the question is, the person made the assertion that the WISC-5 was considered to be more biased than other tests. I'm not entirely sure that's true, but that's neither here nor there in my answer, so I don't have to go there. But they were saying, would I then recommend using the WISC with the CLIM as opposed to having to recommend going with a different test and the CLIM? And the whole point of the CLIM is it doesn't matter which test you use, all right? Even if the WISC-5 happens to be more biased, and let me clarify that terminology. Let's say that the WISC-5 has more language demands than another test. That doesn't make it more biased, but it does mean that the scores are going to be more affected. That's not the definition of bias. That's why I'm clarifying there. But because we know if you're using the WISC-5, we know what the attenuation is, then the CLIM helps you understand whether the performance on the WISC was abnormal or not. Doesn't matter which test you use. If you're using like more nonverbal tests, then the kid has to be within the range of those tests. It's all individualized. And that's how it works. That's why I'm saying that the CLIM is not what a lot of people think. It's based on what the research tells us or tells me in terms of what the average performance should be. And whatever that is on those subtests, that's how they get classified. And that's how you then pick the right line and you say, here's where the performance ought to be. And if it's within there, great. If it's not within there, then you know something is up. So it doesn't really matter which test you use. And I don't really like recommending one test over another. I'm not anti-testing, and I don't want to come off that way. I'm very much pro-testing. But no, I'm not protesting. I am pro-testing, okay? I'm in favor of testing. I have my own test. So it's not the test itself. It's really more us understanding the impact of language on the test. Some tests have a lot of impact, some don't have much. So that's entirely up to you. And remember, maybe in some cases, a certain test is more appropriate than other tests. If you're working with like preschool kids, you're going to use the WJ. You like having a completely verbal, non-manipulative kind of test with a 3-year-old who isn't going to sit still and just listen to you talk at them all the time? Probably not. It's got norms to go down to 2, but it's not the ideal test. That doesn't make the WJ a bad test at all. It just means WIPSI or DOS is probably a better option in those cases. That's all. So use those considerations rather than the CLIM. CLIM will help you regardless of what you pick. And here are the 3 areas that you want to look at and the 3 criteria necessary to say, was it just culture and language, or could there be something more? If it's just culture and language, your results are invalid. If it's something more, your results are likely to be valid. And that determination is made on 1, an overall pattern of decline. I've already shown you that before. You've seen it. You can recognize it now. That's number one. Number two, within the expected range, as long as those bars are within that range, that's still normal average performance. Okay. Number three, there's no significant score variability. In other words, a low score is not getting hidden somewhere by a high score. If they're getting hidden, that's a bad thing. We don't want that. So we don't want there to be significant score variability, which I'll show you later how to determine. So if all three of these criteria are present and met, your results are invalid because all you did was measure the effect and the impact of culture and language. Okay. But if any one of them, this is the concept formation subtest, right? It has to be this and this and this. But if it's this or this, then sorry, your results are likely to be valid. If any one of these are not there, if there is no pattern of decline, or if the results are not within the expected range, or if the first two are met, but the last one, there is significant score variability, then that means your results are likely to be valid. This is a lot easier when you just look at the graphs themselves, and I'll just jump into it. On the left is the invalid pattern. Invalid pattern simply means that this child is performing just like other kids, and every time you measured something, the score went down as would be expected. The primary determination of your results was due to cultural linguistic difference. That's what that means. That's why they're invalid. Now, that doesn't mean, oh crap, I got to throw out my scores, now I can't do anything. Don't forget, if that line that you chose represents average, and that child performed like other kids who have average ability and who were non-referred, that it implies, or infers, it would indicate that the child you're working with is also likely to be average. So an invalid pattern is actually a good thing because it suggests that the child does not have any intrinsic deficits. Your scores then cannot be used to support or defend the presence of a disability. That's what that means by invalidity. But it has ruled out any cognitive, linguistic, or neuropsych-based kind of disorder. You've effectively eliminated that. Could they have ED? Sure. But then why are you doing cognitive testing if it's ED? Oh, I forget. You're a school psychologist, and you're actually asked to do a lot of things you're not supposed to be doing. People don't understand. Another question?
And just remind me to repeat the question.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I'll repeat.
Asked, what is the criteria for determining whether to use slightly, moderately, or markedly?
Yeah, well, go back to the slide where the values were printed in the matrix. You want me to go back and see that one right there? Oh, I'm sorry. The question is, how do you make the determination regarding slightly, moderately, or markedly different? It's written for you right here. And this is just a brief summary. I mentioned that if you go into the CLIM, there's a notes tab. You click on difference, and it'll take you right there. In XBAS, if you go into the CLIM index, click on the button that says difference, it'll take you right there, and you can make that determination. Again, just think of it this way. Slightly different would be kids with extreme advantages in their bilingualism. Like children have the advantage of bilingualism that their parents are highly educated in English, all right? And we can support Spanish too. So that's an advantage. They're going to be slightly different because they're not monolingual English speakers. But I was moderately different. Nothing unusual in my history though. I had enough food, I had shelter, my parents had a good job, we weren't homeless, we didn't live in extreme poverty. We were pretty close, but we didn't live in extreme poverty. All right, I had what I needed. I got by, okay? I only had two languages, English and Spanish, that was it. But markedly different would be children who are homeless, who come from refugee camps, who have been exposed to trauma, neglect, abuse, violence, civil war, all right? Kids being raised as orphans. All right, kids who have shifts in their language. They go from an indigenous language, then to their native language or primary language, then to English. All of those things are markedly different. Anything that is unusual in the child's development in some way probably puts them in that category. And that's really the best way to do it. Can you use language proficiency like you want to know? That could be another thing. Remember the exposure percentage I was talking about? That's another way of doing it. If you're measuring the kids' exposure to English and they're upwards of around, say, 85 to 90%, then I'm probably going to say that's slightly different. Anything between 25 to like 85, I'm thinking is around moderately different. Something less than 25 is probably going to be markedly different. But that's just because of the lack of exposure, okay? If there's another variable in there, then use that to determine it as well. It's a clinical judgment that I cannot help you with because you've got to do it. If you like the Catherine Collier method for the CCAST, you could use that to assign points. Maybe that's a way of quantifying it. But the point is simply know the category that the child falls in. There are only 3 and they're pretty distinct, so it shouldn't be too difficult to make that determination. All right. And then I'll show you this and we'll break for lunch here. This is a pattern that shows likely valid. Why? Because do you see an overall pattern of decline there? No, not at all. That alone tells you, okay, likely to be valid. Do you see all the scores within the expected and shaded range? No, you don't. You see scores that are too low to be accounted for simply by the effect of culture and language here and there and a little bit there as well. And number 3, is there score variability? Kind of hard to tell, but I can tell between these 2 cells here, that score probably is bringing this one up. So it might look like it's in the right range when in fact it is probably a real deficit. So this fails on all counts. It doesn't have to fail on all counts. It only has to fail on one count for it to be likely valid. Likely valid means you're going to move forward to your evaluation. That's all that it means. And how you're going to do that is going to come up after lunch, because now we're all done. And unless you have any questions, we're going to take an hour break and we're going to go eat some good food. So I will see. Good. All right. Well, welcome back. Those of you who made it back. Too bad for those of you who did not. We're getting to the important part here, which is, again, how we implement practice and how we actually conduct evaluations in some way, shape, or form. I told you I wanted to be very practical and hands-on. I know I've given you a lot of, foundational information, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of what I've mentioned isn't necessarily a big part of your training. And so if you don't know it, then how else are you going to be able to use it? So I left it here where I gave you this sort of difference between, and I'll cover it once again, invalid pattern and valid pattern. Just remember, invalid pattern simply means the likelihood of a disability is low. It's not supporting a disability. A valid pattern could support a disability, but the CNM is not a diagnostic tool all by itself. That's not its purpose. Remember, it's just to help you determine was culture and language, or were culture and language, the primary influences on the test scores that you generated in the evaluation from the child that you worked with. So we're going to cover more of these, and let me move on here. There we go. All right. So if I show you this pattern and I begin to test you now, so I am giving you a quiz now, would you say this is invalid or valid? I heard invalid and right, unlikely to be a disability. And in case you're wondering, there's a little hint right at the bottom there in the red font that says likely invalid, just in case you were wondering. But that means that this person scored consistent with whatever English learners tend to score, all right, which we know what that is, on these particular tests that were given, regardless of which ones they were. And it's so consistent that it doesn't suggest that this person has a deficit or disability of any kind, right? Now, again, not disability per se, but think of it this way. There are no scores that would suggest the presence of a cognitive deficit or linguistic or academic deficit on which you could pin determination of a disability. This means this child is very likely average in their capacities in general, whatever you have measured, and that if they're not learning in the classroom, it's because of some other reason. In this case, you cannot say there is LD here. The best you're going to actually say is probably culture and language could be contributory, but you're not even going to say that, are you? There's no contributory effect here. This is primary kind of an effect. All right, welcome back. I had to start without you guys, so no worries. I know you're operating on Latino Standard Time. I did too. My wife absolutely hates it that the other day we literally had a disagreement, that's what I'll call it, because she's like, your conception of time is not the right conception of time. And I'm like, yeah, it's a little fluid. She says, it needs to be a little bit more solid. So anyway, I get it, but that's the way it is. All right, let me give you another one. How about this? Pattern of scores likely to be valid or invalid? And those of you who are cheating are just looking at the bottom there and just going, oh, okay, it's likely valid, right? Well, ask yourself this. If you ever get stuck, just simply look at it and say, number one, is there an overall pattern of decline here? Kind of almost is, right? So that one's a little tougher. This one's not cooperating, but all right. What about number two? Are all of the scores, all these bars in the graph, are they all within or above the expected range as shown? And that answer is clearly no. In fact, you've got that right there that's saying no. So remember, that alone is enough to say, all right, that doesn't meet the criteria for invalidity. So therefore, it can't be just culture and language. But remember, culture and language don't just magically disappear. They're not like Lucky Charms, okay? They're going to be there. So when you write your report, you're going to discuss that and say, you know, that culture and language probably affected the results that you have or obtained and that you're interpreting. However, in the case of the scores that you are interpreting as being reflective of a disability, that's where you're going to say that the performance was, and how do I put this? I tried to create a new idiom here. Usually I would say above and beyond, but above and beyond means above. Well, this isn't above and beyond, it's below and beyond, right? Below and beyond. So can I use that as my new idiom? Below and beyond. The scores are below and beyond what can be accounted for solely by culture and language. So that establishes the fact that something else is causing that. We can explain a drop on these tests of about maybe up to 9 to, I could even go maybe 10 to 12 points or so. But it starts getting beyond that. Culture and language is not what can explain it. It's got to be something else. It's not limited English proficiency, not cultural difference. It's got to be something else. But that something else doesn't always mean it's a disability. I just want to say that up front. This is another reason why when you're using the CLIM, you might want to remember that it was derived on research in which the administration of the tests was performed in a standardized manner. So use of the CLIM when tests are generated in a non-standardized manner is not appropriate. So if you're going to use the CLIM, you're already constraining yourself to having to give the test in a standardized manner, which you can do and which I recommended before anyway. So you're beginning to see there's a lot of logic behind why I recommend what I do. It's not just, well, I just think that's a good way. There are reasons. If that's the case, then as I said before, if you're going to use a standardized test and you should be giving it in a standardized manner first, that permits you to use the CLIM. If you give a standardized test in an altered manner, you cannot use the CLIM. The CLIM doesn't work because the alteration you employed could be why that score is low. And so that's why you don't want to do it. Yes, question.
The KBC allows you for the manual to provide the directions in Spanish. That would then still be considered standardized manner, correct? If we're going to put it in the CLIM.
Okay, so the question is, you're talking about the KBC? Yeah, KBC and other tests too do have like an administration in Spanish, all right? And this is a good example of a publisher saying, hey, it's okay to do this in a non-standard way. In fact, the KBC not only has a Spanish administration, it also does allow you to mediate the concept before you actually administer the test items. So that violates standardization. Well, technically it does, all right? But how much? In the KBC, okay, even though it says the instructions to the task can be given in Spanish, you do understand that it says at that point, the real items, though, are administered in English. Okay, why? Because then they're saying the norms are based on that type of administration. So in essence, then it doesn't, in that case, violate the standardization, because what they're saying is the instructions are not the standardization, it's the items that are standardized. Does that make sense? And you could probably apply that a lot with many of the tests that you have. If what you say before actually giving the item, right, doesn't affect how that item is given, then it's probably not something that is violating standardization very much. But if you have to use language as part of the actual administration of the actual items, then that's really going to be more significant. So I know what Alan's intent was on that, and I think it was good. And I was happy that his recommendation was, but once you get to the actual items, you can't do those. You can't translate them and then say that's valid as well. Okay. All right. So how about this one? Valid or invalid? All right. This one is still likely valid. I mean, for the, first impression, do you see a declining pattern overall? Okay, maybe we have to work on your visual processing abilities. Is that something I need to go into? No, come on, come on. Look, this is as high as that and higher than everything else. And this should be lower than everything except that one, right? On the right-hand side. That's the way it should be, but that's not what's here. That is what's here, but that's weird. That means there is no declining pattern here. That alone is enough to say, ooh, culture and language, pretty much minimal effect or impact on my test scores. And you can write that. You can simply say, yes, I considered the effect of culture and language on the test scores, and the impact was really minimal in this case. It did not follow any kind of systematic decline as we would expect if language was really what was going on here. You also have significant variability there, and you have the fact that not all scores are actually within the expected range as well. So lots going on there that really invalidates that. I mean, creates validity, but invalidates the criteria. It doesn't meet the criteria. Now, speech language pathologist, here's the cell 5 all by itself. So I'll ask her because I know she's a speech language path. Any other speech language paths in here today? Maybe probably online. All right, so here's what the cell 5 looks like. And as you can see, there's no data. People often ask, do I need to fill in all the cells? No, you don't. You don't try to gather data to fill in all the cells to help see them. You set the battery that you're going to use based on what you need to do, which is why I said you choose whatever battery you think is appropriate. You measure what you need to measure, you select, that's all up to you. Then you put that into the CLM. Well, if you're a speech language path and you're only using the self, then you don't have anything that's going to be out over here because by nature, you're measuring, right? Language fundamentals. You're measuring language and they're all going to be here. So even if you do that, can use a CLM, what would you say about the results here? I know I have to ask only the speech language path. Yeah. Yeah. So likely valid results here. And primarily because of this one right here. All right. This is pretty on target, but this one should have been better. What's happening in here are tests that are measuring language, but that don't require as much development in language. So they should be less effective, which means those scores should have been higher on average. Okay, now, could that have happened because you only had one test of one thing here and not enough of them? Yes, that's an issue of reliability though, isn't it? That's not a ceiling problem. That just means that in cases where you only have one measure of one thing and it ends up in one cell all by itself, insufficient data can potentially lead you to conclude something that is not really correct. Now, how do you prevent that? Well, as you're going to see later on, if this was one score and it was low all by itself, when you conduct a reevaluation, reevaluation of that area, that's when you can determine, do you really have sufficient coverage and depth in the measurement? So you'll get to it later. But right now, it's suggesting, doesn't seem like it's just culture and language. And that's why if it were just spurious, you'll catch that later anyway. So it's not a problem. Yes, question.
We have a webinar participant asking, can you please address how COVID protocols and the use of personal protective equipment may impact whether we can or cannot use the CLM? And then does the use of PPE invalidate whether we can use the CLM?
All right, so the question is about ways that we test children using PPE, particularly like shields or masks or other kinds of equipment that aren't part of the standardization protocol. And, can you use the CLM even when you give the test that way? I actually spoke about this at length for New York City Department of Education, working with them. And this was something that they had me discuss quite a bit. And the reality is this, if you're working with the kid, even if you're wearing equipment and whatever, that's not likely to be a huge, unless there's some element of what you're doing that prevents the child from responding in a way that's appropriate. Now, for example, if the child's wearing a mask, you're wearing a mask, okay, they might not be able to see you smile, okay? Is that a good or bad thing? Well, in many ways, that's a good thing because it keeps you from prompting the child, right? When you see them get the right answer, you don't suddenly break into a, subconscious little smile there and the child knows, oh, I got that one right? Or when you like, yeah, and then they're like, oh, I got that one wrong. Kids can tell. They're very sensitive to that. So that in and of itself is not likely to be a big problem. The biggest problem with the testing was when it was done remotely, okay? And as I mentioned this morning, the fact that you had no other alternative means that while those results could certainly have been questionable because of the modality and the manner of administration, there was nothing you could do about that other than do it, okay? So you had to comply. Can you still use the CLM? As long as I believe you're face-to-face, as long as you believe that the parameters of the administration have not been altered in some significant way. Does administration change it? Probably, potentially, okay? But I'm more worried about things like the administration in terms of the instructions. I'm worried about moderations or modifications and alterations to the scoring, okay? I'm more worried about things that you wouldn't do or shouldn't do, even if you're doing it remotely, because you can be very adherent to the standardization protocol, even in a remote session. But you could also be very much not adhering to it in a face-to-face session. So that's really the key. As long as you're not doing anything that I mentioned before, the use of personal protective equipment, I don't think is something that you need to worry about. And hopefully, God willing, we won't have to deal with that much longer anyway. But one more question.
Dr. Ortiz, sorry. Webinar participants are stating that they don't know what they're pointing at when you use the
I know.
So maybe, I don't know if you could just walk them through when I point at.
Yeah, I was hoping that it could be on the camera, but it's like not set up. So, and see, now I don't even have my own computer, so I can't draw on it because this is where I would draw and I would draw your attention to it. So yesterday I could do that because I had my own computer and I would take my pen and I would point to where I'm talking about. So I don't know how to refer to it. I'll have to do it location wise. So I will say in the lower right quadrant of the slide, but too much. I'll do my best to try and just avoid it. Hopefully my animation points generally to what I'm talking about. So if something pops up like the little circle, that's what I'm referring to. I'll try and do it more in advance so that it's in tune with my speech, okay? So like here, all right, I'm not gonna point to anything. I'm just gonna ask you, valid or invalid? You guys should be experts at this by now. Valid. All right, why is it valid? You're stumbling because you see that pattern of decline right there. You see, and that time I made the line go at the same time. So those of you who are remote, you're very welcome. Okay, all right, that's what you're looking at, right? And there is a declining pattern, but is that the only criteria or criterion that you have to meet? No, you have to also have all the scores within or above the expected range. Are all of these scores within or above the expected range, which in this case is the moderately different range, that green line, right? And the answer is no, none of them are. So what's happening here is there is some type of influence, some factor somewhere that is more or less uniformly depressing all of the scores. So what could that be? Well, that actually could be a number of things. For example, what if you scored the test incorrectly? You had a 5-year-old child use 10-year-old norms. Yeah, that's what they're going to look like. That's bad, okay? But it could also be something else. The fact that culture and language are playing a role in that declining pattern doesn't mean that culture and language were completely not determining the pattern. It just means that there could be something else. And in this case, something like intellectual disability, global cognitive impairment, pervasive developmental disorder, even a severe language delay affecting learning could probably look like this. So that's what we would say. You have a question?
Could it also possibly be indicative that maybe their home environment is more markedly different than moderately different? Or maybe like COVID-19, they're getting a lot more Spanish in the so their English skills is kind of diminished?
Yeah, except the question is that, well, what could this possibly be by a kid maybe affected by the pandemic in which their learning was inhibited significantly and or there's something going on at home, maybe related to socioeconomic status or whatever, right? That's kind of like what you were saying. And that would be the case, except that if you notice the scores on the far left of the graph, they shouldn't be that low. That's where, because if we eliminate language and anything having to do with it, we'd get more normal type of scores. They should be more average. So I'm going to show you one a little bit later that gets at what you're asking. But in this case, I wouldn't say that's the case. In fact, I think it's this one right here. So this looks different than this, right? But what is the difference? The difference is, in this case, you do have areas on the far left, see, that are touching that graph. You do have areas on the far right that are very, very low. So if a child had a language impairment and it was really related to that, but not affecting their overall learning, then this is what you would see. If you combine scores from, let's say, speech language evaluation that had indications of language impairment, you'd get the bars to the right there. And then the psychological scores, the other ones, would be on the left, because it would fill in the non-verbalish kinds of abilities. And then you would see that there is a very steep pattern of decline, just like that, right? Which is steeper than the expected rate. And so that, even though it looks like, yes, it's a pattern of decline, is not enough. On the other hand, what you just said earlier, if that was a markedly different child, then it could be that I chose the wrong one, which is why it's so important. At this point, it looks like it would be a problem. But if that was truly a markedly different kid, not a moderately different kid, then I'm misidentifying here. I definitely would be. Another question, Olivia.
Webinar participant Kimberly is asking, how do you decide where a particular subtest goes in the matrix? Did you use the EML norms from the particular test? I assume not all tests have EMLs in the norming sample. Was there some test work involved?
Okay, so I bet all of you guys could answer that question. How did I determine the classification of the subtests in the matrix? Say it. Research. And what did I pull from the research to do that? Actual mean values. Right. The classifications are done by people who take these tests and give them to English learners. None of these tests have ENL norms. They don't. All right. And even if they do, remember, they don't actually control for differences in language exposure. So what happens? What would happen? And I showed you this as well. If I have English learners and some of them are, let's say, only minimally proficient in English, some are moderately proficient, and some are highly proficient, and I put them all together, what is the score I'm going to get on a particular test? Who is it going to reflect more? The kid that is minimally proficient, the moderately proficient, or the highly proficient kid? Moderate, because it averages out, right? So that's the typical ELL that I've been talking about in the research. So those are the mean values. But since that is for a typical kid, and since those kids tend to be pretty much English proficient, we have to make the adjustments for the other one. So Kimberly, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I did cover that. So some of the earlier slides has that information for you. It comes from mean values. I do some of my own research, but I rely on other people and what they're doing. It's actually not uncommon at all for researchers to give English learners tests in English. They've been doing it for over a century. So it's very easy. A new test comes out, people run off and start giving it to a whole bunch of different people. There are a lot of validity studies out there. And I look at the mean values as they report by subtest, not by indexes, not by composites, but by subtest. And then I convert those to the same metric, deviation IQ metric, right? Mean of 100, standard deviation 15. And that then sets where the test goes. So it's by value. Remember, a test that is in the upper left-hand corner of the matrix, low language, low culture, must be around a 99. A test that is in the lower right-hand corner of the matrix has to be around 85. Okay. If the test is lower than that, then it's going to end up there, but the adjustments would be made through the type of, let's say, degree of difference that the person had, because some samples might have been more markedly different than other samples. By and large, again, they're primarily slightly different. So that's how that is done. And that's what we're using to establish the line that is picked for slightly, moderately, and markedly different. So here is some additional research, and this doesn't necessarily go to the question specifically, but you get an idea. Here were subtests that were drawn from the WIPC, I think in this case, and they were pre-classified. So you can see where they have LCLL, means low culture, low language at the bottom, MCLL, moderate culture, low language, HCLL is high culture, low language, and then LC, low culture, moderate language, and so on. And here's how these kids who were English learners performed, who actually had already previously been either identified as having a speech language impairment or intellectual disability, or in which case they were not identified and were of average ability. And so you see the blue line follows the kind of pattern that I've been showing you. And that would be the moderately different kind of line. The yellow line follows exactly that pattern, except once you get to moderate language, it begins to separate a little, because now you're tapping into language for the tests that are on the right-hand side of the graph. But look at the white line, which represents children with intellectual disability who were English learners. They're low on everything, even though the scores do decline. And so they don't have the abilities that these kids have to the same degree. They have more of a general global cognitive impairment of some kind, or maybe even a general global language impairment, because it's kind of hard to measure cognitive abilities in kids that have severe language impairments before the age of about 5 or 6. I mean, that's just real hard to do. So that's where it is. Now, what about the native language test that I mentioned before? This is the one research study that I'm aware of, and this was done by Julia Sparza Brown, and she's probably known to some degree here by my friends and colleagues. Julie was the resource teacher, the bilingual resource teacher at Encinitas when I was there. She also then came through the San Diego State School Psychology program, and then she went off to Portland State University, where she got her doctoral degree. What do you think she found? Well, you can tell by the mean values that auditory processing wasn't cooperating the way that we thought it would, right? But that makes also a great deal of sense when you understand the language, okay? And what do I mean by that? English and Spanish are not interchangeable as languages, and they're not direct translations of each other, have significant structural differences. And one of a language is considered transparent when there is a close one-to-one relationship between the way we say something, the phonology, and the way we write it, the morphology. When that exists, that is a highly transparent language. One of the most transparent languages in the world is Finnish, for example. 23 letters in the alphabet, 23 sounds, and that's it. So if you know what the sound is supposed to be, you could actually read a passage in Finnish, and somebody listening to you would understand what you said, even though you have no idea what you just read. That's Finnish. Spanish, not quite 100%. Maybe I would estimate 95 to 97, because we do have things like a silent H on occasion. We have the R, which is trilled. We write it with a double R, but maybe it should be 3 or 4 R's instead of just 2 of them. So it's not 100% correspondence, but it's much, much better than English. English, any ideas? 50% irregularity, which means that only half of the words in English, if you include silent E, are actually spelled phonetically the way that, spelled the way that they are said. So the morphology, the written way, is not the way that it's actually pronounced. Okay? So that means English is an opaque language. And that means then that when you translate auditory processing, how much of it is going to be important in English versus what it would be in Spanish, especially in terms of learning to read. I bet those of you who were never taught to read, like I was never taught to read in Spanish, but I have no trouble reading in Spanish because I'd already learned to decode in English, and I just apply the exact same rules, and I'm more right than I'm wrong because of the way the languages are. So auditory processing, especially phonological coding. And remember the old Bateria 3 was what? Sound blending and everybody remembers, what is it? Sound blending and incomplete words. Yeah, right, where you would say, banana, right? And the person says, oh, nan is missing there. I always had trouble with incomplete words. I was better with sound blending, but the incomplete was a mess. Anyway, it just comes out much easier. It's just easier to do. How many vowels in Spanish? A, E, I, O, U, 5. How many in English? Oh my God, if you count them all and all the variations, the short sounds, the long sounds, and some of the blends, we're talking about what, 15, 16 is what you guys are taught? And well, right, you throw in the diphthongs, you probably have even more. And that's just the vowel sounds. That's why Spanish is just so much easier. But look after that. visual processing, processing speed, short-term memory, GF a little bit different. GA moved up there, GLR still there, GC down there. If I show you what those graphs look like, this is what they look like. They don't look a whole lot different than what I showed you before for tests given in English, right? But the one difference you do see is that the pattern is steeper for those who got English instruction on the right-hand side versus those who got Spanish instruction on the left-hand side. So if it's steeper on the right and less steep on the left, that means the performance is better on the left. And that makes sense as well. If you're getting native language instruction, you're continuing some degree of development in your native language. But you notice that that's not a flat line because those kids are not monolinguals. And that's why testing even in the native language continues to be problematic. We don't have norms that control for the differences in language development between monolinguals and English learners. Yes.
Tiffany is asking, is there a lower rate of specific learning disability in countries that speak more transparent languages?
That's a great question, and I'm not entirely sure about that. Learning disabilities, oh, I'm sorry. The question was, is there a lower rate of learning disabilities in countries in which the language is transparent as compared to in English? My guess would be it's probable, but I don't really know. Do you?
Reading-wise, there's less reading disabilities in the language that's more transparent.
Yeah.
See that,
Yeah.
But I can't think of anything about language disabilities.
Right. And that would have been my answer as well. And the answer is that in places where there are transparent languages, the incidence of reading difficulties is much lower than it is in the United States. So our use of a language that has blended so many other languages and resulted in so many of these abnormal phonological constructions, right? Like how does OUGH come out as uff? I mean, it then makes it difficult to associate those two because there's so much more that needs to be learned and so much irregularity. Now, does that translate to more LD? Possibly, but remember, LD is also a Western kind of idea. There are other countries in which there's no concept even of what LD is. But I would say that my answer is what you said, that because of the lack of transparency, it is going to create more difficulties for children in being able to master the morphological system here in the US. Yes.
So I've attended a few trainings with Dr. Pfeiffer, and he'll say for Spanish speakers and readers that you don't have as much dysphonetic dyslexia, but you do still see the surface dyslexia.
Correct.
You don't still see dyslexia, and where you see it with our Spanish speakers is in the fluency, not necessarily in their ability.
Right. None of the phonetic aspect of it is going to correct comprehension difficulties. So the dysphonetic dyslexia that Dr. Pfeiffer describes, but she was basically saying that her observations have been in trainings with Stephen Pfeiffer, Dr. Pfeiffer, and he's the author, by the way, of the FAM, the Pfeiffer Assessment of Math, Pfeiffer Assessment of Reading, Pfeiffer Assessment of Math. And he identifies, I don't know if you guys are familiar with his work, 4 different subtypes of dyslexia. And dysphonetic is the one in which the sound symbol association gets kind of screwed up. The surface dyslexic is more having to do with comprehension difficulties. There's also mixed type, and then there was one more that I'm spacing out. But dysphonetic dyslexia, she was saying, he has said, and consistent with what you said, is less of a problem in languages like Spanish. But the incidence of other types of difficulties in reading are probably much the same. I mean, comprehension is comprehension, and how you're comprehending it and how you're decoding it aren't really going to necessarily affect the comprehension. Either you're getting it or you're not. So that's because you're also bringing in the frontal lobes in terms of understanding. Remember that decoding can be done without thinking. There is no necessary component of reading or comprehension in order to decode. So it becomes an issue in that case. So, all right, I'll tell Steve that you were listening carefully at his presentations. All right, and then if I show you this graph here, this is the same graph, except that I put them all together, and that's what it looks like. And you can see the green line right there as reflecting the decline of children getting their native language instruction, the pink line reflecting kids getting their instruction in English only. So the fact that we started them in English means they're suffering more language loss and language attrition than kids who are getting native language instruction. But even those kids are suffering some language loss and language attrition compared to monolinguals because they're also learning English. It's just, again, it's mathematical that way. So the issues that we see, particularly up here on the left with the circle that I'm pointing to now, is really a difference in the structure of English and Spanish. And that probably holds true with other languages, which is something you ought to know, and which is why, without that research, it's hard for me to say, here are the CLIM classifications. I don't really know. I can do it a little bit for Spanish, but with 1 or 2 studies, that's probably not enough to be considered evidence-based. So until there's a lot more of that, I'm just going to say it's unofficial and you got to deal with it. But other than that, the attenuation of performance is still following the developmental pattern that I've been describing before. All right. Now, some of you may have done some of your own research, or you may have read or heard, this goes on all the time. It's kind of like, I don't know how many of you are truly into social media. I am not. I will admit that in a heartbeat. I really do not care for it. I kind of value and love my privacy, and I always have. And I just don't understand the negativity that it tends to sort of engender out there. But academia has kind of followed in the same line. It really has. Journals now are looking for sensationalist types of articles. And when they get them, it's like, oh my God, yes, that's how we drive membership. That's how we get the clicks, we get the likes, because people are interested. So when something comes out that is negative or controversial, like the studies I'm about to discuss with you, they get a lot of play. When I publish something, nobody's ever read it. So too bad, okay? If that's the way you want to live your life, fine. However, in a lot of the cases, the negativity that is being thrown out there is completely unwarranted. And do you remember the studies I showed you previously this morning when we were looking at those 4 samples, the WISC-4 normative sample, the English-speaking referred sample, and the 2 ELL samples? Remember those? Well, these are those studies, because despite what you saw and what I showed you, okay, they came to very different conclusions. For example, you can see here they said the valid CLIM profile, cell means did not decline, emerged in the WISC-4 normative sample and in the ELL sample. Thus, neither sample of children exhibited the invalid CLIM profile. So the invalid CLIM profile was that line going down, okay? Now, do you recall, in terms of what I showed you, the 2 studies on the right-hand side with the ELLs, do you recall that those scores did not go down? That's not what I recall. You don't recall that either, do you? I think, in fact, if I remind you what those patterns look like, this is what they look like. I kind of think that they're declining. Do you? Yeah. So when you aggregate the data, okay, when you put them all together, and remember, these kids did have learning disabilities, and I'll talk about that in a second. But what it shows is that even so, they didn't perform really differently than any other English learners ever before. Did they perform? Did they perform like monolingual English speakers? They did not. All right. So now, would we expect monolingual English speakers to have that pattern? No, we wouldn't. And so they didn't. So I was kind of confused as to why they would say then that they weren't declining, because clearly they were declining, right? And then I read a little bit more about what they were doing, and they took each individual subject in their study. They had 86 cases, okay? And then they described their sample, which you can read in red right here in the 3rd paragraph at the beginning, where it says roughly 97% of the participants were identified as meeting criteria for educational disability. 86% is SLD, the rest as mild language impairment. Oh, okay. So let me see if I got this right. You're looking for the invalid pattern, and that invalid pattern of decline occurs when the child's ability is, okay, when I do that, the right answer is always average, okay? All right, and if it's average, it means the child does not have a disability, okay? So is that what they should have been looking for? If their sample had 97% of their kids, almost the entire sample had a disability, should they have been looking for the average pattern? No, they should not. But that's what they did. Yeah. And so let's find out what they found. This is what they found. They were looking for the top left box there, that invalid declining pattern. And they only found, out of their 86 kids, 9 kids who had that pattern, only 9. Oh my God, they cried. The coelom just doesn't work. And they found that in this valid pattern down here, 77 of those kids, 89.5% of their sample actually had that, which was backwards to what they were looking for. Oh my God. So now you can see why they were like, it doesn't work. I don't get this. You know, the sky is falling. Please run. Dr. Ortiz is crazy. Yeah, pretty much. I've been called worse. Okay. So you buy that. I know this seems awfully strange because you're thinking they couldn't possibly have made that mistake, could they? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. All right. Peer-reviewed research in which whoever the peer reviewers were, not one of them caught the most egregious error possible, which is the interpretation of what they're looking for backwards. They should have been saying, we need to find this pattern down here. And did they? In 89.5% of the cases, you bet they did, 90%. And because their sample was only 97% disabled, not 100%, that means 3 of their cases should not have shown that. And so there was 3 up here out of those 9 that we can account for, which if you add 3.5 to 89.5 gives you 93%. I am very proud to show you these studies because they are demonstrating, despite their erroneous conclusions, that the coelom was consistent with 93% of the clinical decisions that had been made in those cases. I couldn't have asked for better data. I couldn't have created better data if I'd done it myself, all right? So powerful evidence in support of the coelom. And I'll tell you this too, you know the 6 up here at the top? Because remember, they found 9, right? So that means the coelom had 7% of the cases where the coelom was saying, it's actually seems to be average, but this kid had already been identified as having a disability. How much faith do you have in the fact that all of these were 100% placements based on actual disability? How about that 7% maybe got into special ed under the little SLD, you know, sympathetic learning disability? It's entirely possible that those kids ended up there because they didn't want to keep them in general ed for no other reason, right? That's the disproportionality, the inequity that we're talking about today. And if that's the case, it meant that the coelom was consistent with 100% of those cases. I couldn't have asked for better data. And yet, when it was published, it's like, oh my God, look how awful it is. And you know what? Nobody who reads the study seems to be able to find that significant error, except me. Why is that? I'm not the only person that can possibly see it. And I've had some colleagues call me up and say, well, I read that, but didn't they look at it backwards? And I'm like, thank you. All right. So when you hear results like that, think about this. If they were correct that the coelom was wrong, what they're then saying is that the research underlying the coelom must be wrong. And the research underlying the coelom says English learners don't perform the same as English speakers. Okay, do you agree with that? English learners do not perform the same. English learners tend to perform more poorly. You agree with that? Did their results show that their English learners perform more poorly? Yes, it did. English learners also tend to perform more poorly as a function of the language demands, which I just showed you in that pattern right there up at the top right. Okay, see, I added it in. I was good. I'm getting better. Remote people, I'm there for you. And did their pattern show exactly that? Yes, it did. So what is inconsistent about their results with anything that we didn't already know? Not a darn thing. And I bring this up because, you know, it's very disheartening sometimes to try and do this research only to have people try and check you on it and do such a bad job. I don't mind people criticizing. In fact, I welcome it because I need to improve. Everything that I'm showing you now, maybe a year or 2 from now, could be a lot different. Who knows? But the basic research in terms of what I've shown you, has it been wrong? Have we all been wrong? Oh, that's right. It was all genetics. I forgot. I'm sorry. We'll just stop the whole thing right here. I'm just going to leave now, Olivia, because, you know, I'm completely wrong. Heck no, I'm not wrong, and too bad, all right? But I want you to be aware of that because it comes up. This is the table literally drawn exactly from their research study. And as you can see, they were looking to find invalid scores because that's the average normal typical ELL with the population of disabled ELLs. Really? Okay. It couldn't have been more clear. And they did it with, look at this on the right-hand side of their table here. They did it with monolingual English speakers too. This should have clued them in even more. Should we see a declining pattern in monolingual English speakers? You guys already know that. And you're not even making your livings as academics. You're not basing your whole career on being a researcher and getting it this wrong. You already knew that. Should the norm sample show no type of decline? Yes, that's exactly what it should show. And look at that, 1,933 out of the 2,033 kids absolutely showed no pattern of decline. Only a small percentage, 4.9%, 100 of those kids actually didn't. You know who those kids are? You already know who they are. Those are the referred kids. Exactly, because they had a mild language impairment that was evident in the CLIM. Right? Get it now? All right. Okay, I'll jump off my soapbox here because it's so frustrating. I have to tell you, I feel like quitting sometimes. Just saying, you know what? You guys can have it. Goodbye. But I'm not going to give up. I won't do that. All right. So now we know everything. We know compared to English speakers, we have EL to ES. Compared to English learners, we have EL to EL. And that's how we use the CLIM. But how do then we put it into practice further? Because I've given you an idea of how we deal with test scores, but what about all the other things we've got to do? And what about the sequence of testing? Testing is not like, we just do it any way that we want. We have to have a formal process. So I've created an integrated approach, which you see at the bottom, integrated L1 plus L2, although I often call it multilingual approach. And sometimes I might call it L2 plus L1 because I haven't figured that out yet. But it's based on this research that we've been talking about, which helps us deal with that norm sample representation, right? That's been our issue. However, what about the other issues? You see, if I didn't attend to them, then it would be hard for me to go places and say, let me help you. Are all of you in this room today bilingual? Is there anybody that is not bilingual in the room? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, there's a number of you that are not bilingual. And if I were to say, okay, first thing, you got to be bilingual, the 5 of you would say, see you later, goodbye. And you are working. Tell me, are any of you 5 not working with ELLs? Have never worked with an English learner? Yeah, you have, right? So this applies to everybody. And that's sort of my consideration. I have to create something that will deal with it. And what happens if those of you who are bilingual in here, how many of you are bilingual, okay, but not in Spanish and English? So I have 1, and that's it. 1 person, right? So what's the other language? What's the language? Turkish? Kurdish. Kurdish. Oh my goodness. They're the first Kurdish speaker I probably think I've actually met. So, well, although I'm not entirely sure. We did have a student in our program. You remember Nafisa? Nafisa was from Afghanistan, but I'm not sure she spoke Kurdish. She was probably, I don't know, Farsi. I think she was Farsi. Yeah, perhaps. Anyway, she was one of the first Farsi school psychs in the state. So we have a good reputation at San Diego State. The first Vietnamese speaking, remember Tiffany Nguyen, up in Westminster, first Vietnamese speaking school psychologist in California. So anyway, how do we accommodate everybody here? Well, I'm going to give you that because I want to fill in all of these gaps, all of these other circles. I want everybody to be able to do it. You know, there is no Kurdish WISC 5, right? Tell everybody, there is no Kurdish WISC 5. It's not there. So you guys were thinking easy. Kids speak Spanish. I'm going to choose bateria. I got Spanish, WISC 5 Spanish. I even got Spanish tests in speech language. I can even translate the KBC into Spanish if I want. I got the DOS, Spanish administration. I got everything I need. You get to Kurdish. She's like, what am I going to use? Right? So she needs help too. I'm here for you as well. All right. Not just for the Spanish speakers. This is the first, and there are 2, are the 2 minor exceptions that I mentioned before. You want that blue peer, true peer aim line, and there are only 2 tests to give it to you. 2. The BESA is one of them. And look who the authors are. Elizabeth Pena. Ring a bell? We all know Liz Pena very, very well. Liz came to teach us when we were starting in the cohort, Olivia and I, as one of the 3 presenters during a summer workshop. One of the first things I ever learned about in terms of school psychology and language was taught to me by Liz Pena, who's a bilingual speech language pathologist She was up in the Bay Area, and then after that took a position at UT Austin and was there for a long time. Now she's back at UC Irvine, I believe. So she's back in California. Good friend of mine. I've known her before she was an academic, and she is the author of this test. Who is the second author? Vera Gutierrez-Clellan. Do we even know her? Go ahead, Olivia. Tell them all about Dr. Gutierrez-Clellan. Yeah, is she still there? Well, I don't know if she's retired or not, because I would think maybe it's been a while, but I won't make any assumptions. I'll just say that she was the bilingual speech language path that was the co-director of the project that I told you that I was trained on, the bilingual interdisciplinary collaboration project, where we had 6 bilingual school sites, 6 bilingual speech language paths, and we trained alongside each other, went to each other's sites, gave each other's tests. We just learned everything about it. So these are my folks too. Achilles Iglesias, I know, he's at Temple University, speech language path, and I wrote an article for him. He solicited an article from me about the CLIM so he could publish it in a speech language journal. Why? Because, well, speech language paths generally tend to understand the issues a little bit more readily than school psychs. And that's because school psychs, your training, like me, wasn't in language. So my training was in language when I got on that project, which turned out to be invaluable. And that's why I'm bringing it to you. And they created a test in 2018 called the Bilingual English-Spanish Assessment, the BESA. Kind of cute, right? The acronym there. I liked it. Anyway, what they did was exactly what I have been telling you needs to be done. What you see are 5 different categories for norms. They basically said, we're going to put you in one of these 5 categories, and whichever category you fit into, that's the normative comparison you get. So you could either be a functional monolingual English speaker, meaning have very little, if any, exposure to Spanish. On the other side, you could be a functional monolingual Spanish speaker, very little exposure to English, right? But in between, you could be bilingual dominant, where you speak English mostly. You could be bilingual dominant, where you speak Spanish mostly. And right in the middle, you could be balanced bilingual, where, again, it's not balanced like balanced literacy and you're super fluent in both. It simply means you're not better in any one than the other. You're right at the same level, regardless of the level of proficiency. You could be balanced bilingual with high proficiency, balanced bilingual with low proficiency, but you are right in the middle. So these 3 categories should look very familiar to you. They are essentially operationalizations of the degree of difference. Slightly different. What would be slightly different? Bilingual dominant English. Moderately different, balanced bilingual. Bilingual dominant Spanish, markedly different. That's exactly the same categories. If I test these kids in English, okay, and I use these 3 categories, the bilingual dominant English speakers are going to do the best, aren't they? Because they have the most development, followed by the balanced bilingual, followed by the bilingual dominant Spanish speaker. Conversely, if I test them in Spanish, the bilingual dominant Spanish speakers are going to do best, followed by the balanced bilingual, followed then by the bilingual dominant English. All right. So you see the same kind of concept, same idea here. There are 3 categories to put you in. Now, because the test was focused on English and Spanish, and it singularized, and operationalized Spanish along with English, that means then that they included, obviously, this group here, the functional monolingual Spanish speakers. Now, if they had done it in English only, they could keep it here if they're only measuring in English, but they wanted to measure in Spanish, so they had to balance both sides. Okay? Question?
First, I wanted to let you know that Julian and the webinar participant said that he's a sequential bilingual participant speaking German. This is his native language.
There you go.
English working as an SLP.
Look at that. See, it's not all about Spanish, right? And then there's the follow-up question. Okay. Thank you, Julian.
We have an anonymous attendee saying, is the CLIM appropriate also for interpreting student scores who are deaf or hard of hearing?
Oh, the question, to repeat it, is the CLIM appropriate for interpreting scores from children who are deaf and hard of hearing, deaf or hard of hearing? Okay. How can I answer this? I get that question all the time. I have gotten it for 20 years. I'm not exactly sure why, but the people at Gallaudet absolutely love me and my work, and I don't know why. And I love you guys too, okay? And they do use it, but can I endorse it officially that way? No, I can't, because I don't do research in that area. So I don't have data that says, yes, it's going to be fine. But let me say this, the reason I know that it would work, okay, is that learning sign language, for example, is still learning language. Just because you use sign doesn't mean it's not a language. And if you are a deaf child born to hearing parents, guess what? All right. Your parents now have to learn sign to communicate with you, which means they're speaking a second language to you. And then when you get to school, you'll have to be taught in sign as well. But your parents can't support that, or they can, but only to the extent that they can learn it themselves, not having been fluent signers, perhaps when they grew up. And so it creates the same types of developmental issues that I've been talking about. Everything that I'm saying applies to children who are either, again, born deaf or hard of hearing, or lose hearing over a period of time, in which the parents themselves may not be able to provide complete support educationally in that form of the language. The same thing would apply. That's why they tend to love me. And I know, and I understand that, but I can't, okay, let me put it this way. Can I say can't wink, wink? You know what I mean? It's like unofficially, yes, you probably could do that. I get the same question about African-American students living particularly in poverty or in very low SES circumstances, inner city and urban areas. People say, when I give them the test, I see language delays all across the board. Yeah, you would. And I know why. But is that LD, or is that really more of an environmental economic kind of issue? Regardless, the lack of language will show up in the ceiling. It will. So if you wanted to use it, I'm not going to like tell you absolutely no. I'm going to tell you I just officially can't endorse you doing it, but I don't see why it would be such a problem to do so. How's that? Is that good for being evasive? Okay. One more question.
Yeah, so last she says, can you use the ESSA for older students? The manual says it is for ages 4 through 6.
Correct. The answer is no, you cannot use the BESA for older students because, as I was about to say, the test is not only normed with English and Spanish speakers, that means you can't use it with Kurdish speakers or with German speakers either. So it's limited in that capacity, but it is also intended as a preschool transition test. And so it's only normed from 4 to 611. So limited, okay? I told you there were minor exceptions here. There are no comprehensive, wide-ranging batteries available to you. All right. So it's either the BESA if you want to work with English Spanish speakers who are preschool transition, or your other option is the Ortiz PVAT. So 3 years ago, after being asked by MHS in 2010 during APA when it was down here in San Diego, that's when they first approached me. And they said, we want you to do a test. We want you to be an author. And we're looking to do maybe like a language test. And I said, any ideas? And they were like, maybe vocabulary. How about like receptive vocabulary? And I wanted receptive vocabulary because guess what's the first thing you learn when you're learning a language? It's receptive vocabulary. You know the stages of language acquisition? What's the first stage? Pre-production, often called the silent period. And it's called the silent period because you're not speaking, but you are learning, you're acquiring vocabulary. So if you measure receptive skills, you can measure receptive skills from the very outset of language learning. If you're looking to measure expressive skills, you got to wait that year past the pre-production phase until they start uttering. And then you can say, now I can start measuring some of the expressive ability. So I said, let's do it. And this was the result, published in 2018 after 8 years worth of development. How long does it actually take to create a vocabulary test? You could do it in 6 months to 2 years. That's all it really takes. Why did it take us 8? We're slow. We didn't know what we were doing. Yeah, I'm not sure we didn't know what we were doing, but we might have known what we were getting into. We had to expand the norms because my insistence was, if you want to do this correctly, and you want to even put my name on it, then this test has to account for differences between English learners, regardless of the amount of English speaking development they have. I insisted on that. And that in and of itself, the norming of the test took 3 years. Just because you know how hard it is to find a 2.5-year-old who is a recent arrival, who's been learning English for only 1 month, and then to have to turn around and find an 8-year-old, all right, who's been learning English for approximately 7 years and 6 months, all right? Think of all of that. We're not just talking about age ranges now, which is tough enough. And we're also having to adhere to the other parameters of good norming, which include geographic location, socioeconomic status, race and ethnicity, and age and gender. So, oh, you got a boy and he meets the criteria, but we need girls. Oh my God. So 3 years. And all this norming isn't like volunteer. We actually have to pay people to be able to do it. It's very costly. I'm just glad the test worked out properly, because I was worried that MHS was going to come after me for their development costs if things didn't work out. You know, because I was thinking, I'm putting my own research on the line here and my own ideas. What if I'm wrong? And they spend $1 million developing something. They'll be like, okay, Dr. Ortiz, it doesn't really work. So we're going to have to take this out of your skin, out of your hide, because I don't have $1 million and I'd have been in big trouble. But what we did was this. We said, I don't want a test that is just for English and Spanish speakers. Some of you might think the Ortiz PVAT is just for English Spanish speakers, right? Because it's called the Ortiz PVAT. And if that's what you think, well, then shame on you for thinking that. What is to prevent me, just because my surname is Ortiz and it's Hispanic, from being able to create a test that is appropriate for measuring the English vocabulary of monolingual English speakers? Am I not allowed? Am I prohibited? Shame on all of you for harboring such thoughts, okay? I like to call out implicit bias when I see it, all right? Now, I'm just giving you a hard time because I know that's what you think, and a lot of people think that too. But the test does include a full-on, separate, distinct, and I'll show you later, norming sample for English speakers. But it has an entirely separate norm sample for English learners. And who are English learners? Anybody who's not a monolingual English speaker. That's the definition. Doesn't matter how long you've been learning it, how proficient you might be, how old you even are, because the test is normed from 2.5 to 2211. It can measure your English abilities even if you've been learning English for less than a month, technically even less than a week, literally even less than a day. You're not going to get very far, but we'll probably still get an average score for you, because you will never be compared to anybody else who hasn't been learning English the same exact amount of time that you have. So if you just started learning, we're going to compare you to other people that just started learning. If you've been learning for a long time, we're going to compare you to other people who've been learning a long time. In fact, the test is structured to get you to think of certain issues and make a determination as to how long that exposure has been. I talked about that before in terms of like exposure, determining degree of exposure. The test actually will help you do that. If you know, like I was, let's say 10 years old, and you know I started learning English formally at the age of 5. So you could round off a bit, because as you get older, it doesn't have to be super precise. You get younger, it has to be more precise, down to the month even. And at 10 years of age, I had 5 years worth of English exposure, right? So that's 50% of my life. So if you make that calculation, you put 5 years divided by 10 years, that's my age. So I have 50% English exposure. You give me the test, the norms that are used will compare me only to other 10-year-old students or 10-year-old children who have also been learning English for 50% of their lives. That's the key. And that percentage goes from 1 to 99. It treats it as a continuous variable. Remember, I told you that the research only permitted those 3 categories, best we could do. That's as precise as the research would allow. But when you do the actual norming and you spend a lot of time and money on it, you can get norms that are even more precise. And think of it as 99 categories now. 99. Isn't that helpful in terms of making sure you're comparing, bananas to bananas and oranges to oranges? You like that? Just want to see if you're still awake. Okay. So anyway, that's what needs to be done. Other than that, I'm not going to talk any more about it right now. We'll come back to it a little bit later in the case study. But those are your 2 choices. And they both measure language. And that's pretty much it. So anybody can give the test. That's great, except that it's a measure of GC. What about all the other abilities? We need something more. And we don't have that yet, which means you still got to use the CELIM. We still have to have an approach, and we still have to figure out how we deal with all these other considerations. The Ortiz PVAT can be used with any person who's an English learner, regardless of what their initial primary dominant, heritage, most proficient language tended to be, right? But we need to measure other abilities. We have considerations about that will help us decide how to do that. Number 1, all right. Validity is more of a concern with low scores than with high scores. Why? What are the chances in the types of tests that you give? What are the chances that a child can get an average or better score, like a 90 standard score or higher, just by luck, just by guessing, just by chance? What's the likelihood of that? It's very unlikely, isn't it? When you're doing an ability test, either you can do it or you can't do it. It's not like, oh, I just can guess my way there. So if a child scores average or better on any test you give them, you're pretty darn sure that they have at least that level of ability. It may be higher. Maybe you can't measure how high it goes, but you certainly know it's not an indication of a deficit, right? Okay. But how many reasons are there for why a child might get a low score, like a 65? Are there reasons above and beyond or below and beyond the fact that they might have a disability? Could it be explained by something else? Something else reasonably? You mean like inattention, like fatigue, lack of motivation, about illness, perceptual difficulties that you didn't know about, like they needed glasses or they didn't hear and you had no idea? Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why a low score can be low, right? So validity then has to be concerned with low scores because we're going to use that to identify deficits. We don't use high scores for deficits, do we? When's the last time you said a kid had a disability with a score of 142? Yeah, you get anything above 100, you're like, why am I testing this kid? What's wrong here, right? Yeah, so low scores drive that, but low scores need to be validated, all right? All right, now, if we test in one language and one language only, English or the native language, doesn't matter which one, and you get all average scores, are you suddenly going to go run to the other language to retest? You're going to waste your time doing that? That's a hint, see? You're going to waste your time doing that? Telling you, no, you shouldn't be doing that. Why not? Because if there was no disability and no deficit in one language, it doesn't matter whether anything exists in the other language. You're pretty much done, right? So think about that. You can determine that a person does not have a disability by testing in only one language. You can do it. You can. You see, sometimes you focus too much on, I have to identify a disability, rather than realizing you can rule out the presence of a disability just as effectively by saying, hey, performance was all really good. I got no evidence here that there is a deficit. Yes.
We have Mark who's asking, what about the qualitative nature of the English exposure at home? Example given, parents that are also EL or students who live in impoverished households.
Okay, so the question is about the qualitative differences in the language, English language in particular, that children may be hearing. Again, it's a perfectly legitimate and important variable for you to consider in terms of what children hear. I told you my story before about the Wales is blue, right? That's the kind of language I heard. I didn't hear really good English when I was at home. The only good English I would hear would be in school. Sometimes that wasn't so good itself, was it? But it really does affect the amount of development that's going on. Can they get to BICS with that? Sure, probably. But is there any CALP development going on? Maybe not. My parents don't know, they don't use very often CALP level type of words. Certainly not commensurate with a high school or college level. Their education is barely that in their native language. So their English isn't going to be anywhere near that. So yes, you take that as part of the information necessary in determining the degree of difference, in determining the quality and the amount of exposure. Child listening to TV, for example, that's not good quality language exposure. I mentioned when I was 5, I didn't know any English, despite living in the United States. You might be thinking, well, how could you live in the US and not learn any English? Well, who was teaching it to me? My parents were not. So what? I was watching TV. TV doesn't teach me English. Yeah, maybe Dora the Explorer teaches you English and Spanish now. Great. But I didn't have Dora when I was a kid. All right. And TV tends to be passive language exercise, not active language exercise. And what we're talking about is active learning, somebody trying to help you learn what you need to learn. Now, if a parent can't do that, somebody else is going to have to do that. Could it be a sibling? Sure. Grandparent? Maybe. A relative? Possibly. But there are no guarantees. If they're there and they are doing it, then you take that into account. If they're not there and it wasn't available, then they're not getting much. There's no reason to think a child, even born in the United States and raised in the United States like I was, had any English exposure prior to entering school. When I say exposure, I don't mean just simply having heard it. I mean having been intentionally taught to use the language. That's what we're talking about. Exposure simply by being in the presence of the language doesn't help you. And I know firsthand because I went to Japan as an adult. And I was in Nagoya. Nagoya is not a a high touristy kind of area. I don't know if anybody of you have been to Japan, but you go to Tokyo, you go to Osaka, right? You know, you go to Kobe. These are great places to go visit. And you get a lot of help because there's a lot of signs, even in English. Nagoya is the middle stop on the Shinkansen, the bullet cause. There are physical manifestations of many disabilities. So that's fine. In those cases, maybe knowing what the kid knows in their native language is most important to you. And that's why you would do that. What I'm referring to in general would be an evaluation in which you can communicate effectively with the individual. This is going to happen in every case when it comes to LD. Okay, in LD, you are required to provide that child an opportunity to learn, to demonstrate their learning by law. 1 year, at least 1 academic year. If you haven't done that, and then you're evaluating for LD, you haven't given the child sufficient opportunity to learn. And that's a violation of the law, which means you're in trouble. So you shouldn't even be evaluating a new arrival for LD. Now, you're going to say, yeah, but what if they came from another country already identified as LD, and then they speak another language? All right, so maybe that could happen. But in that case, if they have that kind of situation, I would still give them some time to learn some English to see how much you can communicate. Does it really make a difference? The reality is you can use the CLIM with kids, you know, who are markedly different. So if they're brand new to English, it doesn't really matter. You can still do it. The problem might be that you have trouble communicating with the individual. And if that's the case, and you want to do something in the native language first, then you know what? You go right ahead and do it. Just remember that even though you're doing it in the native language, doesn't absolve you from the responsibility of having to determine the validity of your scores. And how are you going to do that? I don't know. And I'm not saying that facetiously. I really don't know. So that's up to you. If you want to go that route, you're on your own. I'm not here to give you those answers because there are no answers for that. But if you can, if you are able, which you will be able to do, I would say in 99% of the cases, start it in English for the reasons that I'm going to show you here. In this case, this is the sort of 5 areas of evaluation that you would engage in. You're doing pre-referral activities at the top, okay? Then you're doing the post-referral testing following that. Then you're doing some decision making. This would govern all evaluations. We don't have time to talk about the pre-referral, but we're going to move directly into those 2 in the middle because that's where testing is generally done, and that's where you run into difficulties. You already know how to do number 1 and 2. You already know how to monitor and evaluate growth. You should be doing it with equity as well, however, in that the aim lines that you choose for RTI, in that the growth rates that you use for RTI should also be based on English learners with exactly the same amount of English language development. You don't have that either. But at least you can observe the child on their own and measure their own progress as long as you're not using an inappropriate standard. So no problem. But testing right in the middle there is where it sort of comes into play, where we use tests and now we're trying to decide what do we do. And I'm going to help you deal with that specifically. I've broken those 2 steps up right there into 4 steps here. The first 2 are really part 1 and the next 2 are part 2. Actually, there are 3 steps. This step is more this bottom one at the bottom. So decision making is really like step number 4. So I'll get into that. It's really steps 1, 2, and 3 that I want to talk about. And I want to do it by giving you a case study to run you through it, something that will give you context and familiarity to be able to understand. But we have a question. We have a 4.
Dina, who asked if last year was their first year, would this year be counted as their first year? I'm not sure that was referred to in school.
If last year was their first year?
Let me go on to the next question.
Okay.
How do you determine how much time you should allow for learning, especially after COVID? Or is it acceptable to test after 1 year of attending a school in the US?
Legally, it is permissible to evaluate after 1 academic year. I don't know if you guys recall, but there was a temporary kind of regulation that said that you could allow English learners not to have to take the state exams, like the ELA, English Language Arts exams, in English for 1 year. So in other words, you could give them 1 year. But after that, they actually had to take it in English. So there was some strict kind of policy there. I think that might have been rescinded a little bit, but generally OCR, Office of Civil Rights, and US Department of Ed define opportunity to learn as a minimum of 1 year. And how much time is necessary depends on the disability. LD, minimum of a year, probably better to do 2. If you're looking at, intellectual disability and there are other types of data that suggest there are problems, then maybe you don't need to wait a whole year. And certainly not if the child has, vision or hearing problems. Those things you should take care of right away. So it depends on the nature of the disability. In LD, though, if you haven't done at least a year, then you're in sort of trouble. Remember, if the child is older and they just came here with no prior formal education, 1 year isn't going to even be enough. But after 2 years, maybe you start getting to the realm of, okay, we've given it enough chance to see what kind of progress can be made. But always remember, the progress that you're expecting should be commensurate with what you know about their development and their background. So if it's a markedly different kid, you need more time. Moderately different kid, at least a year or so. Slightly different kid, probably doesn't matter much at all. Maybe a couple of weeks. Yeah.
This question, how do you recommend assessing LD in a student that comes from an English-speaking home but is enrolled in a Spanish bilingual program, since we cannot use the CLIN with this student and the student is not designated as
Interesting question. So here's the thing. In that case, how do you do an evaluation of an English-speaking child in a dual language program for suspected LD? So here's what to consider. Do the parents have the capacity to support the child's language of instruction? If it's an English speaker and the parents are English speakers, then they probably do, unless, of course, they have, literacy problems. You can have poor white kids too, right? So if that's the case, you're dealing with the same kinds of issues. You have the exclusionary factors that you got to worry about, the impact of, economic, environmental disadvantage on language functioning. So is there a specific way of doing it? No, except that for the most part, remember, your tests are geared toward that kind of child. Your norms may not be entirely appropriate because they're not normed on all children who are learning Spanish as a second language, but they are normed on children whose initial, primary, dominant, and preferred language, etc., native and heritage is all English. So the fact that they're learning Spanish in school should not alter their development, except to the extent that I showed you with the Thomas and Collier study before. You guys really need the ELIM is what you're asking for. Yeah. And in the ELIM, all right, the expected rate of progress for an English speaker, okay, should be about the same as what you'd expect, except probably a little higher. The reason being, remember that the English speaker will have had more English development by nature of being, or having parents who are native English speaking as well, than the Spanish side would. So therefore, you would say, okay, while I'll make allowances up to about 6th grade, by 6th grade, they should be at grade level. And if they haven't gotten there at that point, then that would certainly speak toward a potential deficit in an English-speaking child. Okay? Yes, question.
If that question is stemming more from the kids that are in the dual programs that are 90-10 in kindergarten and 1st grade. So they're getting all of the instruction in Spanish. What we do, because that's one of the sites that I'm at, is we'll do the academics, which is the bateria, and because that's the language of instruction. And then if we really still think that that's not a true estimate, then we'll double up and do the WJ academics and really show is it a different group.
Right. So the comment was that it sounded like the question is coming from individuals who are on behalf of individuals who are in programs where it's 90-10 in the other language, right? So if you're an English speaker, you're getting 90% of your instruction in Spanish. Okay. Now think about that. What are you doing to an English speaker if that's what you do and the parents don't support Spanish? You're making them Spanish learners, right? And so the same charts and the same issues and the same things I've talked about would apply to them. And how would you evaluate in those cases? Well, then you probably turn to the bateria and you do it that way. But the bateria is going to give you, like I said, the achievement as well, but you have to take into account that they're not monolingual either. And then the bateria as well, in terms of the cognitive, is going to give you some estimate of their abilities, but you probably in that case would have no choice but to try and use the CLIM Spanish classifications best you can. The auditory processing is probably going to be easy, but the rest of it could show a deficit. But if it follows that pattern I showed you before, then you know there's no real problem. The kid is learning Spanish as best he can. The fact of the matter is he's simply just a Spanish learner. So yes, so everything will work, perfectly no matter the language. And again, you can inverse things and put kids who are monolingual English speakers at a disadvantage of doing that. So I wouldn't recommend that a dual language program of any kind be 90-10 for exactly that reason. You are inhibiting the development in English, and that's only going to cause trouble for those English speakers. Yes.
More question. Lisa is asking, what about dynamic assessment through RTI with ELs before the year is up? Can that be used to help determine if further assessment is needed?
Dynamic assessment, yes. RTI, yes, but only if you have appropriate growth curves, aim lines, and rates of progress established already for English learners with the level of exposure that that child has. If I'm trying to teach you in English and you know very little English, your progress is not going to be very rapid. If I'm teaching you in English, you know a lot of English, you're going to make much better progress. So you can't compare against a singular standard. You have to have those differentiated, but you don't have them. So that's why RTI is not going to be the answer, but it's not a bad thing to do as long as you are holding reasonable expectations of what that performance should be. Likewise, dynamic assessment is really a method by which you are trying to evaluate the child's potential to be able to benefit from good direct instruction that is intentional and trying to help the child attend to the issues that are necessary to acquire the particular skill. We were taught dynamic assessment in our program by several people. We had a lot of training by even Ruben, not Fierstein himself, but what was his name? The guy that would come down, Olivia, that had the big program. I don't remember his name, but he was a student of Fierstein's, and he came and taught us dynamic assessment. And the purpose is this: you can't generalize the learning without some content. So content has to be a part of it. So if you give the person and you help them learn it, then you can measure how much have they learned. Dynamic assessment sometimes goes as teach, test, teach, right? Or test, teach, test, either way. Test, teach, test. And that's fine. What you're doing is how much learning is taking place. Dynamic assessment was really used primarily to demonstrate that any child could actually learn. Any child can learn. They're not all going to learn at the same time, which is why learning potential got shifted into language known as learning propensity, because there's individual variation there, obviously, but you can use it. It's just that it's not going to be as easy as you think. And since I'm not covering the peripheral issues, you're going to have to come and talk to me some other time. Maybe that's what I'll come back for, all right, Olivia? Bring me back for peripheral issues, because right now I'm going to talk about Maria. Maria Ayala here. She is a 9-year-old, fourth grade student who was born in Mexico, just outside of Oaxaca, very rural. I mean, Oaxaca itself is already a little rural, and she was born outside of Oaxaca. Parents immigrated to the US, and when she was born, she had a brother who was 5 years older, and the parents were migrant farm workers, moved around quite a bit. By the time she entered kindergarten, though, parents settled down. Dad took a job with the landscaping company. Mom started cleaning homes because both kids were in school now. She could get out. Neither parent had much education. Circuit rider teacher would come by to their village on horseback every 6 months or so, do a couple weeks instruction and move on. So dad, really not literate. He gets a little bit of an education, maybe first grade, second grade. Mom, none at all. They spoke an indigenous language before coming to the US. They had both learned Spanish, but since coming to the US and after Maria was born, that indigenous language was not something that was used by them. So Spanish only in the home from that point on. Maria started kindergarten. Family had more stability. She's been in the same school. She rapidly progressed in her oral language. She passed out of the LPAC in third grade. So now in fourth grade, she's no longer getting any type of ESL or ENL support. All right. She's always demonstrated difficulties with reading comprehension. She can decode reasonably well. She can read pretty darn well. But when you ask her to paraphrase what she just read, even if it's a sentence, she has trouble remembering or telling you what it was. If she reads a story or a paragraph, it's more difficult for her to tell you all the main elements, the key characters, and so on. When she has to learn procedural things like in math and math problem solving, it takes a very long time for her to learn. However, once learned, she's able to demonstrate that she can do it. She does show more difficulties with computation, not in being able to get the right answer, but in forgetting when she's borrowed or carried. And because she forgets that she's done that, she gets the wrong answer, even though her computation skills seem to be fine. Writing is difficult. It's disjointed, it's chaotic, even though her oral language is actually good. When she tries to put her thoughts down on paper, particularly when she's asked to write about things that she's read, she has trouble. She'll pull things back, but out of order, non-sequentially, and sort of disorganized, and not catching on main details very often. Things you would think that she would remember from the stories that she had read or that had been read to her. So fourth grade teacher noticing that now that there's no ESL support and that they're moving away from learning to read and basic, reading skills, and they're learning, instead reading to learn, she is now expected to do conceptual development and she's having more difficulty. And so she was referred for possible LD, and this would be her evaluation. So how do we do it? Well, it's really fairly simple. We start off by saying, here are the steps that we're going to complete. And step number one is to test in English because it is appropriate in this case to do so. And what are we doing? We're looking for scores that pretty much indicate strengths, right, versus weaknesses. We're not trying to make definitive statements about what they are, but we really want to look at the scores. And in this case, we had a Wechsler, right, a WISC-5 done with the WJ4 supplementing it, because to get all 7 broad ability areas, we had to include auditory processing from the WJ. And since we were doing the WJ auditory processing, might as well do long-term storage and retrieval because it's only 2 subtests. To get the long-term storage and retrieval index, which is called the storage and retrieval index, the SRI from the WISC, is 2 subtests from the naming speed index, 3 subtests from the symbol translation index. That's 5 subtests you have to give to get that 1 score. You guys have all the time in the world? Do your evaluations, right? Yeah, you don't want extra work for yourself. So why not make it easy? Just do those 2 and those, and you're going to be done. All right. So we did. Are all of Maria's scores in the average range or better? Absolutely not. Okay. 3 of them are in the average range and 4 of them are not. So we already know that because she's not average in everything, we can't just stop everything at this point and say there's no disability here because she's not average in everything, right? So already we know, and that's the very first step. Now, we're going to move to number 2. Fairly simple. Evaluate the impact of culture and language on the test scores. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do that with the CLIM, obviously. So here's the CLIM. I will go ahead and click on the WISC-5 right up there, and it'll drop the subtest in there automatically. Now I enter the scores, okay? So there are the scale scores. They get converted to deviation IQ. You can see in here, wherever I gave a subtest, I entered the scale score and it converted to deviation IQ. And then it provides an aggregate, an average of those performances in each of the black cells in white font. You can see them. Now, we're not done, are we? Because we have more data. This is WISC-5, but what about the WJ4? So if I click on the WJ4, now it gets rid of any test that I didn't give a score for, moves them up, and then populates the spaces with the WJ4 tests. So there they are. I gave 4 WJ4 tests, if you recall, and they are in the middle, non-word repetition, visual auditory learning, and then phonological processing over to the right, and then down at the bottom, story recall there as well. And unfortunately, it's a little fuzzy there, so I can't quite read that number, but like a 79, right? All right, are we done? Yes. If we had more data, suppose I had data from speech language evaluation, could I put them in there? Yes, I could. The more data you have, the more reliable the analysis. I mentioned that previously. So go ahead and put everything that you can. Can I put the academic scores in there? No, that's ELIM only. So we can't do that. But if I have academic tests, all right, that are measuring cognitive abilities, I can put them in there because there are several of them that are in there. And Steve Pfeiffer's tests are mixed that way anyway. You have a combination of cognitive with a combination of academic. So forget achievement test and cognitive test. If you have a test that measures cognitive ability and it's classified in the CLIM, put the score in there and check it out. All right. So now I can click the blue button up at the top that says clear unused subtest because I didn't give the rest of the WJ4. So let's just get rid of them. By clicking that, they just go away and leaves this, which has a lot less visual clutter, a lot more simple to evaluate. Okay. So what do we do now? Well, we scroll down to the graph. You can, for those of you using the free version, I'll go back here. You can look at the scores within each cell and see if there's any important variability. The variability that I'm referring to is this. is there a score that is lower than the expected range, wherein the next lowest score is 15 points higher, 1 standard deviation higher, and in or above the expected range? Because if it is, then it could pull that score up so that it looks like it's not that bad. Now that's hard to see, which is why I say that the commercial version in XPath is a lot easier. You just click a button, it'll tell you whether any of that variability actually exists or not. Now, do we need to know that right now? No, not necessarily, but it would depend on our analysis. If I found that there was an overall pattern of decline, and if I found that the score seemed to be within the expected range, I'd still need to do the variability analysis, right? But in this case, is there an overall pattern of decline? No, there's not, right? I mean, again, this should be lower than all of these. Well, the cell number 4 should be lower than 1, 2, and 3, and it's higher, okay? And even cell number 5, the one on the far right, is higher than like 3, one of the 3s. So this is not an overall pattern of decline. That is enough to tell me my results are likely to be valid. Valid. We're going to move forward. If it had followed the green line, okay, and everything was within that range and declined like that, and there was no variability, we would have concluded that there was nothing wrong with Maria. But that's not what we have, okay? So we have evidence that culture and language doesn't explain the entirety of these scores. So our results are likely to be valid. And I say likely because we never actually know. Now, you could also say that in the middle there scores were below the expected range anyway. And even that would have been enough to say the results are valid. So we have no worry about it. So look at that. 1 and 2 are done. And now all we got to do is 3. See how easy 1 and 2 are? And 3 is the antithesis of what we just did. It's the complicated one. So we come back here and we look and we say, all right, there were 7 areas we measured, and there are 4 of them that were problematic. You can see them starting with verbal comprehension. They're bound in red here. Fluid reasoning index, that's GF. Working memory, GWM. Not processing speed, I'm sorry. Long-term short-term retrieval, GLR. The other 3 are fine. Do we need to reevaluate the other 3 in the native language? No. Why waste your time again? You already know they're average. They're never going to be anything less than average. That's all you need to know. You have 4 that are potentially not average. You need to know whether that's true or not. So those 4 are the 4 we're going to follow up on. We don't need to waste time here. And the one that's going to give you the most problems is that one, verbal comprehension. Why? Because that's the one that measures language. You see, we have a little bit of a dilemma, and it's kind of described on the next slide here, but I'll give it to you more in general. How is it possible to remove the effect of language or culture on the measurement of language and culture when we're using tests that rely on language and culture in order to measure language and culture? You can't do it. GC is language. So we can't go back to our protocols and say, hey, Maria got a 76 in this case, and so that looks pretty bad. We better reevaluate, because we're now comparing her to monolingual English speakers. Now, this works okay for all of the other abilities. Why? Because they're not trying to measure language. So we've already assessed the impact and used the cultural language interpretive matrix to peel away the influence of culture and language from the measurement of the intended constructs. You like my use of the word peel there? Just want to see if you're following with the banana and oranges kind of analogy. See, I just carry that all the way through, don't I? To the very end. Anyway, we have peeled away that layer because our intended construct is not language. But when it is language, we have a bigger problem. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to go to the CLIM and we're going to say, where was that score? And here you can see it was right there. This one was the one on the far right, the one with the circle around it, right, was exactly where it would be expected to be. The other one next to it, the 4, is actually above. There is no evidence here that language is actually a problem for this child when compared to other English learners with similar cultural linguistic backgrounds and development in English. So in this case, I would say no need to call the SLP. Thank you so much, but we got this, okay? And we would move on. Only when that score in cell number 5 was lower than the expected range, would it be appropriate to say maybe we need to consider a speech language referral as well? Because right now, Maria does not show that. Now, when we put that in our reports and we start collating everything, you got that 76, and you're trying to determine, especially if you're going to do PSW analysis, you're going to say, hey, this is a strength because we have to interpret it that way, despite the magnitude of the score. And you try to explain that to people, what are they going to do? They're going to look at you and say, wait a minute, what'd you say? And you're going to say, yeah, the 76 is a strength when we're doing PSW because it's average performance. There's really nothing wrong in this, child's actual language abilities. And they're going to say, but it's a 76. And you're going to say, yeah, but I put it into CETM and you can compare. And you'll show them the picture and everything and say, see, right in the average range, right where it should be. And they're going to go, but it's a 76. They will not want to believe you because their perspective on interpretation has not been reframed like yours has been today. See, I've kind of brainwashed you a little, haven't I? But in a good way, okay? So what can you do about that? You either can live with it and explain it, or this is a perfect kind of reason to use something that gives you a valid score right off the bat. And the Ortiz PBAT is one of those things that does. So Ortiz PBAT gives you a language score. And let me emphasize, the score you get is not a subtest. People often think that a single score from a single test is a subtest. No, a single score from a subtest is a subtest score. A single score from a test is a score. And that score can be as reliable or even more reliable than many composite scores. Do you know that the standard error of measure of the Ortiz PBA2 is 2 points? 2. That means a 90% confidence interval, okay, can be drawn. In fact, actually a 95% confidence interval can be drawn around any score by adding plus or minus 4 points. A subtest standard error of measure is 7 plus or minus on average, some even higher. And if you were to wrap a 95% confidence interval, you're talking a score plus or minus 14 points, a 28-point spread versus an 8-point spread. So the score from the Ortiz PBAT is a single score, but it is not a subtest score. It is as reliable than most composites and most index scores, including full-scale IQ. Treat it that way. You can use it. Now, is it a broad measure of language? Absolutely not. As I said, it's a measure of receptive vocabulary only. But because receptive vocabulary is the initial foundation for language development and serves as the foundation going forward, it's a good general screener for those of you who are school psychologists. Speech language path would say, I need more information. That's a good start for me, but you're going to do a lot more than just live there. But for now, it's sufficient for the purpose of school psychs. Yes.
Okay, so was the PhD normed on IQ measures? Is this something we could use here in California with Larry B and get?
And the answer, was it normed on, you mean, was it correlated with measures of intelligence? And that answer is no, it was not correlated. It was never intended to show any kind of association with full-scale IQ. Can it be used here with children who are African-American? 100%, 100%. So yes. So no, that's not what the intention was. Go ahead. Oh yeah. It's the Larry P question. Was the Ortiz PBAT, in some way intended to be either an extension or a substitute for a full-scale IQ measure? That answer is no. It's a measure of GC only. It should never be used as a measure of general intelligence in any way. So that means it is completely usable with children who are African-American in the state of California, as well as the other 49 states. All right. Now, what makes it different? I already told you. On the left side, you have the norm sample for monolingual English speakers. On the right side, you have a completely separate 1,200 kid norm sample for English learners for everybody else. The big difference, though, is that the stratification didn't stop at just age, gender, geographic region, parental education level, but it also dropped race or ethnicity. Oh my God. So how can a test be suitable for use if you didn't include people of different ethnicities? Well, we did include them. We just didn't stratify. And do you really want to argue that skin color itself makes a difference in test performance? Well, what is the ideological mechanism there that you're going to give me? Are we going to get back to genes and inherited IQ and genetics? You don't want to go down that road. In fact, I told you, I got data. I'm going to show you in a second. So what was really important, if you're going to stratify for English learner sample, it's probably better to stratify it on language. And we included 53 different languages in that norm sample. I'm not sure Kurdish is one of them, but you know what? I bet it probably is. I wouldn't even doubt it. 53, it's got to be among the top 53. So it's got to be there. Now, you're probably thinking, yeah, but there are 350 different languages spoken in the US, so maybe more than that. 53 is not that many. No, that's true, but it's 52 more than any other test has ever done, so I'm not apologizing for that, okay? It is still a great achievement, and you'll have to take it at that. But that's not the only thing that we did. We also included, as I mentioned, proportion of lifetime exposure from 0% up to 99%, so that when we compare children of the same age, English learners, regardless of the language they speak, we are comparing them to peers who have been learning exactly that amount of English as well. That is what we're doing. How well does it work? Well, take a look. On the left side, what you see here is taking a group of English learners who have had, in the orange bar there, who have had high exposure to English, anywhere from 50 to 100%, which means on average, it'd be about 75%, right? And when you compare their performance to kids who have had 100% exposure to English, that's the blue bar, and you use those English-speaking norms, they don't perform quite as well, 6 points lower, about a third of a standard deviation lower. If you take kids who are exposed to English or have had only approximately 11 to 50% exposure in their life, a little bit more moderate, that's about 30% average, that's the green bar, they perform 10 points lower, 2/3 of a standard deviation. And if you take kids who have had low exposure, they perform about 86, and low exposure 0 to 10%, average of about 5. And you see, once again, that ubiquitous almost 15-point standard deviation drop in performance. That pattern should be very familiar to you because I've been showing it to you over and over and over again. I can recreate it with my own test by being discriminatory and comparing English learners to people that are not like them. And you see the linear proportional effect of language development, right? What we need to do is to compare each of these kids with kids that are like them. If you take the average kid out of there, the orange group, right, which is at 75% exposure, you compare them to other kids with 75% exposure, their score is 100. So it's not on that side, it's on this side. If you compare the kid with 30% to other kids with 30%, their score is 102. If you compare the kids with 5% exposure to other kids with 5% exposure, their score is 100.2. Those are your diagnostic scores. Those are your scores that are valid. Those are the scores that you get, and those are the scores you should be using. Because I don't even give you those scores because I didn't want them out there in the wild. I don't do it. I give you the comparison, but only in a narrative so that you know what the instructional level is. That helps determine need. Of the 3 kids on the left side over here, these 3 groups, which group, the orange, the green, or the yellow, needs the most help and intervention? The yellow. And that's what the narrative will tell you. If the kid falls in that group, this kid needs a lot of help. But the score, 100, will tell you what? That the child's language development is average. Absolutely. That's exactly what it says. So if you're wondering, does learning, for example, Kurdish or German or Chaldean or Arabic or Japanese or any other language, okay, result in you learning English better, worse, or differently than anybody else who happened to learn another language like Spanish, which is more similar to English, okay? The answer is no, it doesn't. It doesn't actually matter. And the reason is this. We all learn English in pretty much the same way. English is not learned randomly, right? Ask a speech language path. English is learned predictably. We know what you learn. We know the first types of words you learn are nouns in general, followed by verbs, followed by adjectives, followed by adverbs, followed by prepositions, in that order. We all do that. There is individual difference in some of the words that we learn, some of the nouns based on where you might be growing up, but the process of language acquisition is largely invariant. Nobody comes to the US and learns English randomly. That's not how it works, okay? And so that means it doesn't matter what your first language is, we're all going to learn it in the same sequence. Now, couldn't it mean that if you learned a language that was more similar to English, your rate of acquisition would be faster? Yes. And how would that be manifest in the test? Higher standard scores. Your score would be greater than average because your acquisition is faster than normal. So it's accounted for and it's not a problem. We did it not only with Form A, I'm sorry, I'm even showing you the wrong one, aren't I? I should be here. I'm showing you the differences between the different languages, Form A and Form B. We did this twice, and there were no statistically significant differences between any of those pairwise comparisons. So you can rest easy that the Ortiz PVT is very valid, regardless of the language the person happens to speak, even if that language specifically is not in the norm sample. Okay, we did our homework. Now let me go back here because this shows something very, very important. In the monolingual English speaking sample, we actually looked to see if there were any racial or ethnic differences. So we have African Americans, Hispanics, whites, and then other. And we looked to see what their scores were. And we did the analysis with a supreme amount of power, 1,523 degrees of freedom. And we did not get a statistically significant p-value, meaning there is no difference in the performance on the Ortiz PVAT as a function of race or ethnicity. If you thought race and ethnicity was all rooted in genes and DNA and inheritance, you're wrong. And I have the data. Where's your data? I'd like to see it, right? It's absolutely true. This is more powerful than you might imagine because historically, there have always been differences racially. And those differences were the greatest on tests that were most G-saturated, like vocabulary tests. This is where there should be huge differences in performance. But on my test, no. Why not? What did we do that was so different? You know what we did? We ensured that every person in that monolingual English-speaking group was in fact a monolingual English speaker. We made sure to the third generation that there was no exposure to some other language. And when you remove all the language variants, guess what's left? Nothing. People are people are people. So we're all just as smart as each other. Again, not only Form A, Form B. And even had there been a statistical significance here, look at the effect size, partial eta squared. That's like Cohen's D. Small effect size is 0.2, 0.3. All right, we didn't get 0.2, 0.3. We didn't get 0.02, 0.03. We got 0.005. We got an effect size 100 times smaller than a small effect size. It's infinitesimal. Had it even been statistically significant, it would have been clinically and meaningfully irrelevant. There is no such thing as genetic differences in terms of race, because it's a social construct anyway. I don't know why anybody would be surprised, but at least I have the data now to prove it. Okay, or to support it. Here we have all of the uses that blue line, the true peer aim line that you can get from the Ortiz PVT can provide you, including, including addressing the question of progress monitoring and earlier. When the question was asked about, can we use RTI, dynamic assessment, and so on? Yeah. Well, if you do progress monitoring, you can then figure out what's going on, but you need a tool that is sensitive to growth, and you need a tool that will permit you to have the correct types of expectations for the development. The Ortiz PVT can provide that. We're not concerned with the peripheral stuff, though, today. We're mostly concerned with what's at the bottom, the diagnostic and disability evaluation for Maria. We want to give the test. I do want to emphasize, though, in case somebody's going to type it up, wait a minute, you can't use standardized testing in general education. You can, all right? And again, here's my evidence. Show me yours. Here's IDEA quoted, section 300.302, which itself is titled, Screening for Instructional Purposes is Not Evaluation. Could it be any more clear? Yes, when they write down here, the screening of a student by a teacher or specialist, that's you, to determine appropriate instructional strategies for curriculum implementation shall not be considered to be an evaluation for eligibility for special education and related services, which means you don't even need parental consent. You probably want to tell the parent, but you don't actually need their permission to use testing for instructional purposes. You don't do it when you do RTI. You don't even ask their permission as much when you're giving the ELAs, the NICE slot, right? But you need consent when you are doing a disability evaluation. But as long as you're not doing it for that purpose, you're doing it for the purpose of intervening, determining appropriate instruction, it's not evaluation. So please don't come and tell me you can't do it. Yes, you can. There it is in black and white. But here is what you get. The two first pages of the report, and you're interested in primarily where the normal curve is and the score right beneath it that shows a 93 or 89 to 97, which is a huge confidence interval right there, but not big enough to make it meaningless. And it shows that Maria's performance pretty darn average here. So does Maria have a language issue? No. Once again, Do I then need to go consult the SLP? No. The CLM already told me I probably shouldn't have. The Ortiz PBAT tells me definitively, thank you, but I don't need your help, right? We're done. We don't have to worry about it. And I can use that score to replace that 76. But the other thing I can do is I can say, here are my recommendations for intervention for this child. When you finish your report, whether or not you determine that there is a disability or not, whether or not the IEP team determines whether there's a disability or not, or whether they place a child in special education or not, the child is still not learning. That's why they were referred. What are you going to do? You still have to do something to help them learn. Here are all the things that are appropriate for this individual child at this level, right, of this much language development in this grade at this age in terms of what needs to be done, including some strategies in the native language. If you need to do intervention, if it were required, if you were doing speech language services or speech language therapy, there's a section for you right there as well. So you would know exactly what to do. And you can see the value if you come here and start looking at what they have learned. For example, in the parts of speech, as I mentioned before, I can see that she did 25 out of 29 nouns, 16 out of 23 verbs. She did okay with adjectives, adverbs, and prepositions, but she didn't have many items there. So that means she's really kind of lacking a lot of basic verb knowledge. She has a lot of content. She knows what things are, but she doesn't know how to express things in terms of actions. That's a nice target for language support. What are we going to do with her? We're just going to teach her random vocabulary? No, focus it on the verbs. You already know that. And then what about word types down here? She is at this level right here. She's 9 years old. She's in 4th grade, okay? And she didn't even get any emergent BICS words because she, in taking the screener in the beginning of the test, which she didn't even know was a part of it, it automatically jumped her to the right starting point. The computer uses what's called computer-assisted technology to determine the appropriate starting point. And so the way that you answer the first 10 items, well, let me put it more dirty. The first mistake you make of the first 10 items takes you automatically to the correct starting point. So if you miss the first one, you go to the easiest item. You miss, or you get the first one, but miss the second one, you go to the next easiest sort of section. You get the first 2, again, go to the third, and so on. If you get all 10 of the first ones correct, then it jumps you to the highest starting point and you move from there. So that's why she didn't have any emergent BICS. But when she got intermediate BICS, it was right in her range, 15 out of 17, very, very good. When she got to advanced BICS, 22 out of 25, not bad. Her conversational skills are pretty intact. But she passed the LPAC, so we know she's already there. But when she got to emergent CALC, 14 out of 21, 67% is not going to cut it. And that's where she's expected to be. Look where she is right now. All right, her education is bordering on emergent CALC, and she's not prepared. She's not that far behind, but she's just not prepared. And if we're going to help her in the classroom, okay, we're going to have to focus on CALC-oriented language, content-based language, not BICS. She's got enough of that. It needs to be based on the curriculum and what she's being taught. It's the only way she's going to advance. And if we wanted to do progress monitoring, the Ortiz PBT will allow you to do up to 5 administrations compared all at the same time on one sheet. Here we only have 3, but she's got 5 that you could actually put in. And we can see, did her scores actually go up? Don't use the LPAC to determine growth. It's not designed for that. It's designed to give the illusion of growth. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. Let me ask you this. You do know that the LPAC is a norm reference standardized test. Did you know that? You do know that. Now, you don't know that maybe because you don't ever see a standard score, do you? You don't even see the percentile rank, do you? What you see is the category. Okay, so the categories are like emerging, beginning, expanding, commanding, transitioning, whatever. Okay, so as long as the kid gets in that category, then that's all that needs to happen. And if they get into that category high enough, then you say, oh, they're fluent enough, get them out. But because it's a standardized norm reference test, think about this. What percentile rank would you choose to ensure that your district has 95% of its ELL population passing the test? Because by 4th grade, all right, districts begin to panic because the federal government says, if 95% of your ELLs haven't been made English proficient, you're doing something wrong. So how do you get 95% of kids to pass a test? What percentile rank must you set for passing for that to happen? You ever thought about that? What's the 5th percentile? It's a standard score of about 76, 77. So if you set it right there, 95% of your ELLs will pass it. So wait a minute, kids can pass the LPAC with a standard score of about 76? Yeah. Now, do you understand why I'm telling you that it's not really a measure of actual language development? It's a compliance test. Your state uses it just so that they can get the federal government to give them the money for Title III. That's all. Let them do it. That's fine. I don't have any problem with that. You got to scam the federal government out of money. I mean, you wouldn't be the first state doing it, right? They're all doing it. Everybody's doing it. What I'm concerned about is you think that's a measure of growth. So the fact that she exited out doesn't mean anything. What we need to have is a growth index that actually reflects growth, and this is what that should be used for. Now, remember I talked about dominance language testing? These data that you see here were given to me by a county in Georgia, an urban county. And they began using the Ortiz PVT, but they were also using the Wilcox Community Language Survey to determine dominance and then test in the dominant language. They gave me the first 14 cases that they had. The night before, I was doing a presentation for them because they asked me to comment on it. And by the way, I do not like when you give me homework the day before I'm supposed to present for you. It's not a good thing to do. But I looked at them and I arranged them and I did a little analysis, and this is what I found. What I found was that if you look at the green column, the kids that were dominant in Spanish, there were actually 5 of them, including 2 kids, the 104 and the 88, that were in the average range or better, or within normal limits or better, okay? But there were other kids. Look, if you go down the list and you see when you get to 61, that kid was dominant in Spanish. So was the 73, and so was the 59 at the bottom, right? Those kids are dominant in Spanish. But with a score of 61, 73, 59, what are the chances that continued testing for that kid in Spanish with that level of Spanish is going to prove that they're going to have average abilities and everything else? It's just not going to happen, right? They're really low. So think about this. Even if they scored average on everything you gave them after that, they get identified as having speech language impaired, except for the 104 and 88. If they do well on some things, but not other things you gave them, maybe they end up being LD. And if they do poorly on everything else you gave them, along with the language, now we're going to call them ID, right? Intellectually disabled. One way or another, 12 of those 14 kids are being identified with a disability through dominant language approach, right? Okay, now what about English? If you do that, you see that 9 of those kids have better scores in English than they do in Spanish. So they're English dominant. But some of those scores, like 64 versus 40, 69 versus 43, 63 versus 40, right? When you go down that list, the highest and most proficient kid with the highest score was a 69, the second one listed. 69. And that kid is dominant in English. What are the chances that you testing that kid in English is going to produce valid scores? You know that that's a problem already. And even if they did manage to score well in everything, they're language impaired. If they scored well on some things, but not others, they're LD. And if they scored poorly on everything else, along with the language, now they're ID. All 14 of those kids are going to be ending up in special education. Compare their scores with the Ortiz PVAT. In that case, only one, that kindergarten student right in the middle, obtained a score that suggests there's something more going on here. Only one. The 284s are kind of marginal. I mean, that's close enough to within normal limits that I'm not thinking that's necessarily a bad score. Could you say there's a disability? Possibly. So I put it in a dashed line. So at most, you'd have 3 kids that could be identified as having some kind of speech language impairment. But the other kids are looking pretty darn good in terms of their overall ability. They're looking all right. And so in terms of false positives, you go from 86% from Spanish language dominance testing to 100% in English language dominance testing to anywhere from 7 to only 21% if you're using a test that gives you true peer comparison. That's how much of a difference it makes. Doing what I'm telling you to do isn't going to change 1 or 2 cases. It could possibly change the majority of cases that you've been working with. Yes, question? It's a long one. Oh.
It says that attendee says, if I understand you correctly, if our MTSS team is universal screening all students for academics, we can use a tool such as the PVAT with all EML students who are at risk according to our data. And then use this to understand not only their language experience, but also interventions that might be needed. And we can continue to use the PVAT to progress monitor, and this would give us a way to find EML norms within our intervention.
Yes. Look at that. The longest question I've gotten so far has the shortest answer. Yes. No, how can I repeat that question, Olivia? Did you hear what you just said? Summarize it. All right. Basically, the question was asking, can we use the Ortiz PVAT in conjunction with our RTI process to monitor progress, to be able to examine things like growth, to monitor rates of acquisition and development, and whether or not it's in line with what would be expected, and whether we can use this information in making determinations regarding potential appropriate referrals versus non-referrals. So the question is involving all of that, and the answer is yes, 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 and yes, absolutely. It's designed to do that precisely, and we'll do it very, very nice. By the way, I keep hearing the EML acronym. English minority language? English as a minority language? What is EML? EML, because somebody else gave me that the other day. You guys don't know? You don't use it down here? ENL, English as a new language, is one I've heard. So I'm wondering, have the person tell me, what does EML? So in response to answering their question, I want to know what EML stands for. Emergent. Emergent multi-language learners. Wow, that's a new one. Okay. New York City likes to use multilingual learners, so MLL. So I knew that one, but EML. Okay, I learned something new today. Okay, all right. Anyway, answered that question, answered this question, and again, trying to tell you how things change. So what if instead of using the verbal comprehension index, you just done the Ortiz PVAT? Would that be acceptable? 100%. Diagnostically, it can replace it because you're not trying with the verbal comprehension index to measure language functioning. That's the area that a speech language path would get into if you felt there was a need. There was a need. But in this case, it doesn't appear that there seems to be a need for that. So we don't have to worry about it. And this is sufficient to say, what is her functioning in the language? There's the 93, all right? And when you go to the IEP and you say, oh, you know, her language skills were basically 93. We know that's average. We're going to call that a strength. Everybody's like, oh, okay. Okay, yeah, we got you, right? It goes right over the head. They don't even understand what you did. They just trust the score. You said 93 is average. I believe you, all right? You say 76 is average, then they're going to want you to explain. So that really was the point. Now, what about the other areas? Uh-oh. Yeah, working memory, fluid reasoning, long-term storage and retrieval. What are we going to do there? Well, my recommendation, and I know we're going to get a collective gasp here in a second. My recommendation is you give, as best you can, the exact same test that you gave before, but doing so in the native language. And you're all thinking, oh, wait a minute, but practice effects, Dr. Ortiz, what about practice effects? And before the people online start typing in, but what about practice effects? Stop, okay? Because I'm going to answer the question anyway. So don't write it, because I know you want to know. You do, don't you? You're thinking, wait a minute, we were taught that's bad. Yeah, you were taught wrong, okay? And why were you taught wrong? Because you're not doing an experiment, you're doing a disability evaluation. And what better way to determine whether a child can or can't learn than to observe their incidental learning processes? You have a child who was having difficulty in school. They tried tier 1 identification, gave him some help, didn't work. Then they put him in tier 2, small group, gave him intervention, still didn't work. Gave him tier 3, 1-to-1 intensive intervention. The learning still didn't improve. Then they referred them to you. So now you're worried that the kid who sat across the table from you and happened to see something you put in front of them where you never said, I want you to learn this. I'm going to teach this to you. I'm going to test you on this later. Please try to remember this. You never did any of that. You just showed it to him, walked away, came back a day or two later, gave the same test to that kid, now just using the native language. And you're worried that that kid thinks to themselves, oh, wait a minute. I remember this. I bet I can do it better now. Watch me. Boom, 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 boom. Ta-da, I'm average. See, thank you very much. And you're scared? You should be thanking your lucky stars because you have just gotten incontrovertible evidence of the learning capacity of the individual, which belies a learning disability. What better way to demonstrate that a kid can learn than letting them show you that they can learn even without your help? If that kid can do that in front of you, why can't they learn in the classroom? You know where that puts the blame? Not inside the child anymore. It puts the blame in the classroom. Something is going on in there that is preventing the child from learning. And you know, sometimes it can be anything. What if the kid's getting bullied or picked on in the classroom? Teacher hasn't noticed or done anything about it. Kid's not going to want to learn. Kid can learn, but isn't going to show it in the classroom. Doesn't like it. What if the kid doesn't like the teacher or the teacher doesn't like the kid? Are all teachers fair? And there are no racist teachers in California, right? Yeah, you all kind of smile and smirk. You know there are. Some teachers don't like some students, and don't some students rub some teachers the wrong way? And don't you know who are good teachers versus bad teachers? Do not tell me that if you have children going to your own schools, you do not handpick the teacher for your child. You do, because you know who the good ones are, don't you? And you know who the ones are that you want your child to avoid at all costs, don't you? And you tell the principal, you put my kid in this person's class, because you know. So when you see that practice effect, you say, wow, this kid really can learn. So why aren't they learning in the classroom? You figure that out, you write it up, you put it in your report. And it might be something like, you know, the child's not getting appropriate instruction because the teacher sucks. Okay, no, you wouldn't write it that way. I'm sorry. I know I'm on the record, so I shouldn't say things like that, but I don't mean it that way. But you know that the focus has gone away from the child's lack of capability to the child's capability. So how do you administer the same tests over? There's only a few ways to do it. Number one, it would be preferable if you had a native language parallel test of the one you gave, and you were bilingual and could administer that test yourself. That would be ideal. Okay, those of you who are Spanish speakers, you got the Bateria, you got the WISC-5 Spanish. So if you started with the WISC-5 or the WJ4, you can do that. You can even do the KBC. We were talking about the Spanish administration, even though it's not technically all in Spanish, but at least it gives you the ability to make sure that the instructions were given in Spanish. The DOS-2 has similar Spanish language administration. There are parallel tests in speech language, right? The SELF-5 has a Spanish version. You can do that. If you speak Kurdish, well, you're kind of a little out of luck, right? You can't do number one. Now, can you do number two? Possibly. A native, well, no, you can't do number two either. You're going to do number 3 and 4 when we get there. Can you use a native language test administered via the use of a translator interpreter? Yes. So if you're not bilingual, and it does have to be done, but you have a native language test like in Spanish, and you can get somebody to assist you to give it, this is when a translator interpreter becomes appropriate and necessary. That's when you want to do it. You see, we didn't start that way, but we are going to use those methods. We're just going to use them at the right time, because right now there's no other way to do it. That's why it becomes defensible. When there is no other option or alternative, you can do it. And the point is not to get a score necessarily. That's helpful. But the point is to get cross-linguistic confirmation that the original score in English is valid, that it represents a problem because you're demonstrating it in the native language as well. That's why the parallel nature of testing is so valuable. Now, if you can't do that, you go to number 3, use of an English language test translated directly by a bilingual evaluator. This is your, domain. This is all that can be done, and nobody can blame you. Nobody can say, wait a minute, you should have done number 1 and 2 because those are better. And you say, yeah, give me the WISC-5 Kurdish version and I'll do it, but I don't got it. So what am I going to do? You're going to do the test itself that you gave in English. Now you're going to translate it yourself and administer it because you can. And what if you can't do that? What if you speak Kurdish, but maybe the kid you're working with speaks Hindi? You speak Hindi too? No, see, so okay, you're in trouble, aren't you? And the rest of you would be too. I don't speak Hindi either. So what am I going to do? I'm going to give the test in English, but I'm going to have it given by a translator interpreter to help me do that. You see how it works? Those would be your ideal choices in order of preferable, most preferable to least preferable, but you can only do what you can do. And that is what you do. And if you can't do 1 through 4, you do number 5. And we come back now to dynamic assessment, developmental assessment, play-based assessment. We can do informal tasks with careful observation. We can do our error analysis. We can do the modifications and alterations that we did before. We just want to observe the behavior of the child on a task that we've previously identified as being problematic so that we can say it's still problematic. That's what we want. It's the data that we want, not just the scores. Scores are great, but it's the data and the information that you want at this point. All right? And once you've got it, then you can use it. So in Maria's case, look, we retested with the working memory from the WISC-5 and the fluid reasoning index from the WISC-5 and the Bateria 4 long-term storage and retrieval. We got 72, 91, 79. So now what do? Now I'm going to skip this one and just jump to this one. It's a little easier to understand. Now we figure out, what do we have? For all domains, okay, and I'm talking everything. If we initially got an average score, like we did in 3 areas for Maria, then we didn't bother retesting. So we already know that, okay? For the 4 domains that we got that were weaknesses, or for when GC is below the expected range in the CLIM, okay, not when it's in the expected range, but when it's below the expected range, then we reevaluate in the native language. And if we get some kind of score, data, information, observations, analysis, whatever, that suggests it's not a problem, then we throw out the original English language score. It becomes invalidated, not for reasons due to culture and language, okay? But it probably has to do with reasons we did not identify or notice before. And that happens. We don't always know that a kid checked out on us. We don't always know that a kid slowed down and didn't work as quickly as they wanted to, or maybe didn't understand that they didn't want to work quickly. We don't know. We can't always figure it out. But we do know that if the child can perform at least at the average level in their native language, they cannot have a disability in that area, no deficit in that area. So we throw out the original score, right? Now, if we had a weakness to begin with, and then we still get a weakness in the follow-up, we keep the original score because the new data provides additional validation evidence for your original score. You've already validated it with the CLIM. Now you're validating it with native language, and we're still going to validate it with one more piece of evidence beyond that. For GC only, if it's within the expected range in the CLIM, okay, then that means it's automatically a strength. We leave it alone. We don't even bother with the retesting. But then you're dealing with the 76 being low, and that becomes problematic. So here's what we finally end up with in Maria's case, all right? And in this case, you see that the Spanish language testing for fluid reasoning ended up with a 91 versus an 82. So if that 82 was marginal and I was worried about it, I'm not worried about it anymore. I know that she's fine. It's okay. Her fluid reasoning, novel problem-solving abilities are intact, and I'm going to call that a valid score, and I'm going to interpret that as average or as a strength in PSW. And PSW strength doesn't mean that it's a normative strength like 115 or 120 or higher. It just simply means it supports learning in the classroom. A weakness, right, is the opposite. It doesn't support learning in the classroom. So whatever the score is what you determine it to be, but its definition is just doesn't support it. We know that GLR was a 77, and then we got a 79. Does that change your mind about the fact that she had problems in GLR, long-term storage and retrieval? Not at all. It confirms that she still has problems. Likewise, the 78, it went down to 72. Okay, fine. But does it change your mind that she has difficulties in short-term memory? The answer is no, not at all. So we now have only 2 areas of weakness, whereas if we did none of what we have done, we'd have had 4 areas of weakness. Those 4 areas of weakness would have prevented her from being identified as LD, would have misidentified areas as being deficient that were not, would have potentially put her at risk for identification as intellectually disabled. All of that has been avoided because we have narrowed this down to where it needs to be. And that leaves number 4 here. And I want to tell you that I'm gonna stop here because it's almost 3:30 and I'll wrap this up. But there's additional slides in here that show you how to run the PSW analysis in XPath. So I'll leave that for those of you that are advanced. If you already know what I'm talking about, you can see how entering the scores would affect the determination itself. We don't have time to go into that, but it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, she would qualify as LD. She meets all the criteria, but only in GLR and GSM. And what's important about that is this. That third step is an additional layer of validity evidence. We've got 2 good, solid bits of evidence. Score in English, not affected by culture and language as far as we know, showing a deficit. We've got a score in the native language, given the chance to improve and still did not improve, suggesting that it's still a problem. To that, we add the third layer, and that is consistency between what we know and what we were told as part of the referral. Do you remember when I was talking about why Maria was referred? Do you remember anything that I said? She couldn't remember what she was reading. All right, so think about that, and I think if I have it here. All right, we know what her issues are. Yeah, I'll go back here. We know what her issues are. She couldn't remember what she's reading. Could working memory have something to do with that? Wow, lo and behold, it really does. You can look this up in XBAS or anything that has the relations among the CHC abilities. Working memory is a great predictor of things like reading comprehension. Why? Because when you read, if you're not holding it in awareness, you're not going to remember anything that you read, then you don't process it. And if you don't process it well enough, where does it not go? Into long-term storage. Yeah. And she has problems with that as well. So is it that she has trouble getting it in there because her working memory is bad? Is she able to get it back? We might have to do, if we wanted, some additional evaluation to see whether the retrieval is the problem or whether it's the encoding is the problem. We don't know yet. But one way or another, we do know that GSM or GWM is related to reading comprehension. What else were her problems? Math computation in terms of forgetting that she borrowed and carried, right? And when you do that, you forget that you did it. She knows how to compute, but she's getting the wrong answer. That's consistent with it. What about her writing? So writing is a little more dependent on not short-term memory, but long-term memory, right? It's GLR. And she has a weakness in that area too. So her GLR is affecting her ability to remember the elements, key elements of the story, the characters, the plot, the details that allow her to write properly and about what she knows. And she's having trouble because either they're in there, she can't get them out, or she can't get them in there in the first place. It could be both. Don't really know at this point because we're not looking at detail in the data, but we know that it's related. If she'd been referred for these math computation problems, and I had found in her case only an auditory processing problem, would we have LD? Who said no? You said no? Anybody else say no? The answer is no. Say no. No, why not? All right, because auditory processing doesn't have anything to do with math computation, unless they're all oral language problems. But why are you torturing the kid that way, right? It's math worksheets. She should be able to do written math problems, and she can. All right. So auditory processing would be a spurious finding that would not explain the results. Auditory processing wouldn't even explain reading comprehension. They don't go together either. It would explain basic reading skills, some oral reading decoding, oral reading fluency in decoding, maybe sound symbol associations, things like that, but not anything having to do with phonemic awareness, but not reading comprehension. So that's what needs to be there. And we often don't think about the relationship between the two. And they need to be thought about because that's an additional layer of ecological validity in making your case. So basically, I just want to show you a couple of things. These are all the things that you have to know about the child in order to make the determination of difference and in order to be able to interpret your results properly and within the right context. That's what's going to be required to differentiate difference from disorder. And to give you an idea of how it looks, you see these data here? These were given to me in San Antonio about, 15 years ago now, maybe more. And they said to me, Dr. Ortiz, what do you think about this? Because people think I can put the scores in one ear and pull them out the other, and there we go. I know, right? So I said, did you put them in the matrix? No. And I'm like, well, let's put them in the matrix. When you look at this table, is it easy to make sense of it? Easy to provide an interpretation? No, it's very difficult, isn't it? Did cultural language influence this child's scores? God only knows. Okay, so put them in the matrix, and this is what you get. The scores are there, everything is there, all right? But let's look at the graph. This is the first graph. Valid or invalid? Valid, potential that there's a disability because there are 4 areas there that are kind of lower than where they would be expected to be, right? Yeah, but they didn't tell me anything about the child. So I didn't know whether slightly different was the right range or not. So I said, well, what if the kid is moderately different? Valid or invalid? It's still kind of hinting at valid, but not as much, right? 3 areas and smaller. Well, what if she was markedly different? Valid or invalid? Invalid. There's nothing wrong with her if that were the case, right? So when I asked them, you know what they told me? They said, oh yeah, she's 13 years old now. She was 12 when she came here last year to this country. All right. She had no prior formal education, but we dropped her into 7th grade anyway to be age appropriate. She's been learning for a year and we don't know what's wrong with her. Yeah. 1 year, a child is supposed to pick up 8 years worth of content and they think she had some kind of disability. And I'm saying she's markedly different given her background. She's doing the very best that she can. Her development is on par with what you would expect with other kids with that kind of history and development. And so it was an eye opener for them to see, like, yeah, you really think that kid's disabled when you're actually asking her to do an impossible task, and she's actually doing the best that she possibly can. So I'm stopping here. The rest of the slides go on with the PSW analysis, and I'll skip over all of this because you can read that on your own. And I'll just really get to the end because I want to reinforce what you can do. And there are validity statements that are built in those, which I don't need to talk about. And there are some guidelines for what to talk about in your reports. But ultimately, we are here. What I have shown you is a process that can be used by anybody, all of you, any of you, regardless of your own bilingual competency, and with any English learner, regardless of the language they happen to speak, which can be done in a systematic, research-based manner, which is replicable and defensible. And that allows you to conduct an evaluation much better than somebody who doesn't know what you heard today at all. You now have the knowledge, you have the skills already built in, you have the guides to be able to guide you, and you have the training from before and today to be able to help you do it. You could go out tomorrow and evaluate a child using the CLIM in this fashion and conduct a fair and equitable, non-discriminatory evaluation, which is what I hope that you all do. So I'm going to stop here because it's a little after 3:30, and I don't know if there are any questions online that need to be discussed, or have I just been so thorough that I've covered them all and I anticipated them right and I answered them? And are there any questions from any of you before we close for today? Because it's 3:30 and this is my 4th straight day of presenting, and I'm about to fall asleep and collapse right here on the floor. But I'm going to hold on unless, like I said, until all questions have been answered. No? Well, then thank you very much for joining me here today. Thank you, Olivia, for bringing me in, you and Russell.
Thank you to all of you. Oh, this is wrong, my mouth, sorry. This is me social distancing. Thank you so much for joining us today. Once again, we just want to give it a shout out to the California Department of Education, which funds our grant, which allows us to bring experts such as Dr. Ortiz. According to my supervisor, the executive director, Russell Coronado, it appears that we may be bringing Dr. Ortiz out again in December-ish time from New York if he's available. So please be on the lookout for that. Thank you again for your time. Feel free to hang out, ask questions if you like, and please fill out our survey. We really do appreciate your feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, all of you who attended in person, and thank you those of you who attended online as well. I know we had some of my colleagues, Connie, we were talking about earlier today out in Santa Barbara. I wish I could visit all you guys out there. This is my California tour, because I did Tulare County a couple months ago, and now I did Imperial, and now San Diego. So I always love coming back. But you guys drive safe.